Law of perfection and union. This was Rin's law. It was a rare law that embodied more than one truth, essentially two laws fused into one. It was a universal truth among supernaturals that one could only wield a single law. Yet across the vast universe, there were always exceptions. While only one law could be used to ascend, it was not an unbreakable rule that one had to be tied to a single greater law. The first step toward unity with the universe was understanding, and the universe itself was a body woven from countless laws. These laws were known as truths. Supernaturals grasped fragments of these truths, shaped them through their understanding, and ascended by imitating the world's authentic laws. Thus, even if two individuals drew from the same greater law, such as fire, their abilities differed, not from contradiction, but perception. One might see fire as destruction, another, as rebirth. And at times, by coincidence, two minds might align so closely that their laws appeared nearly identical. The universe was vast. For some, light was salvation, for others, it was two-faced. For some, darkness was chaos, for others, peace. As long as a supernatural could define meaning and order within a truth, that comprehension could become power. Laws that embodied truths from more than one greater law were possible, but their requirements were immense. Even geniuses like Brian, who fused three truths into one, created only a stronger, more versatile law. Of course, laws that embodied truths from more than one greater law were not necessarily superior. Strength was always subjective. Rin's law of perfection and union was a rare example of such dual comprehension, a law formed from two realized truths bound together in harmony. Each still retained its own truth individually. Like the law of perfection. For Rin, the law of perfection, which was connected to the greater law of creation, represented the belief that everything in the universe possessed an ideal form. A seed was never meant to remain a seed, it was the beginning of a towering tree, the full expression of what it could become. Iron ore buried in the earth was crude and impure, yet within it lay the potential for gleaming steel, for weapons and tools that shaped civilizations. Even the simplest elements, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, when arranged with precision, became the foundation of life itself. Perfection, to Rin, was not flawlessness. It was completion. The fulfillment of potential. Her law allowed her to glimpse that ideal and momentarily imitate it. At her current level, she could not permanently perfect something, but she could manifest a temporary imitation of what that object or being would be if it reached its ultimate, flawless state, or at least what her own comprehension of perfection believed it to be. A simple blade might gleam as though forged by a divine hand. A common stone might shimmer like a gemstone under her touch. Of course, she was still far from achieving certain feats. At least until she reached the stage where she could create something from nothing, she had to abide by the established rules of existence. Then there was her other law. The law of union. For Rin, the law of union, which was connected to the greater law of balance, stemmed from her belief that everything in the universe sought equilibrium. Nothing existed in isolation, every force, every essence, every element required a counterpart to maintain harmony. Her realized truth from the law of balance, through which she formed her law of union, was simple yet profound. All things that exist can become one, so long as their purpose aligns. Fire and water were the most common example. Alone, they clashed endlessly, one smothering the other. Yet when united under the right conditions, they created vapor, neither flame nor liquid, but something new, something higher. All things could exist in union if their purpose aligned. This was the foundation of Rin's law of union. It allowed her to merge things that were difficult or even impossible for others to combine. This was exactly what she had done with her armor. First, she fused the parts together seamlessly, then went a step further, merging the armor with herself to create a stronger, unified form. Unfortunately, her law was still only in its seeding stage. It held immense potential, but at present, it was merely a reflection of her concept, a mimicry of the true thing. That meant her current fusion was temporary and, once the effect faded, could lead to severe backlash on her body or the merged parts. However, none of these were Rin's current concerns. With her law active, Rin had brought the armor to an extreme level. Michael's gaze narrowed, his senses sharpening instinctively. An epic-grade signature, he muttered under his breath, disbelief flashing in his eyes. The sensation was unmistakable. It was the faint resonance that only items of that tier emitted. But this wasn't an artifact lying in his soul space. It was coming from her. From Rin Halvain herself. The armor she had merged with had transcended its original level. By fusing her law of perfection with her law of union, she had forcibly elevated its essence. Rin gazed fixed on Michael. When she spoke, her voice had lost all trace of warmth. "Michael Norman," she said evenly, "be careful of the next attack." The metallic echo in her tone continued. "I'm not sure the system will be able to extract you from the combat space in time if you take it head-on. If you value your life, yield now." Her hair drifted weightlessly in the wind. "I don't want unnecessary damage," she continued, her tone still detached. "But if by some chance you survive this strike..." The glow in her eyes intensified. "I'll admit my loss." She raised her hand. Every spectator watching the projection felt their throats tighten. Even Michael had a solemn expression on his face now. Whatever she was preparing, it wasn't something a rank 2 should have been capable of. In battles he could manage on his own, Michael had a habit of relying on himself. It was a habit he knew carried both advantages and drawbacks. Michael wasn't against using his undead. His talent just made it so he hadn't gotten used to the point like other necromancers, he was heavily dependent on his undead. But there was one thing Michael never compromised on. If the situation demanded it, he would not hesitate to call upon his undead. The instant a blinding light erupted from Rin, who now somewhat radiated the aura of an epic-grade artifact, Michael made his decision. Without delay, he summoned his rank 3 undead. A blinding light erupted from Rin's outstretched hands the very moment Michael began summoning. It wasn't just bright, it was absolute. The kind of radiance that swallowed everything. The beam surged forward like a pillar of divine wrath, roaring across the space with the force of a collapsing star. For a heartbeat, the entire combat space was drowned in brilliance, as though someone had dropped the sun into the arena. Michael barely caught a glimpse of it before everything went white. The undead he had just brought forth was instantly engulfed. From the viewing hall, all anyone could see on the projection was a wall of light consuming the arena. The sound lagged behind the visual, and when it finally reached them, it was a thunderous, bone-deep roar that rattled the foundations of the hall. Inside the combat space, the radiance showed no signs of fading. Through the blinding glow, a single silhouette could still be seen, Rin, standing at the center of her own storm, her silver body gleaming like a divine statue, both arms extended as runes flared into existence around her. Her voice, though faintly distorted, carried through the devastation. "This is my strongest strike," she said, tone calm and cold. "If you survive this, Michael Norman, I'll acknowledge your victory." The light grew even brighter. And then, something within it moved. Down below, through the suffocating brilliance, a faint shadow began to take form. At first, it was barely visible, nothing more than a silhouette against the flood of white. But then it started to grow. The audience gasped as the image on the viewing screen adjusted, refocusing on the center of the light. What emerged from the haze wasn't Michael. A figure was rising from the ground, slowly, steadily, its outline expanding with each passing heartbeat. When the glare finally eased just enough for the cameras to focus, they saw her. A female form. Her skin was a pale, ashen gray with a faint metallic sheen, and her body was growing larger by the second, casting a long shadow through the glow. But that wasn't what drew everyone's attention. It was her mouth. Wide open, unnaturally so, her jaw stretched inhumanly as she faced the blinding beam descending from Rin. And she was swallowing it. The crowd froze. Not one word escaped their lips. The woman, no, the creature, was devouring the light itself. Every surge of brilliance that struck her was absorbed, the energy funneling straight into her widening form. "She's eating it," someone finally whispered in disbelief. The radiant field that had consumed the entire arena began to shrink, dimming bit by bit, drawn toward that gaping void of a mouth. Rin's eyes flickered, confusion breaking through her calm exterior for the first time. She couldn't process what she was seeing. It truly wasn't an everyday event where one's attack is being devoured as though it were nothing more than mist. And as the light faded, the monstrous silhouette became clearer. A towering female undead now stood in the center of the arena. Her head tilted slightly, and a low deep sound escaped her throat. As for Michael, he was nowhere to be found. "That was tasty. Do you have more?" Rin's body trembled. Her vision flickered, the world spinning as her consciousness began to fade. But before darkness claimed her, she forced herself to activate one last scan. Her vision blurred, the system barely responding as the target locked in. Undead Titan, level 63. Her pupils shrank. Level 63. The thought barely formed before her body gave out. The radiant light around her dimmed completely, and the silver sheen of her transformed body began to fade. The mechanical armor that had once encased her crumbled away, and with it, her strength. Even the remnants of her uniform were gone. Her human form returned, pale and fragile. Rin began to fall. But before her body could hit the ground, a shadow flashed through the light. A hand caught her midair. Michael. In a single smooth motion, he draped a robe around her body and landed gently on the cracked stone floor. His eyes flicked toward the towering undead still looming in the distance. "Good job," he muttered quietly, eyes narrowing. "But that's enough." The undead titan lowered its head obediently. Michael's eyes remained narrowed. From the connection he shared with Lily, he could feel an intense hunger radiating through their bond, one directed at Rin's body. It was a first for him. Even though Lily had become a glutton after advancing to rank 3, her appetite had always been focused on devouring law seeds. That was also the reason behind her current high level. She had almost completely digested the immense energy within those seeds. But this time was different. Even after Michael had issued a command to stand down, the hunger didn't fade. It lingered, pulsing with a strange, primal craving. Michael wasn't worried, though. Lily was still absolutely obedient. But the reaction made him more curious about the unconscious girl in his arms. When they first met, he had sensed the overflowing energy within her, but their recent battle confirmed it. This girl was far from ordinary. Still, there was one thing Michael couldn't deny. She was powerful. Compared to her, even Brian seemed insignificant. "No wonder she's the disciple of the vice principal," he murmured, his voice calm but thoughtful. "To matter in the eyes of a rank 5 being, there's no way you can be ordinary." Surprisingly, outside the combat space, the entire hall was silent. The battle between the top 2 first years had been too shocking, leaving everyone speechless as they tried to process what they had witnessed. Was it the overwhelming power of the mysterious Michael Norman, the so-called Necromancer? Or was it the astonishing strength of the vice principal's disciple, Rin Halvain? Her class was uncommon, so much so that even many senior students had never heard of it. Yet, the power she displayed was far beyond what anyone expected from a first-year student. Who were these two, and why were they so strong? And that undead, what was it? At first, most of the uninformed students assumed the undead was one of Michael's rumored rank 3 summons. But when they noticed the expressions of the other first years who had participated in the 3rd round of the entrance exams with Michael change, they realized something was wrong. When they asked around, they discovered that this was a completely new undead. Which meant, if the rumors were true, and by now, everyone knew they were, Michael Norman had at least 3 rank 3 undead. That was already more than some senior necromancers possessed. But what truly made this unbelievable was that Michael had only been awakened for 4 months. How did he achieve his current strength in such a short time? What would he become in a year? Everyone knew that for a rank 2 necromancer to possess even one rank 3 undead was incredibly difficult. The rituals required to increase the success rate were also complex and expensive. That was because rank 3 creatures carried great significance. Not everyone was like Michael, whose mana capacity exceeded that of most rank 3 creatures, whose elemental affinity was absurd, and who possessed a demigod-tier constitution that allowed him to touch upon the essence of laws to be instinctively affected by it. With those advantages, he could turn rank 3 beings into undead far more easily than others. The only other method was to have an undead comprehend a law on its own, but the difficulty of that was obvious. Still, with 3 rank 3 undead under his command, as long as Michael had patience and invested the right resources, it was only a matter of time before he gained 3 peak rank 3 undead. And that was without considering their potential for leveling up. Unlike some students whose strength peaked early, Michael Norman's power was only just beginning to grow. Even if he relied solely on his undead, he would continue to rise. If he managed to comprehend a law before graduation, he would not just be one of the strongest students in the academy. He would be one of the most powerful individuals in all of Aurora. In a corner, Rin sat quietly, his expression unreadable. His usual sharpness was nowhere to be found, replaced by a calm that surprised even himself. Beside him, Kieran, who always had something witty or mocking to say, was silent as well. His eyes remained fixed on the fading image of the combat space, where Michael stood holding Rin. He didn't even attempt to taunt Rin this time. His sister's strength exceeded his own. She was a prodigy, a genius, and if even she couldn't match that necromancer, what right did he have to laugh? Kieran's gaze dropped slightly. Rin's eyes remained on the pillar in the center area. The moment his sister started falling, the instructor had turned off the projection much to his pleasure. Rin thought he would be angry, but instead, he felt something closer to acceptance. His sister had given her all. Even if he wanted to deny it, the result was clear for everyone to see. Michael Norman was simply beyond anything they had expected. If even she couldn't do anything against him, Rin said softly, then refusing to accept it would only make me look like a loser. He leaned back slightly, exhaling. She did her best. That's enough. Kieran turned toward him, faintly surprised by how calm he looked. You're not angry? Rin's lips curved slightly, though it wasn't quite a smile. Anger doesn't change reality. And reality, he said, glancing back toward the pillar, is that a monster walks among us. For a long while, neither of them spoke. The rest of the students around them whispered and speculated in disbelief, but the two remained silent. Rin's calm was the calm of a man who had accepted his place. Kieran's silence was the silence of someone who had finally seen something beyond arrogance, something that made him realize how vast the gap between genius and monstrosity truly was. Still, Kieran finally muttered under his breath, I wonder what that guy will become in a few years. Rin didn't answer. The silence that had settled over the combat hall lingered for a few seconds more before a sharp voice cut through it. That's enough. Everyone, clear out. It was Instructor Yara. Her tone wasn't loud, but it carried authority that left no room for argument. The murmurs died instantly as students turned toward her. She stood with her arms crossed. Though the projection had already been dimmed, Yara had seen enough in those last few moments before shutting it down, the state of Rin's body, the fragments of armor peeling away, and her uniform disintegrating as the fusion effect ended. She trusted Michael, not because she believed in his morals, but because of where they were. Still, as a woman and an instructor, she felt a twist of discomfort. The rank contest is over. Michael Norman is now top one of the first years for 2 months, she said firmly. You've seen enough. Everyone, out. Now. The command broke the crowd's trance. Slowly, students still whispering in awe and disbelief as they shuffled toward the exits. That wasn't even his full power, was it? I think Instructor Yara closed it because of Rin's armor. She's going to be fine, right? Michael Norman, that guy's not normal. For real. After the hall finally emptied, the combat space shimmered faintly and both participants were extracted. Two beams of soft white light materialized near the center of the hall. When the glow faded, Michael and Rin appeared on the platform. Rin's body was still limp, her breathing shallow but stable. Michael, on the other hand, was standing straight, calm as always. The long robe that had been covering Rin was still wrapped around her. Yara stepped forward immediately, her boots echoing against the marble floor. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then she said, her voice even but edged with restraint, "You did well, Michael Norman. But from here on, I'll handle things." Michael gave a simple nod. But before he could speak, Yara held out her hand. "The robe stays." Michael didn't argue. With a small shrug, he made his way out of the combat hall. Since he was top one again, Michael's rights to the villa were returned to him. When he arrived and stepped inside after greeting the elves outside in the compound, he noticed the villa was largely unchanged. In fact, there was no change at all. Michael was slightly surprised and wondered why that was the case. Was it because the previous occupant could only hold the top spot for such a short while, or because they simply didn't bother to make any changes, thinking they wouldn't be able to keep it for long? He wasn't sure. The latter reasoning didn't seem entirely solid, especially considering the power Rin had shown. Against other rank 2 necromancers, she might have easily maintained her position even if others had their own law. After all, she had her own law too. That fact made Michael feel a bit jealous. Even though he had several law seeds on hand and already possessed a clear understanding of how laws worked, enough to start comprehending one if he wished, he couldn't. He simply hadn't found a law that suited him. It was hard to explain. Some law seeds resonated with him quite well, and while it wouldn't have been much of a disadvantage to copy one of them, none felt perfect. They didn't fit. If anything, those law seeds, instead of advancing his law comprehension progress, it only deepened his elemental affinity while granting him more spells and skills. The sudden disappearance he had performed back in the combat hall was actually the result of one of those skills, something he had learned from a law seed 2 days earlier. Earth Escape. Though it was technically a skill, Michael suspected it was closer to a law-type ability. Even with his abundant mana, it caused him noticeable strain. If it felt that taxing to him, then for anyone else, it would likely serve as a last resort trump card. The way the skill worked was quite fascinating. When activated, Earth Escape allowed Michael to merge with the ground, moving through soil and stone as though they were liquid. Inside, though, the sensation was strange. His body felt weightless, almost formless, as if he had become one with the earth around him. It wasn't perfect, however. The deeper or denser the material he moved through, the greater the strain on his body. The mana consumption was high, far higher than what a rank 2 should comfortably handle. It felt like an escape technique at its core. A way to flee instantly when overwhelmed. But it could also serve as a surprise maneuver in combat, letting him shift position and reappear behind or beneath an opponent. That was what intrigued Michael most. Used properly, Earth Escape could become a terrifying movement skill, one that blurred the line between evasion and attack. Still, he doubted most people could use it that way. Even he could only maintain it briefly. It was a spell suited for those with overwhelming reserves, people like him. Yet, realistically speaking, it was the kind of ability only strong rank 3 creatures could use freely. Among supernaturals, those who could perform something similar were usually mages, whose mana reserves were usually greater. Thinking of his skill, Michael couldn't help but have another thought. If there's an Earth Escape skill, I wonder if other elements have the same thing. It wasn't impossible. If there was an Earth Escape, then there might also be skills like Water Escape. Still, Michael shook his head lightly at the thought later. Thinking about escape skills one after another made him realize how absurd it sounded for his current stage. At rank 2, flight was already achievable. Once a supernatural reached that point, the reliance on escape techniques drastically decreased. Why tunnel through the ground when you could simply take to the skies? That thought made him chuckle quietly. Yet, the humor faded just as fast, replaced by practicality. The earth escape skill might be redundant, but it was still valuable. After all, the speed of the technique far surpassed flying. It was instantaneous, more like a short-range teleportation than movement. When he used it, even spiritual senses had a hard time tracking him. In certain situations, that made it far more useful than simple flight. Better to have it than not, Michael murmured, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The next few weeks of Michael's life in the academy passed uneventfully. He attended classes where he learned several languages and supernatural subjects while gradually getting used to his newfound fame. Thanks to his abundant academy points, which he used to purchase advanced knowledge materials, combined with his natural talents, Michael was starting to resemble an actual mage, one with real academic grounding and skill. To test his progress, he decided to rent a private combat room in the combat hall, one equipped with its own space for battle simulations. Though the rental fee was quite high, Michael didn't hesitate. He wanted to gauge his growth. He fought Spartan there, and though he lost in the end, he was satisfied with the result. There was also a reason why he lost. Spartan, what does Gyo-do Yumin mean? Yes. At some point, Michael had actually summoned his rank 3 undead to study with him. Initially, this wasn't supposed to have happened. It all began the day the villa systems fully adjusted to Michael's presence. Every villa owned by a top-ranking student had its own adaptive system that attuned itself to the owner's mana signature. When the system synchronized with Michael, it immediately began to shift. The temperature dropped slightly. The lighting dimmed, settling into a soft gray hue that cast long, thin shadows against the walls. Even the gentle warmth that most villas maintained was replaced by a crisp chill that clung faintly to the skin. To Michael, it was perfect. He felt relaxed the moment he stepped in. The cool air reminded him of calm nights in Thornvale. The stillness soothed his thoughts, allowing his mind to drift easily into concentration. But to others, it was the opposite. When one of the elves working outside the villa entered, it immediately started trembling slightly. The air, to it, was heavy, and it felt as if it had stepped into a place where something watched silently from the dark. The change wasn't something Michael did consciously. The system simply adapted to the nature of his mana. To him, the environment felt cool and peaceful. To everyone else, it felt dark, cold, and eerie. As a result, none of the villa attendants lingered more than necessary. Even Lyra visited him only a few times. That was how it all began. Though perfectly happy with the surroundings, Michael, who was just shedding his mortal self, was still partly a social creature. Since he could not ask anyone to stay with him in the villa, though most students would likely not refuse even with its eerie atmosphere, who else was better than his own undead? Before the day the thought came, Michael, who had multiple times gone into the spatial space within the damaged coffin of the Forgotten, had not only interacted in whatever way he could with his existing undead but had also evolved a few. As he wasn't exactly looking for companionship but rather to make his residence feel less empty, Michael brought out quite a few of his undead to stay in the villa with him. With the villa adapting perfectly to its owner and transforming into something that suited a necromancer's nature far too well, his undead, whose intelligence could mimic emotion to a certain extent, were satisfied with the atmosphere. And so it began. Life with Michael and his undead in a supernatural academy. Gyo-do Yumin, Spartan repeated slowly, his deep voice echoing slightly. It means, the moon watches those who wander. Michael nodded faintly, glancing down at the notes spread across the table in his study room. He already knew the answer but wanted to make sure his memory hadn't slipped. He had just reopened his notes after a long day and decided to test himself. Good, he murmured, I remembered correctly. The academy curriculum placed great emphasis on language. Communication was also important in the supernatural world, and words sometimes carried weight far beyond mere speech. So among various subjects, language studies were considered one of the most important. 3 languages were compulsory for every student: Elven, Dragonic, and the Universal Tongue. Michael had picked up most of the Universal Tongue quickly. His intelligence stat was so high that, if he wanted to, he could probably learn an entire language within a day. But some languages were different and special. The Elven and Dragonic languages had layers beyond simple speech or written form. They each possessed what scholars called incantation speech, ancient words imbued with will, capable of shaping the world around them. Michael found that fascinating. It wasn't something that could be memorized like normal vocabulary. These languages were alive. Each word carried meaning in essence. When spoken with intent, even a single syllable could ripple through the surrounding mana and twist reality slightly. Ordinary people couldn't even handle looking at the deeper runes of these languages. Just glimpsing one of their symbols for too long could cause fainting or induce hallucinations. In the worst cases, the strain could damage the mind permanently. For supernaturals, the danger was different but no less real. That was why comprehension mattered. These incantation languages couldn't be learned through repetition or memorization. They had to be understood. Each student's comprehension of these tongues varied depending on their talent, comprehension, and affinity. Some could barely manage a few harmless words. Michael, with his intelligence and mana sensitivity, had no problem learning the surface forms of the languages. He could already read and write fluently, though his Elven pronunciation was far from graceful. But he was cautious about going deeper. Spartan closed the book in front of him with a low thud. "Your tone was off, master," he said bluntly. Michael blinked, then sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "So, not convincing, huh?" "Not at all," Spartan replied with absolute seriousness. "If an elf heard you speak like that, they might stab you out of mercy." Michael chuckled under his breath. For special speech like the Elven incantation tongue, pronunciation mattered more than most realized. Even if one got the words right, the accent carried power. The flow, tone, and rhythm of the syllables determined how much will the world recognized in the speaker's words. If the accent was wrong, the spell would still work, but it would lose precision, harmony, and strength. However, a refined accent made the same incantation flow more naturally with the surrounding mana, cleaner, sharper, and more efficient. Spartan wasn't lying when he mocked Michael's Elven speech earlier. The academy didn't just teach languages for communication, it also taught about the races that used them or about particular races in general. Michael had studied enough to know how true Spartan's words were. The elves were not just one of the top races in the known universe. They ranked among the top 10. They weren't number 1, but their influence stretched wide across multiple star systems. Their home world, Ilarion, was as vast as Aurora itself, yet its mana density was several times greater. Even newborn elves were born with mana sensitivity close to that of a rank 1 human supernatural. The only thing Aurora's civilization could confidently boast about compared to them was population and technology. Aurora's advancement in magitech made it difficult to suppress, even for stronger and older races. They might not have the same raw power or longevity as the elves, but their sheer technological progression placed them among the few civilizations that couldn't easily be bullied. Putting all this aside, a notable feature of the elves was that they were proud. Very proud. It wasn't the kind of arrogance born from ignorance but the quiet, deeply rooted pride of a people who had long surpassed the need for validation. Their elegance wasn't a show. It was part of their nature. Michael remembered his instructor's warning. To converse with an elf is to dance with etiquette itself. Even silence can offend them if it lacks grace. He had laughed back then, thinking it exaggerated, but further studies showed it was true. It was like their obsession with beautiful things. They saw beauty as something elegant and graceful. They also had a definition for what was not beautiful. To them, it was a fault in the pattern of the world that ought to be corrected. That thought alone was offensive to most races. The elves did not care. They believed beauty was grace aligned with purpose. If a thing could not be refined into grace, it was unworthy. If a people could not be guided into grace, they were to be removed. They called it pruning. Aurora humans were not exactly their taste, yet many could fit within elven aesthetics. That was one reason that, when Aurora first stepped into the wider universe, the elves were among their first friends. The elven race in the universe also belonged to the neutral good category of races. Peaceful, some called the elves, but Michael and many others thought otherwise. Truly, they could be called peaceful compared to some races, but a truly peaceful race would not cleanse a conquered world because its natives were, in their words, hostile to elegance. The elves had done so more than once. To the elves, this was a good deed. The world was neater afterward. Michael had seen images of some of the cleansed races, and though he wouldn't deny they were beautiful in their own ways, none of that beauty warranted death. In any case, this also showed that Spartan hadn't lied. For a race that valued elegance to the level of obsession, if Michael were to insult their ancient language with his rough accent, he might genuinely get stabbed. Most people didn't even dare use the elven incantation speech in front of elves unless they were fluent enough to sound like one of them. To the elves, their language wasn't just communication. It was their heritage. To butcher it with clumsy pronunciation was to desecrate it, and that was something they would never tolerate. Fortunately, there were no elves around. The ones cleaning the villa didn't count. Michael lowered his notes and gave Spartan a long, puzzled look. "All right," he said slowly, tilting his head, "why exactly are you dressed like that?" Spartan blinked, expression unreadable behind the round glasses perched on his nose. The undead sat there in full black robes he had specifically asked permission to take from Michael's wardrobe, and his long hair was neatly slicked back with a faint sheen of cream and tied into a ponytail. The sight was something. Michael stared for a few seconds longer, struggling to decide whether to laugh or question his own sanity. "You look like a professor," he finally said. Spartan adjusted his glasses calmly. "Appearance shapes perception, master. If I am to study languages, I must look the part. Did you learn that from the texts?" "Yes, master." Michael's mouth twitched. "You're an undead." "Yes," Spartan said simply, as though that explained nothing and everything at once. Truth be told, this wasn't even the first time Spartan had shown up dressed like that. Lately, it had become his preferred look. And while Michael had long since accepted his undead behaving more like eccentric subordinates than mindless minions, this one took a good part of the cake. The reason Spartan had started reading in the first place was because Michael had tried to save time. Using his skill, impart knowledge, he had given Spartan access to study materials from the academy so the undead could learn and help him summarize them later. He had also given Spartan a skill module called Scouting Eye, a technique Michael used to bypass the monochrome vision that undead suffered from. It allowed them to perceive color and light, albeit faintly, like they were suffering from mild blindness. Michael had thought everything would make Spartan a good study assistant. What he hadn't expected was that his undead would suddenly develop preferences. From the moment Spartan experienced color, his behavior subtly changed. He started caring about several things, and even aesthetics. When reading, he always adjusted the lamps to cast soft golden light instead of bright white, saying something like it set the mood. What mood? Michael didn't know. When moving around, Spartan also cleaned up after himself meticulously, ensuring the study always looked organized. Now, he read for pleasure as well. And not just any books. He seemed obsessed with languages and interspecies culture. The library of the villa had started to fill with texts from other civilizations. Fortunately, Aurora wasn't like some other civilizations where knowledge was restricted. A lot of things were free to access from the academy, and the ones Michael had to buy with his points, he did, as long as they were cheap. In any case, his undead's knowledge was his as well. Michael sighed softly, watching his undead adjust his collar like a scholar preparing for a lecture. "You know, Spartan," he said finally, "if you start asking me for tea next, I might actually worry." Spartan looked thoughtful. "Would that be appropriate for study sessions, master?" Michael blinked. Forget I said anything. The undead nodded solemnly and went back to reading, flipping the page with surprising gentleness. Michael rubbed his temple, shaking his head. It was moments like this that made him wonder if his undead were growing a little too fast. And it actually was not only Spartan who was like this. Blue, purple, you two should slow down on the mana drain, please, Michael said aloud to what appeared to be empty air. At least, that was what it looked like. On both sides of his ears were butterfly-shaped earrings, one blue and one purple. They looked quite feminine, but on Michael's handsome self, they created a unique charm. If not for the fact that he seemed perfectly straight, or rather, uninterested in either gender, people might have called him the younger version of a certain director. When the two heard their names, they flew away from Michael's ears to his table, transforming into two miniature humanoid females. One had blue hair, the other purple, and both wore gowns that matched their colors. Their clothes looked incredibly real, but Michael knew they were merely illusions. Yes. It was blue and purple, one had once been an undead platform morpho, and the other an undead spicebush swallowtail moth. At least, that was what they were before. Now, not only were they 3-star extraordinary rank creatures, they had also reached rank 3. Blue had evolved into an undead phantasm morpho, while purple had become an undead mirage swallowtail. Their laws, like every other law Michael had seen, fascinated him deeply. Blue's law was called the law of reflected reality, which was connected to the greater law of light. Its reasoning was that illusion, mirage, and reflection all stem from the manipulation of light. Without light, there can be no vision, no reflection, no appearance, and thus no illusion. It was an interesting concept that also granted Blue an equally interesting effect. With this law, Blue could project mirror realities around itself, turning perception into a tangible force. The concept behind it was simple: every illusion is a reflection of belief. The more a target believes, the stronger the illusion becomes. To put it simply, the law inverted perception. What looked fake became real, and what looked real became illusion. Unlike before, when Blue's means were purely illusion, this time his abilities could affect the mind as well. Purple, who was also an illusion beast, possessed a law that seemed to share some similarities but was distinct in its own way. Purple's law was the law of false manifestation, which was related to the greater law of reality. Its reasoning was that to manifest the unreal and give it form is to tamper with the boundary between what is and what is not, the very essence of reality. While the law of light governs what can be seen, the law of reality governs what exists. False manifestation draws from that same foundation, mimicking reality itself, but imperfectly, like a shadow imitating the real. This law allowed Purple to create illusions that interacted physically for a few seconds, forming illusionary chains, blades, or wings. The concept behind it was simple: to see is to summon, and what one perceives, even falsely, gains existence. Michael leaned back slightly in his chair, his eyes shifting between the two tiny figures. The two were opposites in temperament but similar in essence. Blue's energy was calm and patient. Purple was curious and, due to constantly testing her ability, unconsciously mischievous. Low-rank undead were usually stationary, but as they advanced in strength, even if they stayed in one place, they were constantly growing stronger, whether consciously or subconsciously. And as beings without moral restraint or emotion, they often did the most extreme things. If an undead without a master knew that blood made it stronger, it would seek blood at any cost, without limit. But those were the ways of wild undead. Even undead who had lost their masters and were at a high level were not always so reckless. Of course, much depended on their location and the nature of their past master. If no one stronger than them existed in a place, only the heavens knew what they would do. Michael had spent a great deal of time testing their laws after their evolution. He found the results both fascinating. When he had first asked Blue to use her law, he hadn't noticed anything unusual at first. It was only when he realized that, in the eyes of others, he didn't exist even as he stood right before them that he understood something was wrong. It was as if she hadn't created an illusion but an alternate truth. Michael theorized that the law of reflected reality didn't just bend light, it manipulated perception at a fundamental level. It was a frightening ability. If Blue used her full strength, even high-rank creatures could lose all sense of what was real or false. Their own instincts would betray them. Purple's law, on the other hand, was even more unpredictable. Her law of false manifestation was less subtle, but far more aggressive. When he tested it the first time, she had created a glowing spear made of translucent energy and hurled it toward a wall he created with magic. To his astonishment, the spear didn't simply vanish, it struck the wall and left a small dent before fading. It wasn't real, not truly, yet for that brief moment, it had existed. He realized then that while Blue's law manipulated the observer's mind, Purple's law manipulated the world's acknowledgement of form. One fooled the senses. The other fooled existence. That distinction fascinated him the most. As for the mana drain Michael had mentioned earlier, it was actually a skill they had gained after evolving. The ability allowed them to draw mana directly from a target, either to weaken it or to store the energy for later use. Surprisingly, though, both Blue and Purple had extremely low mana reserves compared to other rank 3 creatures of their level. That was what made the ability necessary in the first place. "Return to your former forms," Michael said to the two undead. They both obeyed. Their tiny bodies shimmered, scattering into glowing motes of light that swirled through the air. The motes converged again beside his ears, solidifying into 2 elegant butterfly-shaped earrings. Just as Michael was about to continue studying, a loud crashing sound echoed through the villa. It was so sudden that the books on his desk trembled slightly and a faint vibration ran through the floor. Normally, such a noise would have drawn an immediate reaction to Michael because it was his residence, and Spartan because of his duty to protect his master, but neither even looked up. Michael calmly turned a page. Spartan did not blink, his finger following the line of text as though nothing had happened. They both already knew what the cause was. Somewhere in the villa, likely near the kitchen area, Lucky and Lily were up to something again, probably another one of their culinary experiments. Michael exhaled softly through his nose, a mix of amusement and resignation flickering in his expression. The last time he had checked on them, the two had been trying to cook what Lucky called a dish. Lucky's strange obsession with tasting grass had started long ago. Back when Michael first revived him, the wolf-like undead had the odd habit of chewing on grass. But the moment Lucky realized ordinary grass had no flavor, he stopped. Perhaps it would have ended there. But Michael, recalling that old habit one day, decided to give the creature a treat. He had found some low-tier soul grass, plants that grew naturally in old cemeteries where magic beasts were buried, listed in the school catalog. The quality of soul grass varied depending on the strength of the creatures buried beneath it. The higher the grade, the greater its effect on undead. Michael had only purchased the lowest grade, thinking it would be harmless. It was useless for cultivation but, he thought, it might let Lucky finally taste something again. That was how the cycle began. Lucky did not ask for more verbally, but through their spiritual connection, Michael could constantly feel a faint tug. It was a soft, persistent yearning, like a dull ache echoing from the bond they shared. That sensation was impossible to ignore, as they were also very close to each other, and as his undead, their feelings were transparent to him. From then on, every few days, he would toss a few sprigs of low-grade soul grass to the creature. But the simple treats evolved into something stranger. With Lily joining in, their experiments grew frequent and loud. Michael sighed and finally looked up from his book, glancing in the direction of the noise. "They're at it again," he muttered. Spartan did not even lift his eyes. "Shall I intervene, Master?" "No," Michael said, leaning back in his chair. "Let them play. As long as they don't blow up the kitchen again." There was a brief pause, then another distant crash. "They might blow up the kitchen again," Spartan said flatly. Michael rubbed his temple. "I know." Still, he did not move. Whatever mess they caused would be temporary. His undead, troublesome as they were part of what made the villa feel alive. if that was the right word for it. However, though he did not move, his senses still spread through the whole villa as he checked up on everything. In the kitchen, the source of the chaos revealed itself. Inside a cauldron-like pot was a bubbling, faintly luminous liquid, an odd mixture of black and green that hissed like boiling tar. Floating within it were several strands of black grass. A fine-looking young man, seemingly in his late 20s, stood over the cauldron wearing an apron that had clearly suffered better days. His long hair was tied loosely behind his head, and despite the faint scorch marks on his sleeve, this was Lucky, one of Michael's oldest undead. Beside him stood a tall, beautiful woman, Lily. The pair looked like an eccentric couple in the middle of a domestic experiment. Truth be told, the two made an oddly fitting pair. Lucky, ever since his early revival, had carried that strange fascination with taste and scent, perhaps some remnant instinct from his beast form. Meanwhile, Lily, whose appetite bordered on gluttony, had discovered a shared interest in what Lucky called soul cuisine. One obsessed over flavor. The other over the sensation of devouring. Together, they had found something close to friendship, or whatever the undead equivalent of that was. The cauldron rattled as bubbles burst from its surface, releasing faint wisps of mist. Lucky leaned closer. Perfect. This is it, Lily. The aroma of true soul essence. Undead could not smell, but anything that had an effect on the soul could be felt. Their experiments existed for one simple reason, to enhance the feeling. Lucky, even as an undead, retained a faint echo of instinct from his days as a living creature. The undead version of him did not crave food or taste in the physical sense, yet somewhere in the depths of his soul, the impulse persisted. He simply wanted to feel again, to experience the sensation of consuming, even if it was illusionary. Every time he ate, his soul flickered faintly, as though responding to the act itself. The stronger the sensation, the more vivid that flicker became. It was not hunger. It was the soul trying to remember what it was to live. Lily, on the other hand, was a completely different story. Her law made her nature as an undead an apex devourer. If not for the spiritual bindings of her master, she could have easily become one of those catastrophic undead, the kind that consumes entire cities simply to feel full. A being like her, left unchecked, could start a calamity without meaning to. But Michael understood this better than anyone. Unlike many summoners or necromancers who viewed their undead as tools, Michael treated his creations as intelligent beings. To him, if an undead could think, reason, and act, then it was alive in a sense. That was why, instead of suppressing their instincts completely, he let them find safer alternatives. Lucky's desire to taste. Lily's hunger for essence. If these urges could be redirected into something harmless, like cooking, then it was better for everyone. And so, the bizarre culinary sessions began. Michael did not entirely understand how they came up with half their recipes, but he had to admit, it was cheaper than the alternative of Lily accidentally eating another elf. Now, the villa's kitchen had become their experimental domain. Soul grass, crushed mana stones, and even diluted spirit liquid lined the shelves. And while the other villa residents would have found such a scene disturbing, to Michael, it was strangely comforting. Like this, several days passed in a flash. It was already the last month of the year and 6 months since Michael's awakening. A lot had happened in these 6 months. In Aurora, Michael had not only awakened but fully integrated into this new world. The once foreign air of Aurora no longer felt alien. It was his world now. And beyond Aurora, there was still another world, the land of origin. There, Michael had lived through his first true brush with death, and after a series of events that led him to become incredibly powerful, he had grown to the extent where he could decide the life and death of people. Currently, it was a bright, clear day in Thornvale. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows of Michael's study, casting golden lines across the polished wooden floor. Inside the quiet room, Michael sat behind his desk, a cup of steaming tea in front of him. Before him stood 2 figures, Ace and Leah. Compared to how they once were, the change in both was striking, especially Ace. His once rough look had sharpened into something else. His blonde hair, now streaked with faint lines of black, fell past his shoulders. His physique was tall and defined, and a calm gaze settled in his green eyes. Ace now looked quite noble. Michael's gaze lingered on him briefly. It had been months since the day he merged his own blood with Ace's and turned him into a blood servant. Back then, the act had caused a stir throughout the manor. Even without proof, everyone knew he was responsible. But none dared to question him. That was one of the things Michael loved about the land of origin. Here, power dictated everything. As long as one was strong enough, no one asked why. Unlike in Aurora, where every action was weighed, judged, and monitored by unseen eyes and powerful forces, the land of origin was raw and honest in its brutality. If one had power, they had freedom. Here, Michael could do as he pleased. Beside Ace stood Liao. Compared to how he first looked months ago, Liao too had changed, but compared to Ace, Liao was quite lacking. After finding out about his merge option, Michael had also wanted to do the same for Liao but later decided against it and wanted to wait until Liao awakened his life seed. Michael acknowledged that the cultivation path was strong, but compared to the resources he could give a cultivator, he had enough abundance of resources to support a knight. Michael did not have clear favoritism between the two boys, but to others, it seemed like he did. These past few months, Liao had overworked himself not only in training but also in his duties. Michael could only smile helplessly at the effort to gain his favor, but unfortunately, he was not about to turn back on his plan. He also quite saw Liao as an unstable fellow. Though becoming a blood servant would make Liao extremely loyal to him, he would still be someone with strong thoughts. His revenge was still deep within him, and though Michael did not want to remove it completely, he preferred it to be under control. These few months seemed to have had an effect, and Liao was calmer now. Just the fact that he no longer seemed to resent Michael was enough proof. Michael pretended not to notice anything. In any case, what would come would surely come. Michael let the silence sit for a breath, then looked from Ace to Liao. "What did you come for?" Ace bowed slightly. "Another baron has brought a gift, my lord." The word carried weight. Michael did not smile outwardly but did on the inside. A few months ago, he had paid a certain knight a cordial visit. After an exchange of pleasant words, the man had offered a generous pile of resources to tighten their bond. Michael had not called on anyone else after that day, yet the group had learned its lesson. Every once in a while, batches of gifts came. Since they felt joy as they gave the gifts, they could not do it all at once due to the quantity. But there were always some bad eggs everywhere. Out of the 7 people under him, 2 knights and 5 barons, there were 2 barons in particular who did not respond to him. Instead, it seemed they had gotten even closer to a certain count. Michael was just about to habitually ask what gifts came this time when a knock came on the door to his study. "Come in," Michael said without raising his voice. The door opened, and a familiar figure stepped through. It was Captain Rohan, the head of Michael's personal guard and the commander of Thornvale's defense units. Normally composed, the man now looked oddly uneasy. Rohan entered, bowed deeply, and waited for permission to speak. Michael gestured slightly with his hand, granting it. "What's the matter?" The captain straightened, his voice steady but quick. "My lord, a messenger just arrived from the southern road. The Duke's daughter will soon reach the manor." Michael's hand paused mid-movement, the cup of tea hovering an inch from his lips. "Which Duke's daughter?" he asked to make sure. "Princess Ariane, my lord, youngest daughter of Duke Evermoon," he said respectfully with a bow. Michael set the cup down slowly, his gaze still fixed on Rohan. "How far is she from the manor?" Rohan straightened, still slightly tense. "Not far, my lord. She arrived aboard an airship that landed just past the southern ridge. They seem to be resting for now, but judging by the escort's movements, I estimate they'll be here within the hour." "An hour," Michael repeated softly, then stood. His presence alone filled the room. "Then what are we waiting for?" His sharp gaze swept across everyone present. A duke's daughter is on her way here, and I don't intend for Thornvale to look unprepared. He turned to Ace and Liao. You two, make sure the manor looks presentable. And have the cooks prepare something fitting for a noble guest. If it cannot be extravagant, make it tasteful. Both men bowed immediately. Understood, my lord, they said in unison. Then Michael looked to Rohan. Send an escort to meet her halfway. You'll go with them to extend a proper welcome and guide her entourage safely here. Make sure the guards along the road stand at attention when she passes. Yes, my lord, Rohan replied, bowing low before turning to leave. As the others hurried out to carry out their tasks, Michael remained by the window, watching the sunlight over Thornvale. The duke's daughter, he murmured, his tone unreadable. Rohan. A gentle voice called from a fancy-looking carriage. Yes, princess. Rohan, in armor and riding a horse, drew closer. Right now they were already close to Thornvale and could see its walls in the distance. The curtain of the carriage lifted slightly, revealing a young woman. Ariane Evermoon, Duke Evermoon's youngest daughter, spoke with the same soft elegance that had made her famous across the capital. How does your new lord treat you, Captain? She asked lightly, her tone polite, but her gaze sharp enough that Rohan instinctively straightened in his saddle. He did not answer right away. For a moment, the rhythmic sound of hooves filled the silence between them. His thoughts stirred. Though this lady was family to his former master, she was no longer his superior. His loyalty now belonged to the man waiting in Thornvale. Every word he spoke now mattered. Finally, he replied, his voice even. My lord, though new to ruling, has been quite exceptional, he said simply. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curved Ariane's lips. Exceptional, she echoed. Is that so? Rohan nodded once. Yes, princess. Ariane's eyes drifted toward the distant outline of Thornvale's high walls, glinting faintly beneath the sun. Her voice, though calm, carried a note of curiosity. I heard Thornvale was in quite a miserable state before he took over. A rich land left in disarray because of neglect and poor management. Tell me, Captain, how is it faring now? Rohan hesitated only briefly before replying. Better than before, Your Highness, he said simply, his tone measured and respectful. Much better. Oh. Ariane tilted her head slightly, amusement flickering across her delicate features. Rohan thought that would be the end of it, that the young lady's curiosity had been satisfied. But the next question, delivered with the same soft tone yet carrying far deeper intent, made him choke. I see, Ariane murmured, her gaze fixed on the approaching walls of Thornvale. Then tell me, Captain, has your new lord grown familiar with any woman during his time here? Rohan nearly coughed on his own breath, tightening his grip on the reins as his horse gave a startled snort. Princess, he stammered before catching himself. Her expression did not change. She simply watched him with that serene, knowing look of hers. It's a simple question, she said. Rohan's mind raced. Of all the things she could have asked, this was the one question he had not prepared for. His lordship has been entirely focused on his duties, Princess, Rohan said quickly, straightening in his saddle as though posture might hide his panic. He hasn't shown any particular interest of that kind. At least not that I'm aware of. Ariane's smile deepened faintly, her tone light. Not that you're aware of, Rohan swallowed. Without realizing it, Rohan's mind drifted toward his lord. The first thing that came to him was his lord's appearance. Handsome was far too plain a word to describe him. No, Michael was beyond that, beautiful, even. Yet despite his almost delicate features, there was nothing feminine about him. His body was slender but held a quiet, masculine strength that made one forget his appearance entirely when he moved or spoke. Still, that beauty had caused no small amount of trouble within the territory. The lord himself was unaware of it, but Rohan had seen enough to know. After their visit from that certain old night, Michael had begun to move more actively around Thornvale. It began with food, specifically, the sudden appearance of several tons of processed supplies deep in the forest. Even now, Rohan had no idea how it had been done. The goods looked too refined, too perfect, as if a powerful mage had personally grown them. He did not know, of course, that these goods came from Aurora, a world far beyond his understanding. Michael had been careful, concealing the item's origin with ordinary casings and simple packaging, but even so, their quality spoke volumes. Then there were the armors and weapons. The men who used them swore they felt lighter yet stronger than anything forged locally. Rohan had wondered more than once where his lord obtained them, but he never dared to ask. Perhaps if he were stronger, he might have risked curiosity. But he wasn't. And deep down, a quiet instinct told him that his lord's strength was beyond what any of them could measure. Whether he was still within the grand stage or already above it, Rohan couldn't say. But he had seen enough to know that Michael was not ordinary. Because of his lord, the territory thrived. Under his direction, Thornvale had begun to change faster than anyone expected. Roads were repaired, granaries filled, soldiers properly equipped, all within a few months. Yet for all his power, kindness, and efficiency, the trouble always circled back to his appearance. Once Michael started appearing more often in public, Thornvale's young women began to lose their composure. Rohan had caught servants gossiping about the lord's eyes like glass and smile that could make angels jealous. Some women went out of their way to wander near the manor gates just for a glimpse of him. And not only the young ones. Even a few older women were far more shameless than their daughters. It was chaos. Rohan's thoughts snagged on a notion. Could the princess have fallen into the same trap as the others? He kept his face blank and eyes forward, but he stole a careful glance at the carriage slit. Is it curiosity or interest? Rohan wondered. Or both. Rohan did not say anything, but the thought lingered in his mind. He would not be surprised if the princess had also been taken in by his lord's looks. If he were a woman himself, he might have been, too. The thought made him pause, and he quickly shook it away. Still, he could not deny that his lord possessed a charm that drew people in, whether they intended to be drawn or not. The escort continued onward. Before long, they reached the outer gates of Thornvale. When the carriage rolled to a slow stop, the princess pulled the curtain aside, peering out with curiosity. Her gaze swept over the surroundings, and the first thing she noticed was the cleanness. The streets were spotless, the stone walls freshly mended, and the soldiers patrolling looked sharp and disciplined. Then her attention shifted toward the people. There were far more of them than she had expected. There are quite a number of people here, Ariane remarked softly, turning her gaze to Rohan. I thought Thornvale was sparsely populated. Rohan bowed slightly from his saddle. The population has increased a bit, Your Highness. Nothing significant, he replied evenly. But inwardly, he could not help the faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. A bit, he thought. That's putting it mildly. The truth was, Thornvale's population had nearly doubled. The change had begun after the gifts offered by 5 of the lords under Michael. Each of them, seeking to recover their losses and regain favor, had sent not just resources but people. They had sold off their commoners, seeing them as mouths too costly to feed in such harsh times. But population was never the true issue, wealth was. As long as one was rich, one could rebuild. Those same lords knew that when the next harvest of resources arrived, they would make back what they'd lost, even if now they had to give a share to Michael. Soon, Rohan announced their arrival. He reined his horse to a stop before the gates of the manor and dismounted smoothly, the sunlight glinting off his polished armor. Turning toward the carriage, he stepped forward and bowed slightly. We've arrived, Princess, he said. The carriage door opened with a soft creak, and Rohan extended his hand. A moment later, Ariane's slender fingers rested lightly in his palm as she stepped down. Her boots touched the stone path, and the faint scent of roses drifted in the breeze as she straightened her posture. But the moment her gaze lifted toward the manor gates, her breath caught. Standing there, sunlight spilling across him like molten gold, was Michael. He was not in fancy clothing, yet somehow he appeared even more imposing than any knight she had seen. His attire was simple, black and green, tailored perfectly to his form, but the way he carried himself radiated effortless authority. The faint breeze brushed his long, loose hair aside, revealing a face that could have been sculpted by the heavens. Michael stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The soldiers flanking the gate bowed deeply the instant she appeared, yet her attention barely registered them. Her eyes stayed fixed on the man before her. Michael's gaze met hers. For an instant, she felt as if he saw through her. It was unnerving, but strangely captivating. Rohan, oblivious to her brief loss of composure, bowed toward Michael. "My lord, Princess Ariane Evermoon of House Evermoon has arrived safely." Michael inclined his head slightly, his tone smooth as he replied, "Welcome to Thornvale, Princess." Mike Nor. Thanks to her father's plan to enter the throne battle of the kingdom, he had attempted to use her as his key. Though he cared for her and would never deliberately make her suffer, in the end this was the reality for most noble women, married off to build connections. Some hated this system, while others embraced it. Those who liked it did so because it benefited them. After all, had her father's plan succeeded and she ended up marrying the future king of the kingdom, wouldn't she have risen from a duke's daughter to true royalty? It sounded like a dream to most noble ladies, but not to Ariane. She wasn't a fan of such a fate. If she couldn't marry for love, she would rather cultivate, become strong on her own, and explore the vast world freely. Unfortunately, that dream had faded away because of her father's ambitions. No one, not even her, had expected the plan to fail. But who could have foreseen that, at the final moment, someone else would seize the opportunity, and her father, whom she believed would want to change the outcome to his desired one, would actually accept it. However, this didn't make Ariane happy. In the end, she would still be marrying a stranger. Yet the first time she met Mike Nor, the slight reluctance she had in her heart vanished. That was when Ariane realized something about herself: she was more vain than she thought. The fact that her opinion changed simply because of how beautiful a man looked made her inwardly embarrassed. He was not only handsome but also strong, composed, and well-spoken. Ariane, still a young girl at heart, could not help but entertain the thought that marrying Mike Nor might not be such a terrible fate after all. The idea that her future husband could be someone so capable and striking made her chest flutter in ways she had never felt before. Since her father did not seem opposed to the idea and even subtly encouraged it, she assumed the marriage was practically settled. After all, who would refuse her? She was Ariane Evermoon, youngest daughter of Duke Evermoon. At least, that was what she thought. But this Mike Nor never showed any interest, nor did he even acknowledge the arranged marriage he had supposedly fought for. Was she so undesirable? It was a new and uncomfortable experience for Ariane, one that left her uncertain of what to think or feel. She found herself in a strange state of limbo. Did she still have a fiancé? Was she engaged? Was she in a relationship? She didn't know. What she did know was that she had come to like Mike Nor, but he didn't seem to share even a fraction of those feelings. The concept of love was lost to nobles. At least compared to commoners, most nobles thought that if you could be with someone whose company you enjoyed, it could be considered love. Ariane, who had been courted by heirs and praised in the capital, for the first time in her life found herself standing on uncertain ground, unsure of her worth in another's eyes. She couldn't tell if it was pride, frustration, or something else, but when she finally found the chance to see him again, she didn't hesitate to take it. Ariane curtsied gracefully, her every movement refined, though her tone carried a teasing lilt. "Viscount Mike seems to be in good spirits these past months," she said, her lips curving into a faint smile. "You haven't even sent a single letter. Should I take that to mean Thornvale has made you forget me?" The soldiers and attendants nearby froze subtly at her words. Their eyes darted briefly between the two before quickly lowering their gazes, pretending to have heard nothing. Michael's expression did not waver, though a faint smile touched his lips, soft and fleeting. Inside, however, he sighed bitterly. To be honest, he had not expected to see the princess again, at least not this soon. Still, he could not say that aloud. Instead, he met her gaze, his voice calm yet carrying a warmth that made her heart skip. "Forgive me, princess," he said lightly. "I feared that if I wrote, my words would pale too much beside the memory of our last meeting." Ariane blinked, her composure faltering for a brief moment. The faintest flush crept up her neck before she quickly masked it behind a polite smile. For someone so composed, his words had struck deeper than she expected. She had prepared several possible lines to tease him with, perhaps to remind him of how he had ignored her existence for months. But now, under his steady gaze and that effortless charm of his, her mind went blank. Michael, noticing her silence, gave a faint courteous nod. "It's an honor to receive you in Thornvale, princess," he continued. "I only hope the journey wasn't too tiring." Ariane finally regained her voice, though her tone came out softer than she intended. "It was pleasant enough," she managed, then quickly glanced away, feigning interest in the manner's surroundings to hide her reddening cheeks. Rohan, standing to the side, caught the exchange. His lips twitched slightly, though he wisely kept silent. It seemed his earlier suspicion might not have been too far from the truth. The princess, too, had fallen prey to the quiet pull of his lord's presence. Pretty privilege truly did exist. Even a lie spoken with that kind of face sounded romantic, even to him. Michael glanced toward Ariane. "You must be tired after the journey," he said. "Come, princess. Thornvale may not match the capital's splendor, but I believe our cooks have prepared something you'll find enjoyable." Ariane's lips curved slightly. "Are you inviting me to lunch, Viscount?" she asked, a teasing note in her voice. "If your highness is willing to eat with me, I would be honored." Her composure wavered again, though only for an instant. "Then it would be rude of me to refuse," she said softly. Michael gestured toward the entrance. "This way, princess." As something eventful was unfolding in the land of origin, something equally significant was taking place back in Aurora. Right now, in one of the academy's buildings, 3 students sat before a familiar figure, Michael, Rin, and another of their classmates. In front of them sat Director Arvin. They were in his office, and Michael had to admit, the director wasn't only colorful in identity but also in his surroundings. The room looked less like an office and more like a chaotic blend of everything imaginable. Papers, books, and half-open files lay stacked in uneven piles on every available surface. The walls were painted in mismatched tones, pale blue on one side and crimson on the other, as if the painter had lost interest halfway through. Several unframed paintings hung crookedly, and none seemed to belong together. One was a portrait of a noble woman, another a landscape of a barren desert, and another looked like a child's messy attempt at abstract art. The curtains were bright yellow, their edges frayed, clashing violently with the dark green carpet that looked like it had seen better centuries. A small lamp on the desk flickered weakly, its light barely holding steady as it cast long, twitching shadows across the walls. A large stuffed chair sat behind the desk, its fabric torn at the corners, revealing patches of cotton. And sitting in it was Director Arvin himself. The man was seated cross-legged on a cushioned chair, dressed in his usual flamboyant manner. His dyed hair, a striking mix of blue and violet, glimmered under the dim light. "Director Arvin," Rin began cautiously, "may I ask why we were summoned?" Arvin lifted his gaze, eyes sparkling with mischief as a slow smile tugged at his lips. "Summoned? Such a grim word, dear Rin. Let's call it invited for a chat." Michael's brow twitched slightly. A few minutes ago, he had received a notification on his edge band, a short, crisp message summoning him to the director's office. He didn't have anything against Director Arvin personally, but there was something about the man that always made his skin crawl. Only heaven knew how relieved he was when he realized he wasn't the only one summoned. But that relief didn't last long. Seeing who else had been called, Michael immediately understood that this wasn't some casual meeting. Seated beside him were the other top students of Year 1, Rin, who ranked second, her short silver hair glinting under the weak light of the desk lamp, and another boy he didn't recognize, whose nervous fidgeting made him seem out of place among the two. The only thing that linked them was that all three occupied the top positions in their year. Which meant this meeting wasn't simple. Director Arvin's office only reinforced that uneasy feeling. It looked less like an office and more like a madman's collection room. Arvin's smile lingered, but the eyes he used to look at them were wrong. Michael felt it at once. Rin did too, her posture tightened by a hair. The director's gaze kept returning to the two of them as if the third student were a shadow on the wall. The boy at third tried to sit straighter, but Arvin did not spare him a second glance. Usually, Arvin said at last, tapping a fingertip against a stack of crooked folders, this sort of thing would be handled by the principal or the vice principal. He sighed, staring at the ceiling like it offended him. But they flew off to a god knows where, and now I am the one babysitting an entire academy. On the topic of the principal, Michael found himself quite interested. After all, the principal wasn't just any figurehead, he was the single most powerful individual in the academy. Yet for all his supposed power and prestige, Michael had never actually met him. What made the situation even stranger was that the principal himself had scheduled a private meeting with him weeks ago and then vanished. Michael couldn't help but speak out this time. "Director Arvin," he began, keeping his tone polite, "you mentioned the principal and vice principal left. Do you happen to know where they went? Or when they'll be back?" You're curious about our dear headmaster, are you?" Michael didn't answer immediately, though inwardly he sighed. To be honest, it wasn't that he was eager to meet the man. He just wanted to get it over with. Every few days, he found himself wondering when that long-delayed meeting would finally happen, only to feel that dull anxiety creep up again when there was still no news. He wanted the matter settled, nothing more. Arvin chuckled softly, resting his chin on his hand. "Ah, Michael," he said, drawing out the name like he was savoring it. "I would love to tell you where the principal went. Truly, I would. But unfortunately." He spread his hands with exaggerated helplessness. "Rules. You know how it is." Michael frowned slightly. "Rules?" He was mildly disappointed, though not surprised. Still, before he could let that feeling settle, Arvin's grin widened, his voice lowering. "However, if you were to do one small thing for me, I might be tempted to break a rule or two." Michael raised an eyebrow. "A favor?" "Nothing dreadful," Arvin said quickly. "Merely a task. A simple one, for someone of your talents. You do it, and I'll tell you everything about our elusive principal." Michael's answer came faster than the director probably expected. "No." Arvin blinked. That was quick. What Michael wanted to say but couldn't was that if it were another instructor, he might have hesitated for 2 seconds before refusing, as he preferred not to owe anyone over something unnecessary. The atmosphere in the room grew strange after that. For a brief moment, no one spoke. Director Arvin's grin remained fixed, though his eyes narrowed just slightly. Michael kept his expression neutral, though inwardly he could feel the tension thickening. He didn't regret his answer, but there was no denying that the air had taken on a heavier, almost suffocating tone. Fortunately, Rin broke it. "Director," she said suddenly, keeping her voice polite, "why exactly were we called here?" The question seemed to draw Arvin's attention away from Michael. His eerie smile softened into something resembling genuine delight, though that only made him seem more unnerving. "Ah, yes, that," Arvin said, snapping his fingers. "Ah, yes, that," he repeated, snapping his fingers again as if he had just remembered why they were there in the first place. "You see, my dear students, the year is drawing to a close. Which means a new one is about to begin. And as you may or may not know, the Academy always grants a short holiday during this period. A time for students to rest, return home, see their families, and all that sentimental nonsense. At that, Michael's expression relaxed slightly. Finally. For once, it sounded like something normal, something he could look forward to. He hadn't seen his family in months, and the idea of returning home, even briefly, stirred a quiet warmth in his chest. But then, Arvin kept talking. Unfortunately, the director continued, his tone dripping with false sympathy, that little privilege doesn't apply to everyone. The good feeling vanished. Michael's brow furrowed. Meaning? Arvin grinned, showing a flash of teeth. Meaning, my dear top 3 students of year 1, that while the rest of your classmates enjoy their holiday, you will be going somewhere else. Rin's eyes narrowed slightly. Somewhere else? Yes, Arvin said, his voice dropping to a gleeful whisper. To hell. For a second, no one moved. Michael blinked. Excuse me. The director leaned back, utterly at ease, watching their expressions with open amusement. At first, Michael thought Arvin was cursing him. His tone certainly made it sound that way. But then he caught the faint seriousness in the man's eyes. And that was when it clicked. Hell wasn't a figure of speech in Aurora. It was real. Arvin, seeing the confusion ripple through the room, clapped his hands together. You see, top 3, top 4, top 10, they're all given opportunities. But there's a small difference. He lifted a finger and wagged it playfully in the air. Students ranked 4th and below can choose to join the expedition. They can also refuse and go home to their cozy little beds for the holiday. Michael could already tell where this was going, but he waited. However, Arvin continued, for you 3, it's mandatory. The 3rd student made a strangled noise. Mandatory? As in, we don't get a choice. Exactly. Consider it a reward for excellence. The Academy believes that those who reach the top must also bear the heaviest burdens. Growth through pain, or something poetic like that. 3rd place then asked another question. And if someone, hypothetically, wanted to avoid this? Ah, Arvin said, pretending to think, then that someone would need to lower their rank. Quite a bit, actually. He tilted his head, his voice turning almost teasing. Drop to 4th place or lower before the year ends, and you're free to go home like everyone else. No questions asked. Then, Arvin's expression changed. The grin faded. His posture straightened, and when he spoke again, his voice was no longer light or amused. But I'd be disappointed if that happened. The words came out deeper. Michael's gaze sharpened a bit. Arvin's tone lingered in the air, thick and unsettling. His lips curved again into that familiar grin, but it no longer reached his eyes. Well then, what's it going to be? Michael didn't answer. Neither did Rin. Even the 3rd student remained silent. Arvin's grin widened, clearly amused by their hesitation. Of course, I already said it's mandatory for the top 3. You must go to hell. But, Arvin added, leaning forward with mock sympathy, if you truly don't want to go, arrangements can be made. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Arrangements? Arvin nodded. Yes, yes. Nothing so dramatic. I'm a reasonable man. His grin turned sharp. For those who prefer not to step into hell, someone would just replace them. Arvin waved his hand lazily. He let the words hang there for a long moment, then looked at each of them in turn, his eyes gleaming faintly. So, what will it be? His voice dropped an octave, losing all traces of humor. Go to hell, or be replaced. Before any of them could answer, Arvin clapped his hands again and smiled as if none of that had happened. Splendid, he said cheerfully. I'll take that silence as a yes. Rin glanced sideways at Michael, her brow furrowing slightly. Michael didn't respond, but his eyes stayed fixed on the director. In the end, Michael signed. He hadn't planned to refuse, so it didn't matter whether he was being forced or not. From the expression on the 3rd student's face, it seemed they felt the same way. They hadn't truly intended to say no, they just wanted to understand the situation before accepting it. Director Arvin, perceptive as always, seemed to catch on. His smile brightened instantly. "Excellent," he said, snapping his fingers once more. "I knew you three would see reason. And really, you shouldn't be so gloomy about it." He leaned back in his chair with a satisfied hum. "After all, as top students, this comes with its own set of rewards. You've already been receiving some, haven't you? The monthly academy points, the discounts in the school catalog, access to exclusive facilities, oh, and let's not forget the expanded catalog itself. Twice the number of items compared to what the average student gets. Privileges, privileges everywhere. I'd say the heavens themselves favor you three." The third student tried to smile, though it came out stiff. Rin merely folded her arms, unimpressed. Michael, for his part, gave a slow nod. Arvin chuckled. "Good. That's the spirit. Remember, greatness always comes with expectations, and in this case, a little trip to hell. Now then, this brings us back to what I mentioned earlier, about how this sort of matter should really be handled by the principal or vice principal." He yawned before continuing. "You see, it's tradition. Before the top three of the first year depart for hell, they're granted something special by the academy. A small gift, but one meant to show the school's appreciation for your excellence. You will each receive a free item from the special catalog. Not the ordinary one your peers can access, mind you. This is an exclusive list reserved for the top of the top, items that can't be bought with points or credits, no matter how hard one tries." Michael blinked, caught off guard. "A free item?" "Indeed," Arvin replied. "A token of recognition, and perhaps a little something to keep you alive when you step into that charming place we call hell." Michael remained quiet. This was news to him. He had heard nothing about such a privilege. In fact, he had assumed the only special treatment he would get from the academy was the one he had already received, the replacement corpses to make up for those lost during the third round of the unified exams. So there was something like this too. Arvin noticed his reaction immediately. "Ah, you didn't know? Well, consider it a pleasant surprise. The principal usually handles these matters personally, but since he's off gallivanting somewhere beyond my reach, I'll be the one issuing the catalog this year." He reached into a messy pile of folders on his desk, rummaging through papers until he pulled out a sheet of paper and handed it to Michael. "Here," he said, sliding it across the desk. "This contains the catalog. You'll find everything from extraordinary grade artifacts to enchanted accessories, law seeds, and even a few oddities." Arvin smiled. "Pick wisely, my dear top three. Once you've made your choice, you tell me. I'll have the item prepared and delivered before your departure." Michael lowered his gaze to the sheet in his hand. The paper was thick. He had barely skimmed the top line when a small, almost imperceptible movement tugged at the edge of his vision. Rin. When Arvin slid the paper over, she had looked composed, even bored. But up close, the cracks showed. Her fingers, resting on her knee, had tightened for a heartbeat. The tendon at her wrist had stood out. She was not as calm as she looked. Michael's mind flicked back to her brother, Rin, and the way he had moved against him from the moment he entered the academy. Was this list the reason? He had suspected it the instant Arvin said, "special catalog." When he read the first entry, he stopped suspecting. He knew. Enhancer, 3-star extraordinary grade. Once a 1-star epic grade artifact that was partially destroyed and dropped in rank. Its effect, when activated, boosts the effectiveness of a law by at least 200%. The duration lasts 10 minutes, and with natural recovery, requires 4 months of cooldown. Michael's eyes moved once, slowly, to Rin. Her posture did not change. But her throat worked, a small swallow she could not hide. So this was it. This was the highest grade item on the list. Michael leaned back slightly, eyes lingering on the description before flicking again toward Rin. Her expression was smooth now, too smooth. No trace of tension remained, but that calmness was precisely what confirmed his suspicion. So this was what she and her brother had been after all along. It explained everything. The pressure during the unified exams, the sudden shift in their attitude once he began surpassing them. It was never just about rank. It was about the reward attached to it. Still, Michael wasn't about to play the benevolent fool. Even if he hadn't yet comprehended a law, the enhancer's effect was nothing short of extraordinary. Boosting a law's strength by 200% for even 10 minutes could change the tide of a war, much less a single battle. Just because he hadn't awakened a law didn't mean it was useless to him. A patient man could wait. He was not giving this away. He was about to make his decision when something else caught his attention and made him pause. Further down the list, nestled among the rare materials and strange fragments, was an item listed without flourish or lengthy description. Spatial or, 1-star extraordinary material. Estimated mass, 3 kilograms. A condensed fragment of spatial stone formed from the collapse of an artificial rift. Stable. Responsive to mana. High purity. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. While it wasn't the flashiest thing on the list, he knew exactly how rare it was. Spatial materials of any grade were priceless. But what made it more precious to him was that, for the first time in a long while, he had actually found something he could use to evolve wisdom into a true spatial beast. Unfortunately, this was the special list, and though he had the privilege of picking first, he couldn't choose more than one item. After this, it would be hard for him to see such a material again. Now Michael was in a sort of conflict. The enhancer was surely a great item to have, but evolving wisdom was just as important. One was external strength, and the other was more of a personal one. Suddenly, a soft, clear voice echoed in Michael's mind. "Let's make a deal." Michael's eyes froze on the paper for half a second. He didn't need to look up to know who it was. "What kind of deal?" Michael asked in his mind, his tone neutral. "Don't play dumb," Rin's voice came again, smooth but sharper now. "You already know what I'm talking about." Of course he did. He didn't need to ask to understand what she wanted. The enhancer. The 3-star extraordinary artifact at the top of the list. Still, he decided to play along. "I'm afraid you'll have to be specific," he replied casually, shifting slightly in his seat as if stretching his legs. "I'm not sure what you mean." A faint scoff came through the telepathic link, one that sounded halfway between annoyance and disbelief. "You're not a fool, Michael. I want the enhancer." Michael's lips twitched ever so slightly. "You seem awfully confident that I'd give it up." "You can't even use it yet," Rin said bluntly. "You haven't comprehended a law. It'll just sit in your storage collecting dust while someone who actually understands its worth could put it to use immediately." Her reasoning was solid but irrelevant. He let a brief silence fill the link before replying, "And yet, you're asking me for it. Which means you can't get it without me." The telepathic link went silent for a moment. Rin didn't reply right away. When she finally spoke, her voice was softer. "You're right. I can't get it without you. But what if I told you I don't need to keep it?" Michael raised an eyebrow slightly, though he kept his eyes on the list. "Meaning?" "Meaning I only need to borrow it." That caught his attention, though his tone stayed even. "Borrow it?" "Yes," Rin said. "Just for a short time. I have something to accomplish with it. Afterward, you can have it back. Intact." Michael almost laughed. "You think I'd hand over a 3-star artifact on trust alone?" "I'd return it," Rin replied smoothly. "You have my word." "Your word doesn't exactly have any existing reputation in my experience," Michael said dryly. There was a pause, and then a faint exhale from her end of the link. "You don't have to trust me. We can make a formal agreement. A mana oath." That made him pause for half a second. A mana oath wasn't something to take lightly, it bound the soul to its promise. Michael didn't respond immediately. His gaze stayed fixed on the paper, but his thoughts shifted to the voice in his mind. Even if I could lend it to you, he said calmly, there's no way I'd do it for free. Rin went quiet for a heartbeat. She wasn't surprised. If anything, she expected him to say that. You want interest, she said, her tone measured, as though she were talking business rather than begging a favor. Michael's lips curved slightly but he said nothing. Fine, Rin said, cutting to the point. 50,000 mana stones. Every month I hold the artifact. Michael blinked once, a small flicker of surprise crossing his features. That wasn't a small amount. Mana stones were one of the few currencies that held universal value. A mana stone was priced at $1,000 per stone, so 50,000 mana stones were worth $50 million. However, you could use the stones to get money, but not the money to get the stones. Rin showed she was indeed serious about this deal. Still, Michael didn't answer immediately. He let the silence stretch, keeping her guessing. Rin finally spoke again, a hint of irritation slipping through. You can't seriously think I'd give you more. However, Michael didn't respond. That made Rin hesitate again. You don't want mana stones? She asked, skeptical now. I didn't say that, he replied. Rin went quiet once more. Then, finally, her tone softened. Then what do you want? If you can change the stones to spirit crystals, then we can talk. Spirit crystals? Rin repeated slowly, her composed tone cracking slightly. Spirit crystals were leagues above mana stones. A single crystal of equal grade was worth at least 10 mana stones. Even for a family as powerful as hers, collecting large quantities wasn't simple. You're not saying anything, Michael prodded lightly. Because I'm thinking, Rin replied, her tone sharp again. Then, after a brief pause, she added, you realize that's a ridiculous demand, right? Michael didn't say anything. Though it looked like they had a lengthy conversation, as it was through the mind, even with its ups and downs, everything was happening in a fast haste. Silence followed again. Rin knew he had her cornered. Finally, she sighed. Fine. Michael's eyebrow rose slightly. Fine. Yes, she said. 50,000 mana stones converted to 5,000 spirit crystals. Every month I keep the enhancer. Michael's smile deepened a little inside. But Michael wasn't in a rush to accept. Not yet. Because now that Rin had shown she could pay in spirit crystals, it meant she was desperate enough to pay even more. Michael waited a few seconds before replying, letting the mental silence stretch long enough to make her uncomfortable. Then, with a calm tone, he asked. How many spatial stones can you get your hands on? Spatial stones? Rin repeated, her tone tight. Why are you asking about that? Because I've seen you use them before, Michael said simply. In our last fight, you teleported. That wasn't a spell, was it? Your suit must have used a spatial stone. Which means you have access to them. For a split second, Rin almost lost her composure. Michael could sense the edge of her temper flare through the mental link. She wanted to snap at him, to tell him he was pushing too far. But just as quickly, she caught herself. After a deep, steady breath, her tone returned to normal. You're asking for too much. Then consider it the last thing I want from you, Michael said. Finally, Rin sighed. Fine. 3 spatial stones. 1 kilogram at most. No more than that. Michael was just about to smile when Rin spoke again. If I give you the spatial stones, then I'm not paying in spirit crystals. His smile froze. Fine, he said at last. No spirit crystals. A small ripple of satisfaction moved through the link. Rin was pleased, her first real win in the back and forth. But it lasted all of a second. But the spatial stone on the special list isn't included, Michael added. And you need a deposit to take it from me. I'm not lending. The satisfaction snapped. Back in the land of origin, a certain viscount and princess were sharing a meal. Platters covered the low walnut table in a neat rush of color. Bowls of fresh fruit took the center. Around them, the maids had set what they could make on short notice: flaky baked pies filled with herb chicken, crispium chips dusted with salt and pepper, tiny cheese squares with a drizzle of wildflower honey, and skewers of roasted mushroom caps brushed in garlic oil. There were also 2 baskets of warm flatbread, a small dish of spiced nuts, and a trio of jams. It was not a banquet, but it was tidy and arranged with care. Ariane swept in with an apologetic smile, the hem of her travel cloak still dusty. I came without warning. I apologize. Michael glanced over the spread and nodded once. It's fine, Princess. It is our pleasure to enjoy a meal with you. The maids hovered at the edge of the room, waiting. Michael sampled a grape, then one of the baked pies. He set his plate down, satisfied. You all may excuse us now. The maids bowed and quietly withdrew, their soft steps fading into the hall. Michael turned his gaze toward Ariane. Princess, eat with me, he said. Taking one of the baked pies, Ariane bit into it delicately, then reached for a grape and chewed thoughtfully. It's good, she said at last, her eyes flicking toward the table. The flavor's pleasant, simple but warm. The herbs are a bit sharp, though. Still. She smiled faintly, they don't hold the novelty of Lord Michael's homeland chocolate. Michael blinked once, his expression unreadable. Chocolate? Yes, she said brightly, the faintest laugh escaping her lips. The one you gifted me last time. The dark one that melted almost instantly on my tongue. I've never tasted anything like it. She rested her chin lightly on her hand, her eyes distant as she described it. It was strange at first, bitter but smooth. Then sweet, but not too much. It left this warmth on the palate, like magic condensed into flavor. I actually tried to find it in the markets of the capital, but no one seemed to know of such a treat. Michael gave a small, polite nod, though inwardly, he hid his bemusement. The homeland chocolate she spoke of was nothing more than a store-bought bar from Aurora itself, packaged in a plain casing that gave away nothing about its origin. Still, her amazement was understandable. After all, the productivity levels between both worlds were vastly different. What was common and cheap in Aurora could easily be seen as exotic luxury here. He reached for another slice of fruit, the faintest hint of a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. I'm glad you liked it. If the princess wants more, I can prepare some for you to take back, he said calmly. Ariane's smile brightened at once, her eyes glimmering with the same open warmth that always seemed to disarm the people around her. Truly? Then I'll hold you to that, Lord Mike. Thank you. Her tone carried genuine delight, an unfeigned happiness that softened the natural authority in her bearing. For a brief moment, the room felt lighter, the silence between them gentle instead of formal. They continued their meal in quiet after that. Michael ate at a steady pace, his thoughts calm but measured. The princess seemed content to simply sit there, occasionally glancing toward him before looking away with a faint smile. When they had nearly finished, Michael finally broke the silence, his tone polite but direct. It truly is an honor to have you here, Princess, he said, setting down his cup of tea. But the journey from the capital to Thornvale is long, and not an easy one. I'm happy to see you, of course, but surely, for such a distance, there must be a purpose. Ariane paused mid-sip, her cup hovering just below her lips. Then, with a faint frown and a teasing glint in her eyes, she lowered the cup. So, the Viscount thinks I cannot visit without a reason, she asked lightly. That I only come when there's business to discuss. Michael was speechless for a moment, caught between manners and uncertainty. He set his cup down slowly before replying, Of course not, Princess. I only meant that as friends, it's natural to visit one another, but it's also natural to be curious when the visit comes from so far away. Ariane's brows lifted slightly, the corners of her lips curving into a faint smile. So, the Viscount sees us as normal friends? Michael opened his mouth to answer, but for some reason, the words stalled in his throat. The question felt like a trap. A simple yes should have been harmless, yet the way she asked it made it sound layered. He hesitated, unsure if she was teasing or testing him. Before he could decide on a proper response, Ariane's composure broke into a soft, melodic laugh. She covered her mouth lightly with her hand. "I'm teasing you, Lord Mike," she said between small chuckles. "You look far too serious." Michael exhaled quietly, the faintest ghost of a smile tugging at his lips. "You're right," she continued, her voice softening as the laughter faded. "I didn't come all this way just for a friendly visit." Ariane set her cup down and leaned back slightly, her expression returning to its usual grace. "You were actually summoned to the capital, Lord Mike," she said. Michael's brows furrowed ever so slightly. "Summoned?" "Yes," Ariane replied, meeting his gaze. "By royal decree. It's an important event, one that concerns the kingdom as a whole." Michael's fingers drummed lightly on the table. He didn't show it, but the word royal made him wary. He never enjoyed dealings that involved the higher echelons of the kingdom. Too many politics. Still, his voice remained steady. "May I ask if the princess knows why?" Ariane gave a small nod, her lips curving faintly. "I was coming to that." She adjusted her posture, sitting straighter. "It's actually quite an opportunity for you, Lord Mike." "An opportunity?" Michael repeated, the edge of curiosity slipping into his tone. Ariane's eyes glimmered slightly with restrained excitement. "Yes. You see, there's been an opening to enter a secret realm, one left behind by a powerful figure from the old ages." That made Michael pause. "A powerful figure?" he asked slowly. The princess nodded, her expression serious now. "Not just powerful. A strong man beyond comparison. Someone even stronger than the strongest in our kingdom." Her words lingered in the air like a quiet echo, and for a brief moment, even the faint sound of the wind outside the windows seemed to still. Michael leaned back slightly, studying her face for signs of exaggeration. But Ariane didn't seem like she was trying to impress him. If anything, she looked genuinely intrigued, perhaps even a little reverent. He exhaled softly. "Stronger than the strongest in the kingdom, you say? Wouldn't that mean this was related to a rank 4 superpower?" More than a month in the academy was enough to enrich Michael's knowledge about the supernatural world. If those below rank 3 were said to be laying the foundation to wield true power, then rank 3 and above were when one truly gained it, as the universe itself acknowledged their existence. The first step was to comprehend a law and condense it into a law seed, then use it to ascend beyond one's foundation. This was rank 3. The next step was to comprehend one's law to the extent it could be manifested outward. It was not as simple as using it. One had to transform the law seed into a law domain. This stage was known as creating the seed of a world within oneself, and it marked the hallmark of a rank 4 being. Above this was rank 5, where that domain transitioned into a small world capable of containing living creatures. Rank 3 was within Michael's reach, but rank 4 and 5 were still far away, and only the heavens knew when he would attain them. So something related to beings at that level naturally caught his attention. He no longer frowned at the thought of meeting the kingdom's higher-ups and even felt he should be a bit more proactive. But first, he needed to understand the situation. In the Lionheart Kingdom, the power stages went from basic to intermediate to advanced to grand stage, and then to the great stage, which was equivalent to a rank 3 being. Above that, a rank 4 was known as a legendary being. The secret realm of a legendary being? Ariane nodded softly. "To make things easier to understand, allow me to summarize everything from the beginning," she said. Michael leaned back slightly in his chair, listening. It all started when the old king stepped down from the throne to retire, she continued. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. He had already known of the king's retirement from the moment he encountered the natives in the land of origin. In fact, he had even encountered two of the possible successors to the throne during his time in the capital. One had appeared during the auction, and the other he had seen in Mage Lien's office. Still, he couldn't see how the king's retirement connected to the secret realm she mentioned. He didn't interrupt, though. It is said that there has never been a Lionheart king without the strength of the grand stage, Ariane began. Every ruler in our history, without exception, has held that level of power. Michael tilted his head slightly, curious now. Every king? She nodded. Yes. I'll let you in on a secret, though it's one known among noble houses and those with influence. Every talentless Lionheart king in history that reached that level was helped. Michael's eyes narrowed faintly. Helped? Through a ritual, Ariane said simply. A ceremony known only to the royal bloodline and their closest retainers. It forcefully pushes the chosen heir to the peak of the grand stage, granting them the strength worthy of a ruler. In a world governed by power, expecting the mighty to obey someone weaker than themselves would be folly. So the ritual was created to ensure that the one on the throne would always stand above their peers. Michael stayed silent, listening. He didn't need her to explain why such a practice existed. Ariane continued, thanks to the royal family's vast resources, the process is not deadly nor as corruptive as other methods that could achieve the same results. But it does have one major drawback. Michael's brow furrowed slightly. Which is? The loss of lifespan, Ariane said softly. Or rather, the lack of it. Those who undergo the ritual gain immense power, but their life expectancy remains ordinary. They cannot share the longevity that people of their power enjoy. She reached out for a grape before continuing again. The only way to overcome that limitation is to ascend, to break through and become a great being, one beyond the grand stage itself. That is why the old king chose to retire. After decades of rule, he decided to pursue ascension and left the kingdom to seek opportunities beyond its borders. Michael acknowledged the logic in silence. The ritual made sense in a world where strength ruled. Yet the path beyond it was as cruel as it was clear. Ascension was never easy, not even for those who clawed their way to the peak of rank 2 on their own. His time in the academy had taught him a truth. Breaking into rank 3 did not demand a powerful strength. It demanded understanding. In theory, even a mortal could step into rank 3 in a single breath if their grasp of reality crossed a threshold. But in reality, if people steeped in power failed at it year after year, a mortal reaching it might as well be a myth. Back to the matter at hand, Michael could already guess how the secret realm had come into play. His hunch was confirmed the next moment. It was during the old king's travels that he found an entrance to a secret realm. The exact one I'm talking about now. Still, Michael was confused about one thing. With the value of such a realm, how was it his turn to know about its existence? If it were him, he would hoard it for himself. He didn't believe a king with the power to decide the life and death of millions would be more generous than him. Fortunately, Ariane's next words cleared his confusion. Ariane read his doubt and answered with a calm nod. You are thinking the royal family would never share a realm like this, she said. You are right to think so. If they could hide it, they would. However, they could not. Michael waited. The realm announced itself the moment the kingdom found its entrance, she explained. With signs that any expert could read. It was vast, and its presence alone stirred the world. Even powerful figures outside the kingdom took notice. You know the saying, a man with a treasure is a guilty man. Her eyes met his. That is why you are hearing it now. Because of the pressure from other nations, the kingdom had no choice but to share this treasure. Michael was beginning to understand, though one thing still puzzled him. Even if that's the case, what does that have to do with me? Surely the kingdom has people capable of entering the secret realm. Ariane smiled and replied, yes, but unfortunately for the royal family, the secret realm has an age restriction. No one above 30 can enter. Michael's brows rose slightly. Coincidentally, she continued, there are many young and strong people in the kingdom, but very few at your level. You just happen to be one of them, if not the best of them. After all, you defeated the prince of an empire. Michael's expression, calm at first, shifted slightly at her words. Sorry, excuse me. Back in Aurora, all 3 students that belonged to the top 3 of the first year had told Director Arvin what they wanted. Director Arvin gave a smile as the 3 finished stating their choices. Good, he said, folding his hands behind his back. In a few hours, you'll receive your requested items. If you need to use them wisely, because in 1 week's time, you'll be heading to hell. The word hung in the air like a curse. Even though they had heard its name before, the way the director said it made the room fall silent for a moment. Hell. It sounded ominous. In this 1 week, Arvin continued, you should prepare yourselves because your trip to hell isn't a simple excursion. It's an assessment. Michael, seated beside Rin, frowned slightly. Michael glanced briefly at Rin, who looked as though she already knew. The 3rd student beside them, however, appeared just as puzzled as he was. An assessment, he asked. What do you mean by that, Director? Arvin's smile didn't fade. Exactly what it sounds like. The Academy's first-year evaluation for its top students will take place in Hell. Hell is a dimensional zone with 100 floors. Each floor is a world of its own. Your task, as the Academy's top first years, is simple. You must clear at least 5 floors before you can leave. Michael's brows furrowed slightly. So we're to fight our way through 5 worlds and then return. That's the assessment. The director nodded. Yes, but don't think you're the only ones doing this. Every major Awakener Academy across the world sends its top students into hell during this time too. So that means aside from demons, you'll also be seeing your fellow peers. Not just them. This might also be your chance to see another race different from us. After all, Aurora is not the only realm that has access to hell. Thousands of races do as well. The concept of seeing another race was fascinating to Michael. It stirred a quiet sense of anticipation in him and made him even more eager to step into hell. In truth, there was no real disadvantage for him there. Hell, after all, was said to contain an almost endless number of monsters, and to Michael, that only meant one thing: experience points and corpses. He could farm as much experience as he wanted. It might not help him directly, but it would for his undead. Who knew? By the time he came back, his major undead might all be at least level 60. Soon all 3 were dismissed and went back to their residences, where they would wait for their desired items. As he brought out a law seed to comprehend while he waited, the other Michael was already settling Princess Ariane in the manor. Ariane dabbed her lips gently with a napkin, her tone warm and polite. Thank you for the meal, Lord Mike. It was far better than I expected from something prepared on such short notice. Michael smiled lightly and shook his head. It was no trouble at all, Princess. I am glad it was to your liking. You should rest now, though. The journey from the capital is long, and you must be tired. Ariane gave a graceful nod, her usual poise returning. Then I'll take my leave for tonight. I'll have my attendant inform you once I've rested. Michael stood as she rose. Of course. He watched quietly as she exited the dining room, her cloak trailing softly behind her. The sound of her steps faded. For a few seconds, silence lingered. Then the polite smile that had been on Michael's face slowly faded, replaced by a thoughtful expression. The princess's words still lingered in his mind, about the secret realm, the kingdom's intentions, and his supposed role in it all. Like the princess had said, there were many strong people in the kingdom, but not many who were both strong and under 30. He just happened to be part of that rare category. Her words explained why he had been summoned. Among the limited quota granted to the kingdom, a handful of spots were reserved for specific individuals. Out of all the participants, Ariane had explained earlier, some positions are already claimed by members of the royal family. Others are reserved for the top 3 participants of Duke Evermund's contest, yourself included. The rest will be filled by those backed by influential noble houses. But unlike us or the contest victors, they will have to fight for their place. Michael had recalled her tone when she said it, neither prideful nor mocking, just calmly stating fact. According to her, individuals like herself, the royal children, and the winners of Evermund's contest were given their spots automatically. The rest, however, had to earn theirs through combat. Michael could understand the noble's arrangement. After all, the royal family would naturally prioritize their own bloodline and the most influential houses. What he could not understand, however, was his own involvement, especially the role assigned to him. He had assumed, at first, that his participation was purely merit-based, a recognition of his victory in Duke Evermund's contest. But as Ariane went on to clarify, the truth was far less flattering. Though she tried to soften it with graceful phrasing, her words were clear enough. They were bodyguards. Very powerful ones, yes, grand stage combatants chosen for their strength, but still guards all the same. Michael wasn't offended. Not really. If anything, he found it slightly amusing. So that was how the kingdom intended to use them, to protect its precious heirs while also sending them into a dangerous unknown. But did that mean he would refuse? Of course not. Following the noble children meant accompanying them into the secret realm. That alone made the position worthwhile. It gave him unrestricted access to the same opportunities the royal family was after, and perhaps even more. Besides, according to Ariane, the arrangement wasn't forced. The kingdom has allowed freedom of choice, she had said. You and the other 2 may refuse without consequence. Not that they can do anything to you for this reason. But if you accept, aside from keeping an eye on the noble heirs, you won't be bound to follow their commands. You'll be majorly free to act as you wish inside the realm. Without her saying it outright, Michael already understood the kingdom's real motive. They were playing it safe. By including people like him, independent, strong, and not tied to noble politics, the Lionheart Kingdom ensured that if anything went wrong inside the realm, someone capable would be there to intervene. It was a precaution disguised as an honor. Of course, even if the arrangement reduced him to a babysitter, Michael would still go. The chance at a rank 4 legacy was not something a rank 2 could afford to ignore. Pride did not feed growth, and opportunity rarely knocked twice. According to the princess, if he agreed to participate, they would depart for the capital in 1 week. Until then, he was expected to give a clear answer. Does that mean I'll see Yuga and Ren again? A subconscious smile crept onto Michael's face at the thought of meeting them again. One was a sword genius, Ren Noah. The other was Yuga, a monster in human flesh. Remembering the clash with Yuga made Michael's smile widen before it faded into a sigh. That battle had been one of the few he truly enjoyed, raw, unrestrained, and honest. But that was months ago. Michael doubted they'd ever face each other again in such a way. He didn't know how much stronger Yuga had become since then, but something told him the man couldn't have surpassed him. Michael's path had been anything but stagnant. Then there was Ren. The youth's mysterious sword chi had allowed him to fight above his level. But even with that advantage, Michael had long since surpassed the realm Ren could go against. Their gap was no longer something that could be bridged by talent or willpower alone. Then there was Ren. The youth's mysterious sword chi had allowed him to fight above his level. But even with that advantage, Michael had long since surpassed the realm Ren could go against. Their gap was no longer something that could be bridged by talent or willpower alone. And he had even been fighting them with a handicap. Still, the thought of seeing both of them again brought a faint glint to his eyes. But of course, there were still things Michael had to worry about. The prince of the empire that stood above the Lionheart Kingdom, Prince Roy. He would be coming too. Ariane had exaggerated when she said Michael defeated him. In truth, it wasn't him but Ren who had done so. Michael had merely been the one to claim the final victory and take the prize that symbolized the Empire Prince's loss. Michael could only hope this wouldn't cause any problems. Surely no one would be foolish enough to hold a grudge over something like that, right? Still, hearing that Prince Roy was true imperial royalty had surprised him. When he first heard the title, Prince, he had assumed it was something like Ariane's status, perhaps a duke's son or a family member of the Lionheart royal family. But learning that Roy was an actual royal from an empire far superior to the Lionheart kingdom gave the situation a different weight altogether. Even so, Michael found himself surprisingly calm. The revelation didn't intimidate him. Michael exhaled softly, letting the thought fade. There was no point wasting time worrying about the prince or politics. If trouble came, he would deal with it as he always did, decisively. With that, Michael pushed aside the distracting thoughts and returned to his study. Like that, 2 days passed without much incident. On the third day, in the academy back in Aurora, Michael stood outside the barrier surrounding his villa, his gaze fixed on a familiar figure standing a short distance away. Rin. She held a small box in her hands. Her silver hair was neatly tied back. A few days ago, just a few hours after they had left Director Arvin's office, Rin had come looking for him. Her reason for showing up was to perform the mana oath between them. Though she never said it outright, Michael had easily figured out why. She didn't want him going back on his word once the Academy delivered the enhancer. Perhaps she feared he'd keep it for himself rather than lend it to her as promised. Michael had laughed inwardly at the thought. If Rin truly suspected him of being that petty, she'd soon swallow those doubts the moment the enhancer arrived. And someone did. But it wasn't Rin, it was him. When the Academy delivered the treasure, a smooth crystalline orb etched with faint runes, Michael had taken his time studying it before testing it out with his undead law energy. The result nearly left him speechless. The enhancer doubled the effect of any law it interacted with. In simple terms, it could boost a law's manifestation by twofold, temporarily allowing them to operate on a level far beyond their usual state. 200%. That number didn't sound like much until he actually felt it, until the air itself trembled from the sheer pressure of his undead laws responding to it. The moment he experienced that amplification firsthand, regret hit him like a hammer. He had rented it out far too cheaply. 200% wasn't a small boost, especially not when it came to laws. It was the difference between suppressing an opponent and overwhelming them entirely. For a brief moment, Michael had seriously considered finding a way to extend his rental fee, but the agreement had already been sealed with the mana oath. He could only click his tongue at his own generosity and vow never to underestimate an artifact's worth again. Rin spoke first, her tone calm but distant. In the box are 2 spatial stones. Before the end of the month, I'll send the remaining 2. Michael nodded once. He didn't doubt her. After all, they had a mana contract between them now. If she dared to break it, the backlash alone would cripple her severely. Whatever else Rin might be, she wasn't stupid enough to risk that. Without another word, Michael reached into his storage space and brought out a box of his own. They both extended their hands. At the same moment, they exchanged boxes. The movement was simple, silent, and efficient. No wasted gestures, no unnecessary words. Both understood that their deal was complete. Rin turned without looking back and began walking away, her silver hair swaying lightly behind her. Michael watched her for a second before turning in the opposite direction, heading back into his villa. Inside the villa, Michael went straight to his room and placed the box on the table before him. Then, with a flick of his fingers, the box opened with a soft click. Inside lay 2 stones, black as the void, smooth to the touch, and speckled with tiny, shimmering lights that pulsed faintly like distant stars. They looked almost alive, each one humming with subtle spatial fluctuations that warped the air around them. Despite their size, barely larger than a clenched fist, each stone weighed heavily in his hand. Michael turned one over slowly, feeling the faint ripple of energy bleed against his skin. Spatial stones were among the rarest and most valuable natural treasures in the universe. They served as the core material for spatial artifacts such as rings, bracelets, vaults, and teleportation arrays. Every cultivator in Aurora, from novice to master, dreamed of owning a spatial ring. It was more than convenience, it was a mark of power and status. Even a low-grade spatial ring could hold several cubic meters of space, and all of them required at least a fragment of spatial stone during their creation. Michael studied the stone more closely, watching the faint distortions shimmer across its surface. "So this is what they're made of," he murmured. A small smile crossed his lips. "Perfect," he muttered. "Wisdom will love these." Inside the damaged coffin of forgotten spatial space, a youth in a black top and pants with an owl on his shoulder could be seen surrounded by multiple beasts of varying sizes. The air rippled faintly around them, filled with the scent of mana and faint traces of death energy. There were monsters of all kinds, creatures of different shapes and colors. Some were monkey-like, their fur covered in strange, bright hues. Others were ape-like, massive in build and radiating an aura of primitive might. Two among them were particularly familiar. They had once been black apes, creatures Michael had taken from the spatial crack he and his two classmates had cleared back in Woodstone City. Under his control, they had evolved into blue apes, attaining the rare rank. Later, they advanced further into gray apes as extraordinary rank creatures. Scorpion-shaped monsters crawled across the ground nearby. Through the academy channels, Michael had gathered a collection of undead that mirrored the variety of life itself. The result of Michael's connections and time in the academy was evident in this space. There were tiger-like beasts, goat-shaped creatures, and even smaller undead resembling rats, ants, and mosquitoes. In one corner of the coffin space, a school of fish-like undead drifted lazily through a floating sphere of black water. Beside them, a few hulking beasts towered and looked like elephants. Michael stood silently, observing them with calm satisfaction. Through their shared link, his calm voice echoed directly into the minds of his undead. "You're making the space a little crowded. Change into your human forms." Immediately, a ripple of energy spread through the confined space as the undead responded. One after another, they began to shift. Bones cracked and rearranged, monstrous limbs shrank, and dark energy surged around their bodies as transformation began. Before the change completed, however, several of them bent forward and vomited out strange objects. At first glance, it looked like chunks of debris, but on closer inspection, they were actually folded garments, shirts, cloaks, pants, belts, and even boots, all stored within their bodies. Michael wasn't surprised. Thanks to the undead transformation, their clothing often got destroyed during battle or while shifting between forms. To solve that, he had ordered those capable of storing things to keep spare clothes inside their bodies. The ones who couldn't were instructed to hand theirs to those who could. Of course, this method only worked when they weren't in combat, but it saved him the hassle of constantly having to replace uniforms after every evolution, transformation, or fight. The last thing he wanted was to deal with an army of naked undead every time. Soon, one by one, the monsters finished their transformations. The massive forms of beasts and grotesque abominations were replaced by human shapes, men and women of varying heights and builds, each with distinctive traits that betrayed their inhuman origins. Every single one of them looked human at first glance, yet there was an underlying otherworldly quality to them. Michael's gaze swept across them, his expression unreadable but faintly pleased. He couldn't help but feel increasingly satisfied as he looked at them. After all, the undead in this space with him were all rank 3 creatures. This was also why Michael was sure his former friends couldn't match him. Even the Michael from 2 months ago was weaker than the current one, not just in power but in knowledge as well. Michael lowered the owl from his shoulder to the ground with care. Wisdom blinked its eyes and hooted once. For all its pride, it was still the weakest in the Legion, and the only beast with true spatial talent at rank 0. That alone gave it a special place at Michael's side. Michael had refused to evolve it for this very reason. Its talent came from a strange mutation, and rushing an evolution without the right essence could dull or even erase that gift. He would rather build a deep foundation first, then push it up the ranks in one clean climb. This was why, even though he had materials now, Michael still wasn't trying to evolve wisdom with them but instead merge them. After the first merge he did with Ace, then Spartan, Michael did not stop. He kept going. He did not dare attempt it with every undead under his banner as he didn't have enough evolution points for such a thing, but for his majors, thanks to the added loyalty bonus, he had already merged each one with his blood. From that work, he had come to understand the clear line between merge and evolution. Evolution raised a creature's grade. It set a new ceiling and a new floor. His talent handled the heavy lifting, and the result was more or less stable. Merge was different. Merge rewrote the foundation. It did not jump a rank by force. It changed what the creature was from the inside out. That meant the outcome lived or died on his planning. A good plan produced good results, and a bad merge did the opposite. Michael still remembered one of his undead goats. He had misjudged and merged it with a material that it wasn't compatible with. The skin sloughed like candle wax, and when he pushed an emergency evolution to save it, the creature stabilized but emerged as something new, a beast with acidic abilities that birthed a new creature entirely. There were bright outcomes too. In a few cases, a merge alone, without evolution, had shifted race and even nudged rank. That was the promise of foundation work. Change the roots, and the trunk follows. Michael ran a finger along wisdom's crown and let his thoughts settle. What would the case be for the owl? Without hesitation, Michael pricked his finger and let a single drop of blood fall onto wisdom's head. The blood glowed faintly, sinking into the bird's feathers like molten light. He then placed the two spatial stones beside the owl, one to the left and one to the right. Before the owl could even react, Michael had already activated his talent. The effect was immediate. Wisdom's entire body flared with light, pure, transparent, and rippling like clear water under moonlight. The small stones beside it vibrated violently, their speckled cores releasing countless threads of starlight that streamed into Wisdom's body. Michael could see it, the fusion of his bloodline and the spatial energy within the stones, both being drawn into Wisdom's foundation. Michael's expression remained calm but focused. After all, Wisdom was one of a kind. If he noticed anything odd in his favor, he would immediately evolve the owl. He would rather have a failed evolution than a dead owl. A cry tore through the coffin space. Wisdom's shriek was sharp and raw. The other undead stirred slightly, but none moved. They were used to such scenes. Michael didn't flinch. Pain was part of every transformation. The scream meant the process was working, that Wisdom's body was resisting and adapting at the same time. Endure it, he said softly through their link. Michael observed for a while longer before turning away. Around him, his undead army sat in absolute silence, each in their human form, each in a meditative pose. This was something Michael had discovered weeks ago, almost by accident. Whenever he performed a merge or an evolution, threads of law essence bled into the air, lingering like invisible mist. At first, he hadn't noticed. But soon, he realized his undead were subtly growing stronger just by existing near him during these sessions. The effect wasn't dramatic but steady, an invisible form of nourishment. That discovery had changed everything. Michael now understood something crucial about his talent. He glanced around at his undead, his lips curving slightly. He looked back at Wisdom, whose evolution didn't seem like it would end anytime soon, and continued observing as the transformation went on. A few more minutes passed. The light around Wisdom began to pulse slower. Then, with a faint sound like cracking glass, a series of transparent panels shimmered into existence before Michael. Lines of glowing text scrolled across them, filled with familiar messages and notifications. He ignored the routine ones, things like, Blood Servant, and instead focused on the final few. Your mutated blood servant has evolved into a 3-star rare rank Void Feather. Void Feather has advanced to rank 2. Phase Shift has advanced to Perfect Mastery. Void Feather has gained 3 new skills. New skills gained. 1. Dimensional Shroud, basic temporarily cloaks the user in warp space, rendering them invisible to physical and spiritual perception for a short duration. 2. Fold Blink, intermediate instantly shifts the user through folded space. 3. Singularity Pulse, intermediate condenses unstable spatial energy into a single point before releasing it outward. 3 new skills. Michael murmured. And all spatial in nature. As the light finally faded, the small figure before Michael settled into stillness. The glow vanished completely, leaving behind a quiet calm. Wisdom's new form was different from before. Its feathers were a deep silver gray. One thing that stood out was its eyes, bright green, just like Michael's other blood servants and rank 3 undead. Michael studied the creature for a moment, noting how the air around it twisted faintly. There was no visible aura, yet something unseen moved in its presence. Threads of invisible energy coiled around it like drifting mist, reacting faintly to its every motion. Curious, Michael activated the Eye of Truth. His gaze deepened, piercing through the layers that made up Wisdom's being. Information poured into his mind. Physically weak, Michael muttered, brows furrowing. Very weak. This was the first thing he noticed. Wisdom was a level 30 creature now, yet its physical strength looked like it had only tripled from its pre-merge phase. Despite its fragility, the energy around it was overwhelming. It constantly folded and shifted, creating faint ripples that made the air itself seem alive. Michael could see the invisible lines of space warping with every small movement the creature made. He leaned forward slightly, eyes narrowing. The more he looked, the more complex it became. Wanting to test the creature's responsiveness, Michael extended his hand. "Come here," he said softly. The Void Feather tilted its head. It gave a low hoot before spreading its wings. It moved. And before Michael could even process it, the creature was already perched on his shoulder. Michael was stunned. Even with his perception, he hadn't seen the transition. He reached up slowly, his fingertips brushing against its cool feathers. Was that teleportation? He asked aloud. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized it wasn't. "Move again," Michael commanded. The Void Feather gave a soft hoot and leapt off his shoulder. For a heartbeat, it vanished from sight. Then a blur. A flicker. Gone again. It reappeared behind him, hovering silently, then darted to his left, right, and above, all within a second. Michael's eyes strained to follow, but even his perception couldn't fully track it. All he caught were faint distortions in the air. He let out a slow breath. Incredible. Even if a rank 3 awakener saw this, they wouldn't stand a chance. They would see nothing but flickers, perhaps not even that. For a being as strong as he was within that rank, he could barely follow. The average one would be utterly blind. "You're starting to remind me of someone." His mind drifted briefly to another of his creations, Ghost, his first-named Undead. Michael had always suspected that Ghost was part of an irregular species. Its strength didn't really make sense, as even now, at a lower level than beginning, the Titan couldn't beat it in raw power. Now, as he looked at Wisdom, he felt that same faint aura of something unordinary. Could you be like Ghost? Michael wondered aloud, tilting his head as his gaze deepened. He narrowed his eyes, the Eye of Truth intensifying as he tried to dig deeper into Wisdom's structure. Yet even as he pushed his perception further, no new information revealed itself. The invisible lattice of energy surrounding Wisdom was too intricate to be fully grasped. Every time Michael thought he understood its flow, it changed, like a puzzle that reassembled itself the moment one found a piece. After several attempts, he finally let the eye fade. Shifting his attention, Michael opened the hovering panels again, focusing on the details of Wisdom's new abilities. His gaze paused at Phase Shift. Before, the ability had been limited, barely a 5-meter range. Now, the numbers had changed drastically. Phase shift, perfect mastery. Range, 100 meters. Duration, 10 seconds. Effect, allows entry into the first layer of the void. Michael's brow rose slightly. 100 meters, and it can access the first layer of the void now. His mind immediately began tracing what he knew about that place. There were several layers in the void, and only those who had grasped laws could begin to access them with their body. With his current knowledge, Michael knew of 3 layers. The first layer was a thin line between the material world and the void itself. Beings that entered this level had not truly left reality, they existed between the folds of space. Actions performed here could still affect the material world because the connection wasn't severed. It was a halfway point, a veil rather than a realm. Wisdom being able to move within that layer freely was already beyond impressive. The second layer, often called the true front of the void, was a different story. Those who entered it had completely left material space behind. Nothing from the physical world could reach them unless it carried spatial authority or a law mark. Only experts who had begun to weave law into their essence could survive there. It was a place where distance could loop endlessly. And then there was the third layer, the one Michael had once thought was simply space. In truth, it was the threshold of the universe itself, where the endless darkness and drifting matter between worlds began. To exist there meant to walk the boundary of the cosmos. Michael glanced at Wisdom, who preened its silver feathers lazily. You can enter the first layer freely now, meaning you're standing at the edge of what only law users can touch. He then thought of something else. If you continue down this path, does this mean when you advance to rank 3, you'll get a space law? The thought sent a thrill through him. It wasn't just an evolution. It was a step toward understanding a domain most supernatural beings only dreamed of. Michael's lips curved faintly. Looks like I'll have to start looking for more materials for you. But first, let me check out your new skills. Though phase shift was useful, it came with a small annoyance. Michael had copied it from Wisdom long ago, so his phase shift still sat at basic mastery. To match Wisdom's perfect mastery, he would need to copy the skill again. A better workaround flickered through his mind, but that could wait. For now, it was time to check his new skills. New skills acquired. 1. Dimensional Shroud, basic temporarily cloaks the user in warp space, rendering them invisible to physical and spiritual perception for a short duration. 2. Fold Blink, intermediate instantly shifts the user through folded space. 3. Singularity Pulse, intermediate condenses unstable spatial energy into a single point before releasing it outward. Michael tapped the owl's beak lightly. Activate the Dimensional Shroud. Wisdom's green eyes seemed confused at first, but after a moment, he seemed to understand. The air around him tightened, as if an unseen skin drew inward. Then the bird was gone. Michael opened the Eye of Truth. Threads of perception dove in, and still he found only hollow distortions. Whether this was the limit of the Eye of Truth or his mastery of it, Michael didn't know, but if the eye could only see this much, the skill's effect was indeed genuine. Move, he ordered. The hollow slid 3 paces to the left without stirring a grain of dust. Several undead raised their heads in unison, eyes unfocused, then settled again. Closer. The hollow obeyed. It reached his front and hung there for 6 breaths, then eased to his right shoulder. A whisper of cold brushed his neck, nothing more. Even at arm's length, he could not see it. Drop it. Wisdom faded into view on his shoulder again. Michael exhaled quietly. So that's Dimensional Shroud. For a moment, he just watched the owl preen its feathers, replaying what he had witnessed. A skill that erased presence. It was the kind of ability assassins would kill for. Even now, Michael's mind raced with the possibilities of its applications. He could already imagine himself using it. That skill alone could change the way I fight, he thought, a faint spark of hunger flickering in his eyes. "Not bad," Michael muttered at last, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "If I can't copy it now, I'll find another way." He patted Wisdom's head gently. "For now, let's leave it at that. We still have 2 more skills to test." His tone turned calm again, his thoughts returning to the present. There would be time later to study Dimensional Shroud properly. After all, there was still Fold Blink and Singularity Pulse waiting to show what they could do. Michael's eyes fell on the next line of glowing text. Fold Blink, Intermediate. Instantly shifts the user through folded space. This was the ability that had caught his eye the moment he saw the description. Based on the explanation, it wasn't like phase shift at all. Phase shift was a temporary step into the edge of the void, a skill that phased the user between reality and unreality, allowing movement through the boundary that still connected both. It was powerful, but not true teleportation. Fold Blink, however, was different. Michael's mind visualized the theory behind it. This time, Michael muttered under his breath, "It really should be teleportation." Michael looked at Wisdom. "All right. Let's see what you can do, Fold Blink." Wisdom blinked, as though understanding the command through their shared bond. "Okay. Okay." Michael heard a familiar childlike voice echo faintly in his mind through their bond, followed an instant later by the complete disappearance of the void feather. Michael's eyes sharpened. He immediately spread out his senses. The space inside the damaged coffin was vast, a little over 10,000 meters across, but this was not the limit of his perception. With his current strength, he could sweep the entire space as easily as someone running a hand across smooth glass. His senses expanded like a tidal wave. And then he found it. Michael sensed Wisdom at the very edge of the coffin dimension, perched near the curved boundary where the internal space dissolved into a swirling gray void. One moment Wisdom was in front of him. The next, he was 10,000 meters away, sitting calmly at the absolute edge of existence. Michael's eyes widened slightly in pure delight. "So it really is teleportation," he whispered. The speed was absolute. If such a distance would take him a second, then for Wisdom, it would take him half a second. Compared to his Earth escape, this skill was a far better option. Does that mean it could be called space escape, Michael thought. Now the only issue was how big the drain was, how many times it could be cast, and if it had a cooldown. The skill description did not reveal this, so Michael had to find out for himself. A moment later Michael was by Wisdom's side, but contrary to his expectations that such a skill would be a huge drain, Wisdom was still very much lively. Even his eye of truth showed his energy did not reduce much, making Michael wonder if his eye was acting up. Left with no choice, Michael spoke with his tamed beast. "Wisdom," Michael said calmly, "do you feel tired?" The silver-gray owl blinked up at him from the edge of the coffin space. For a moment, there was silence. Then a small, sleepy voice drifted into Michael's mind. "I feel sleepy." Michael's brows lifted. That part he expected. Fold Blink should have used a lot of mana. Even a single use should have strained a rank 2 creature's core. But before he could nod, another message came through. "But I want to eat first." Michael blinked. "Eat first?" Wisdom bobbed his head firmly. "Yes. Sleep after eating." Michael stared at the bird for several long seconds. The first part, feeling sleepy, had almost confirmed his suspicion that Fold Blink drained Wisdom more than the eye of truth could detect. But the second part shattered that assumption. Michael had used absurd amounts of mana before. He knew the feeling. Exhaustion did not leave room for anything else. If one was lucky enough not to faint, the only thought left in their mind would be sleep. Nothing else mattered. But Wisdom. "Sleepy, but you still want to eat?" Michael asked slowly. The owl bobbed again. "Hungry. Pain, before, tired." These words brought a moment of clarity to Michael. So Wisdom was not feeling mana exhaustion but was just tired from evolving. It made sense, as mental exhaustion could also make one sleepy. So it was not severe mana depletion. If Wisdom could still think about food, then Fold Blink was not draining his energy the way Michael thought it would. Which meant one of two things. Either Wisdom's energy recovery was absurdly fast. Or Fold Blink had some hidden mechanic behind it. Michael narrowed his eyes slightly. His eye of truth had shown almost no energy drop. Wisdom's behavior supported that. And Wisdom's spatial mutation might be changing how energy expenditure worked entirely. Michael exhaled slowly. So it is not mana exhaustion, he murmured. Michael watched Wisdom for a moment longer. The small creature blinked sleepily, waiting for his next question with innocent patience. He still had more to confirm. Wisdom, Michael asked, keeping his tone steady, is this the furthest you can go with Fold Blink? He made sure not to phrase it in a way that would accidentally confuse the bird. Though the owl still had a childlike mind, Michael could already sense the change. The clarity. The sharpness. It was still young, but it had matured. And with time, it would grow far beyond this. After several seconds, Wisdom answered. No. Not limit. Michael's eyes sharpened. Not your limit. Wisdom chirped. This place, too small. That answer made Michael pause. The coffin's inner space exceeded 10,000 meters. And yet Wisdom called it too small. Not for movement, but for range. Michael felt a faint chill creep across his spine. Too small, Wisdom repeated, nodding once. Michael's mind raced. If a creature at level 30, not even rank 3 yet, thought 10,000 meters was too small for proper use of Fold Blink, then what would its limit be in the outside world? 50,000 meters? 100,000? More? Michael drew in a slow breath. He felt he should not raise the value so he did not get disappointed in the future. Do you mean you can go farther outside this place? Michael asked. Wisdom bobbed his head. Yes. Outside, big. Much big. Michael's gaze deepened. So it was not just teleportation. It was not even close to its real limit. This coffin space simply could not provide the room necessary to test it fully. Michael rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You really are becoming something unusual, Michael whispered. A space beast with seemingly endless energy, huh? Michael let his thoughts simmer for a while longer, then pulled them back under control. He was tempted to keep pushing, to see just how far Fold Blink could really go, but Singularity Pulse was still waiting for attention. His gaze drifted toward the swirling gray void beyond the curved edge of the coffin space. Only then did he fully register where they were. Right at the boundary. Michael clicked his tongue softly. He had been so focused on Fold Blink that he had not paid attention to their location. Testing a spatial attack skill that condensed unstable spatial energy at the very edge of an artificial dimension was the kind of thing only an idiot or a madman would think was safe. He did not consider himself either. Let us go back, Michael said calmly. Michael rested a hand lightly on Wisdom's head and stepped away from the boundary. In the next instant, his figure blurred as he activated his movement technique, crossing the distance in a few strides. A heartbeat later, a soft ripple in the air beside him announced Wisdom's return as the void feather blinked back to his shoulder. The familiar sight of his undead in their meditative poses, arranged across the broader center of the coffin space, calmed him. Here, even if something went out of control, the worst outcome would simply be collateral damage he could repair. Destroying or cracking the coffin itself, on the other hand, was something he had no intention of risking. Wisdom shifted on his shoulder, his claws lightly gripping the fabric of Michael's black top. Michael almost gave another order. He wanted to see if Wisdom could teleport while carrying someone. If Fold Blink could shift the caster and a target in contact, then the value of that skill would rise to another level. Escape, infiltration, repositioning, dragging enemies into lethal crossfires, the possibilities stacked rapidly in his mind. But he stopped himself. Wisdom had just evolved. Even Michael did not fully understand the new limits of its abilities. For now, the bird was like a child holding a blade meant for a veteran. It could cut. It could also slip. Michael exhaled quietly. Later, he decided silently. When you are more used to yourself. He raised his hand, and wisdom hopped neatly from his shoulder onto his palm, silver feathers rustling softly. Let's test the last skill, then you will go eat. Singularity Pulse, Intermediate. Condenses unstable spatial energy into a single point before releasing it outward. Damage and scale increase based on the amount of spatial distortion compressed. Michael's eyes lingered on the description. He glanced at Wisdom, who blinked up at him from his palm. Can you use it? Michael asked. He did not need to explain anything. The system handled that. As long as the skill name was on one's panel, one would instinctively know how to activate it. This was why Wisdom had used Dimensional Shroud and Fold Blink so smoothly, even right after evolving. The Void Feather gave a small hoot, then nodded. Yes. I know. Michael stepped back, giving the creature space. Wisdom flapped once and hovered in the air, wings spreading slightly. The air around him trembled. Michael immediately felt the shift. Space was not warping violently, but it was buckling, as if something invisible were being squeezed between the bird's talons. Wisdom closed his green eyes in concentration. A faint sphere of distortion formed between his wings. It did not glow. It did not make a sound. Instead, it bent the surrounding air inward, twisting lines of existence like ripples pulled into a drain. Michael's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand. Hold it. Do not release. The distortion sphere pulsed once, violently. A tremor swept through the coffin space. Several undead opened their eyes slightly. Michael's expression remained calm, but his voice sharpened. Release it, Michael ordered. A ripple passed through the space as Wisdom blurred out of sight, reappearing a moment later several dozen meters away. Close enough for Michael to observe but far enough to avoid harming the others. A clear surrounding. The sphere of distortion followed him, trembling wildly now that it was no longer restrained. Michael planted his feet. His gaze sharpened. Good. Now release it. Wisdom's wings tensed. The spatial sphere collapsed. Silently. Then the space in front of Wisdom twisted like wet cloth wrung by invisible hands. The next moment, the world tore open. A soundless shock ripped outward, flattening the air with crushing force. A ring of warped space expanded from the collapse point, shredding the ground into splintered fragments. A jagged trench carved itself forward, deep and uneven. The edges of the tier quivered, refusing to settle back into proper shape. The meditating rank 2 undead snapped their eyes open. Even Michael felt pressure push against his chest. Devastating. He whispered. Then his senses sharpened. Wisdom dropped like something had yanked the strength clean out of his small body. The void feather crashed onto the cracked ground, wings twitching weakly. Michael moved instantly. He appeared beside Wisdom, and the eye of truth flared to full intensity, piercing straight into the creature's core. What he saw made his expression shift. Unlike Dimensional Shroud. Unlike Fold Blink. This time, Wisdom's energy was visibly drained. Wisdom let out a low, weak hoot. Michael knelt and placed a steady hand on the creature's side. Wisdom's breathing was shallow. His feathers drooped. His claws twitched faintly on the fractured ground. Michael examined the readings again. The depletion was not small. It was massive. Enough to send any other rank 2 creature into a coma. He lifted Wisdom gently, his hand firm under the creature's small body. The void feather sagged against his palm, too tired to resist. I understand now. Michael's voice lowered as the pieces clicked together in his mind. He lifted his gaze toward the swirling gray horizon of the coffin space, toward the faint, trembling curtain of void that surrounded them. A memory surfaced. A passage he had once read. The void is the place with the most abundant raw energy in the universe. Those who fight in it draw strength from it. Rank 3 and above do not weaken there. They grow stronger. Michael stared at the fading torn mark left behind by Singularity Pulse. Then his gaze fell on wisdom. The strange, invisible energy that always moved around the small owl. So that is it. He had been asking the wrong question from the beginning. It was not that Fold Blink did not consume energy. It was that something else was feeding it. His lips pressed together. The void. The very same energy that overflowed beyond the coffin's boundary. Michael looked down at wisdom again. A thought crossed his mind. The void did not only exist here. It existed everywhere. Like that, several days passed. Coincidentally, in both of his worlds, Michael was preparing to head out. In the land of origin, the Michael who bore the title of Lord did not have much to pack. His greatest preparation was not weapons or supplies but people. He spent those days making sure the territory could function smoothly in his absence, finalizing instructions for Rohan and the others. Once he left with a certain princess to explore the ruin of a so-called strong man, he wanted Thornvale to keep running as if he had never stepped away. On Aurora, the other Michael also did not have much to prepare on the surface. His destination, however, was very different. While one Michael was heading toward an ancient ruin, the other was preparing to follow his year mates into hell. There were no territories to manage here. His days remained almost deceptively ordinary. At most he quietly adjusted his schedule so his body and mind would be in their best state when the time came. But in the land of origin, Michael used those same days for something else as well. He studied wisdom. Not openly, of course. After all, he had lied. To a certain princess no less. He had already told her that the owl her family gifted him had died for no reason. He even blamed it on the creature's strange mutation, using wisdom's earlier transformation to solidify the story. It was the perfect excuse. No one could ever be fully certain about a miracle mutation in such a weak animal. Sometimes they lived. Sometimes they died. Sometimes they became something else entirely. And the princess had believed him. So Michael made sure wisdom was kept hidden. Michael's private observations during those quiet days confirmed something important. As long as wisdom's actions remained within the gentle lines of space, sliding through it, folding it, slipping between its seams without disturbing its balance, the bird used little to no mana. It was almost effortless, as if space itself welcomed him. But the moment wisdom tried to corrupt that space like he had with Singularity Pulse, everything changed. The burden shifted back onto wisdom. He was forced to use his own mana, and even that was not enough. He exhausted himself because he was still weak, not because the skill was too heavy, but because he was too small to bear even a fraction of the cost. The greater cost, the true cost, was being paid by the void. Every time wisdom bent space without damaging it, the void flowed through him freely, supporting the action like a gentle tide. But the moment wisdom ruptured space or forced it to collapse, the void demanded a price he could not afford. This strange relationship pushed Michael into what could only be described as a research frenzy in Aurora. While the Lord of Thornvale quietly observed wisdom in hidden corners of the mansion and the coffin space, the student Michael buried himself in texts, visiting the library during every spare hour. It took days, but he eventually found a hint of an answer. There are times in the universe when children of elements are born. It explained everything. Children of elements were not ordinary creatures. They were beings naturally aligned with the primal forces of existence. Some were born like that from the moment their consciousness sparked. Others were forged over countless years, tempering themselves until the world itself acknowledged them. The ones born with it were the most famous. Creatures like the phoenix and the qilin. Creatures like dragons, living sovereigns who carried the laws of the world in their breath. These were beings so deeply in tune with their element that they were part of the world itself. Fire was not something a phoenix used. Fire was what it was. The same went for the others. They existed at the boundary between creature and natural force, neither fully one nor the other. Their bodies were perfect vessels for their element, and the element in turn treated them as kin. But these beings were rare. Far more often, supernaturals had to earn that connection. They needed to climb high, so high that their existence reached a point where the world accepted them as part of its fabric. It was not the same as drawing mana from the air. That was basic. This was something deeper, something like borrowing the strength of the world itself. If one grew strong enough, they could begin tapping into that force. The world would stop resisting them. It would start feeding them instead. However, that was the part that confused Michael. By all standards, at the moment he was something close to a pseudo-god. So why was he not like that yet? Why was the world not feeding him? Was it because he was fake, an imitation god without roots? Or was it the opposite? Perhaps he needed to become something much more than just a god in order for the world to acknowledge him as its own. The thoughts circled a few times, each possibility leading to more questions. Even without answers, he knew they were things that belonged to a future version of himself. For now, he pushed them aside and returned his focus to wisdom. After digging further, he finally came to a conclusion. Wisdom was in an awkward situation. Painfully awkward. It reminded Michael of the very first day he found the little bird, fragile, yet possessing a power far beyond what it should have held. Now, after evolving, the situation was almost the same, only more complicated. The more Michael pieced things together, the clearer the truth became. Wisdom had not become a true void feather bird. Far from it. The merge had not been fully successful. It was a failed merge, a miracle failure, but a failure nonetheless. According to Michael's estimates, a true void feather bird was not something that crawled at rank 2. A real one should be born at rank 3 or close to it, a creature of space, a child of the void. But wisdom was far from that. Oh, he had the traits. Fold blink, dimensional shroud, singularity pulse. He had void affinity. But his body was weak, fragile, and underdeveloped. He was a rank 2 creature wearing the skin of something born to dominate. Michael's talent had forcefully changed him. So wisdom was not a proper void feather but a defective one. Still, Michael was satisfied. Defective or not, with his talents and with time, wisdom would eventually become a true void feather, or even something greater than that. His current state was simply incomplete. The foundation was unstable, but the potential was frightening. In any case, research was not the only thing Michael had done during those days. He also tested wisdom's speed. With the amplification from the void, the bird's speed surpassed anything a rank 2 creature should possess. After repeating the test dozens of times, Michael reached a simple conclusion. At least rank 3 and below, if they cannot trap him, they cannot catch him. This was not arrogance. It was fact. One moment wisdom was there. The next he was gone. If one could not imprison space itself, they would never lay a hand on wisdom. Against an opponent that fought purely with speed, the void feather would slip away again and again. That alone placed wisdom far above his current rank. Michael had also tested the range of fold blink properly. He tested it in the Everlong forest, where there was real distance to work with and no curious eyes watching. The results shocked even him. 50,000 meters. That was the maximum range wisdom could reach in one blink. And the cooldown was 10 seconds. That was all. All of this with no significant mana cost. Michael had also taken a risk. He let wisdom carry him. He had been hesitant at first. Fold blink was effortless when wisdom only moved himself. But adding another person raised questions. Would the void still support it? Would the space around them destabilize? There was only one way to find out. So he tried. And it worked. Except this time, there were significant costs. Wisdom could only carry one person and teleport 3 times at maximum range. It was still good. Better than good. Michael still liked it. For escaping, it was gold. Escape, repositioning, ambush, retreat. It was perfection. And Michael knew it. That was why Michael attempted to use his skill, taming, and used copy on wisdom. He went with the random route. In any case, any of the skills were good for him, but there were particular ones he preferred. Dimensional Shroud and Fold Blink. The third skill was also not bad, but the possibility that the skill could fail to copy anything at all had made Michael nervous. Adding everything together, the chances of failure were higher than the chances of success. The final results was that Michael's luck was still as insufficient as he had always remembered. He did get a skill, but it was not any of the new skills he wanted. It was a familiar one. Phase Shift. The copy brought his mastery to advanced, which was a huge leap from basic. One could say he had benefited massively, especially considering the high chance of failure, and Michael knew this. Even so, when he compared it to the nature of the other skills, he could not bring himself to be fully satisfied. In the end Michael had no choice but to accept it. Phase Shift was still a great skill. It was not what he wanted, but it was not useless either. With the mastery now at advanced, the improvement was tremendous. He knew that logically, but emotionally, he still felt a sting. It was hard not to imagine what Fold Blink or Dimensional Shroud would have done for him. Even so, he understood that luck had at least granted him something instead of nothing. With the chance of failure being so high, getting any skill at all was already a victory. Michael accepted the result with a quiet sigh. Like that, the day of departure arrived for both Michaels. One was heading toward the capital to discuss an ancient ruin tied to the legacy of a so-called strong man. The other was going with his year mates into hell itself. In a certain room, Michael and a few other young people of similar ages waited. The atmosphere was quiet but tense. Unsurprisingly, he was glanced at more than once. That was normal. People always looked. But what did surprise him was Rin choosing to sit close to him. Michael turned his head slightly and stared at her for a moment. She did acknowledge the look and did not seem bothered by the proximity. Her expression was calm, almost bland. Seeing nothing unusual, Michael looked away. In any case, she was free to sit wherever she wanted. It was not as if they were enemies. They were simply two people heading to the same destination. He shifted his attention back to the rest of the room. Everyone inside was a first year. Out of 200 new students this year, only 24 had chosen to go aside from the mandatory 3. The rest wanted to return home. Michael did not think he was in a position to judge. People had their reasons. Even so, he could not help but feel a bit disappointed. It was said that in cultivation academies all students would eventually enter hell. Even though first years only went to the first floor, everyone accepted it as a necessary step. Yet here, in an academy of awakeners who were exceptionally stronger than cultivators, at least before rank 3, so many hesitated. He found it strange. He found it disappointing. But it was not his place to force anything on anyone. Michael leaned back slightly in his seat and continued observing the young people around him. Everyone was visibly suited beneath the robes they wore. Michael was no different. Under his loose academy robe, he wore his black armor, fitted cleanly against his body. The ones who stood out in this regard were few, and Rin was one of them. She had no visible armor at all. At first glance she looked almost too relaxed, sitting there in a simple academy uniform. Michael's gaze lingered on her for a moment. Then he remembered. In their previous bout, she had not worn a visible suit before the battle either. The armor had appeared the moment the fight began. One instant she had been standing in her uniform, the next her suit had formed around her as if it had always been there. Thinking about that, it felt normal that she did not look geared up. Even so, Michael could not help but wonder how much power she could output now. The last suit had been destroyed. He had seen it shatter. Had she received a replacement of the same grade, something weaker, or something stronger? His curiosity stirred, but he did not ask. It would have been an insensitive topic to bring up so casually. So he kept his questions to himself. Michael shifted his gaze away and continued to observe the others in the room. Suddenly, the door slid open. A woman stepped inside. Instructor Sarah Cade. Michael recognized her immediately. She was the same instructor who had overseen his duel with Rin. "Good. You are all here," she said. Her voice carried easily, filling the room without effort. She offered a brief nod, acknowledging the group as a whole rather than any individual. "I will be the one taking you to hell. If you are here, it means you have chosen to participate of your own will," Sarah said. "I respect that decision. Most of your peers chose not to come. Whether they were right or wrong, time will tell. But you made your choice. That alone shows something." Then her gaze finally came to him. "Rank 3 prowess or not, the moment we enter hell, you are the same as everyone here," she said plainly. "Do not rely on strength alone. Hell is not a place where arrogance is tolerated." Michael nodded slightly. He did not take it as an insult. It was a warning. A fair one. Sarah looked away again. "We will depart in 10 minutes. After that, you will have no time for preparation again." 10 minutes passed. Then Instructor Sarah Cade spoke again. "Time is up. Stand. We are leaving." Sarah turned without waiting for acknowledgement and strode toward the door. "Follow me." Michael joined the moving line of students filing out behind her. Their footsteps echoed faintly as they were led deeper into the academy grounds. She took them toward a section of campus none of the first years had entered before, a restricted zone walled off and guarded by subtle barriers. Most students only knew of it through rumors. The Gate Division. The place where portals to other locations were handled. They passed through a set of reinforced doors and barriers. Cool air brushed their faces as they finally stepped inside. Michael's eyes narrowed. There were other people already waiting within the large hall. Their robes were different, dark gray with silver trims, marking them as assistant teachers. Each one of them carried the quiet confidence of someone at the peak of rank 2 or at least very close to it. Michael recognized one or two from lectures. What are they doing here? His question answered itself a moment later, because ahead of them, occupying the center of the room, was a massive circular platform. A teleportation array. Wide, engraved with overlapping rings of intricate symbols, enchanted lines, and glowing mana channels that rippled faintly like breathing light. The entire structure hummed with spatial energy. Even before stepping close, Michael could feel it, the subtle distortion in the air, the faint sensation of being pulled forward and pushed back at the same time. This was no practice device. This was an academy-grade long-distance gate. Sarah gave them a moment to take in the sight of the array before she began speaking again. "This is the primary gate used by the academy for long-distance transport," she said. "The headquarters may be here, but the academy has outposts all over the realm." She rested a hand lightly on the edge of the glowing platform. "Transportation between these sites is one of the reasons we maintain arrays like this. They allow us to move instructors, resources, and response teams quickly. For students, you only get access on special occasions." Sarah continued walking around the array, her voice steady. "Of course, the outposts are not the only places we can travel to. The academy maintains direct routes to multiple restricted zones." She paused, then looked at them directly. "And today, every Awakener Academy across Aurora is sending people to one place." The room fell completely quiet. "The Gate of Hell," she said. Guarded jointly by the Federation. A faint ripple of unease passed through the students. Michael felt none of the fear the others showed. If anything, he felt a mild curiosity. So the Federation guarded it. He wondered what rank the station guards were. Sarah continued. The gate of hell does not stay open on its own. It is stabilized by the Federation's spatial anchors and can only be used under supervision. All academies coordinate their entries at the same time to reduce instability. She lifted her hand and gestured toward the assistant teachers standing around the formation. These people will maintain the array during our departure. They will ensure the teleportation holds steady. After that, they will not accompany you. She stepped onto the platform and signaled for them to form up. The runes beneath her feet pulsed. The assistant teachers placed their hands on the anchor points. Michael took his place. The humming beneath the platform grew deeper, vibrating faintly through his boots. Then, almost as an afterthought, Sarah's gaze flicked toward Michael again. And remember. In hell, no one is special. Light surged. The array awakened. The world twisted. And the teleportation began. Michael felt the world stretch. His vision blurred into streaks of white, then darkness, then something else entirely. A soft thud echoed under his boots. Solid ground. His senses rushed back all at once. He exhaled slowly, trying to adjust. Thanks to his constitution and occasional training with wisdom, he was not as affected as others. But the fact that he could still feel the pull showed that they had crossed a distance far greater than anything wisdom could reach in one blink. They were no longer in the Academy's secret realm. Instead, a vast clearing stretched out before him. Behind him, Michael turned, raising a brow. A forest. A massive one. One moment they had been standing atop a crafted array deep inside the Academy. The next they were simply here. Is this still the real world? Michael could not tell. For all he knew, this could be a controlled pocket realm maintained by the Federation. Michael scanned the surroundings, and directly ahead of him was a row of buildings. Tall, metallic, multi-story units arranged in an organized line. And scattered around were people. A lot of people. Most were young, roughly his age, wearing different academy uniforms. Their crests, colors, and styles varied. Beside them stood soldiers in full combat gear. Black exosuits, reinforced plating, energy-powered rifles, and helmets with glowing visor lines. The soldiers watched everything with casual sharpness, hands never far from their weapons. Instructor Sarah was already striding forward. "Follow me," she said, not raising her voice yet still heard clearly by all of them. Michael walked behind her with the rest of his group. At first, he had planned to observe everything closely. New surroundings always meant new information. But very quickly, he stopped. Because the gazes started. Not from his academy group. But from the young people around the outpost. Dozens of eyes turned toward him. Some widened. Some narrowed. Some looked like they had just spotted a mythical creature. A few whispered to one another, not quietly enough. "That is him. The Michael Norman. Didn't they say his power output reached rank 3? Monstrous." Michael felt them all. He ignored them. He tried to. But they kept staring. If anything, it felt more like people studying a dangerous beast rather than a fellow student. They were all participants of the Unified College exams. All brought here by the 10 first-rank academies. And they were looking at him like he was something else entirely. Michael's lips twitched faintly. He had wanted to look around. But under so many eyes, the interest dissolved. He simply followed Sarah in silence, movements relaxed, gaze indifferent. If they wanted to stare, let them stare. He was used to being an anomaly by now. Rin walked beside him, quiet as always, her expression unreadable. Sarah led them past the soldiers, who assessed each student with the precision of trained professionals. Their gazes paused slightly longer on Michael, but unlike the students, theirs carried no awe or confusion. Only evaluation. Michael pretended not to notice. They continued forward until they approached a large military checkpoint where two towering armored gates formed the entrance into the compound. Above the gate, a glowing sign flickered with cold blue light. Outpost 7. Hell Gate Perimeter. Authorized personnel only. Sarah stopped and turned toward her group. Far away from Outpost 7, was a place where the world burned. The sky was red. There was no sun. Only a restless glow that seemed to seep from the sky itself, as if the heavens were made of slow-flowing magma. The air was hot enough to sting the lungs. On a jagged plain of black rock, a crowd of creatures moved. They did not resemble any animal. Their skin ranged from charred black to sickly violet and dull crimson. Some walked on 2 legs, some on 4, some slithered, some crawled. A few had wings that twitched and flexed in the dry heat. To the eyes of an ordinary human, there was only one word for them. Demons. They hunted. They fought. They traded roars and shrieks in a language of growls and guttural sounds. Smaller ones scattered when larger forms passed. Predators watched other predators, waiting for the slightest sign of weakness. This was daily life here. Near the base of a broken mountain, a dark maw opened in the rock. A cave. Inside, the heat grew worse. Molten veins of lava pulsed in the walls, casting flickering light over the rough interior. At the end of the cavern, a crude throne had been carved into an outcropping of rock. Skulls, broken armor, and twisted metal ornaments surrounded it in scattered piles. On that throne sat a demon. Huge. Humanoid in shape. Its shoulders were broad enough to put an ogre to shame. Its skin was dark red. 2 horns curled back from its forehead, black and ridged like blades that had grown from bone. Yellow eyes burned in its skull, pupils thin and sharp. When it shifted, the rock under it creaked. This was no common beast. This was a demon lord. One of the rulers of this place. This place was not simply a world. It was one part of something far larger. Hell. Hell was not a single world. Hell was many worlds stacked together. To be fair, one could call it a universe of its own. Hell had 100 worlds. And everywhere, on every floor, demons lived. Each floor had its own ecology, its own hierarchy, its own brutal society. On the lower floors, demons were weaker and more savage. Imp-like creatures, twisted hounds and small winged fiends. Higher up, things changed. From a certain point onward, true rulers began to appear. Demon lords. They were not born on the first floor. A few rumors claimed that fallen lords sometimes crashed down to the lower levels, but native demon lords began to appear only after a certain threshold. Above the 20th floor, some worlds already had them. Above the 30th floor, their presence was guaranteed. From that point on, any floor could be under the dominion of one or several demon lords, beings who had risen above the common infernal masses. They held territories and commanded armies. Each step upward through the floors increased the pressure. Demons on the 40th floor were far stronger than those on the 20th. Demons on the 60th would crush those below without effort. And the demon lords followed the same rule. Low-floor demon lords ruled over hordes that looked impressive but were, by the standards of hell, still weak. Compared to the higher realms they were nothing more than local chiefs. Mid-floor demon lords were true rulers. Their names carried weight across multiple floors. Their power was great enough that even among demons they were spoken of in grudging respect. Above them stood the high demon lords. Some called themselves Demon Prince. Each of these beings was strong enough to annihilate worlds on the lower floors if given the time and freedom to do so. Their existence distorted their surroundings. Their mere presence twisted the land. Above even these high demon lords, the so-called demon princes, there were beings that almost no one in the lower worlds of hell ever witnessed. The 7 demon kings. Known collectively as the 7 sins. Pride. Wrath. Greed. Envy. Lust. Gluttony. Sloth. 7 thrones scattered across the highest layers of hell. 7 monsters who had climbed beyond the level of ordinary demon princes, each embodying one sin so completely that their existence bent reality around it. And above even them, on the final floor, was something else. The demon god. But on the 30th floor, the demon lord sitting upon the crude throne was not thinking about kings or princes. He was thinking about himself. His eyes burned with awareness. He was alive again. He flexed his claws slowly. He had resurrected recently. A moment passed, and he let out a slow breath, tasting ash and molten air on his tongue. In fact, this was not his first time resurrecting. Far from it. Demons never truly died. Their souls were bound to hell, dragged back by the fabric of the realm itself. But ironically, the demons that died the most, the ones that died the loudest and most violently, were not the weaklings. It was the lower demon lords. From the 30th floor upward, resurrection was almost a requirement. To rise higher, one needed to die or to have died at least once. Only then could the threads of hell accept them as candidates for ascension. Of course, this came with a cost. Lower demon lords were not easy to kill, but compared to the monsters above, they might as well have been newborns. There were many beings powerful enough to hunt them. So many, in fact, that entire groups waited on certain floors for the precise purpose of killing resurrecting demon lords the moment they reappeared. It was miserable. A humiliating cycle. Resurrect. Killed. Resurrect again. Killed again. Over and over, until either the demon lord clawed upward by sheer stubborn survival or collapsed into permanent oblivion. This demon lord knew that routine very well. Which is why his eyes narrowed now. Because this time, when he resurrected on his old throne, the cavern was empty. No hunters stood around. No blades waited to pierce him. No ambushers ready to tear his head off before his consciousness settled. Silence. Heat. Stillness. This had only happened a few times in the last several hundred years. He slowly rose from the throne. The molten veins in the walls pulsed like the heartbeat of hell itself. He lifted his head, sniffing the air, searching for traces of the killers who usually waited for him. Nothing. A rare and dangerous thought entered his mind. Now that he had reappeared, anyone from the lower floors would struggle to descend. His presence would block the path downwards to all but the strongest. That thought should have made him wary. Instead, he chuckled. A low, rolling sound echoed through the cavern, making the lesser demons outside flinch. He did not know what was happening above. He did not know why the hunters who usually waited to tear him apart were missing. What he did know was simple. If his time on this floor was going to be short again, then he would use it. Enjoy it. It would be a waste, he rumbled, voice like grinding boulders, to spend a fresh life sitting here. His clawed hand tightened on the armrest, and he pushed himself fully to his feet. He thought of the floors below. The pubs. It had been a long time since he visited. Too long. His tongue dragged across sharp teeth as another hunger stirred. It was one thing to tear apart lesser demons. Their blood was hot and bitter, useful, but ordinary. What lingered in his memory was different. The blood of other races. Mortals dragged from conquered worlds. Creatures from distant realms. Every race carried a different taste, a different weight of power and soul. And among them, one race stood out in his memory. Elves. Their blood was bright. Their flesh was firm. Their souls burned clean and sharp. Among demons, there were endless arguments about what tasted best, what gave the greatest rush of stolen power. Elves were always in the top 3. And in his personal opinion, they were the best in everything. Fine slaves. Fine trophies. Fine meals. His lips curled into a cruel smile. Perhaps, he murmured, I can find an elf again. He stepped down from the throne. The cavern trembled faintly under his weight. Outside, the demons on the plain felt his presence move and scattered out of instinct. If something stronger had come from above, if some great will was pressing down on the 30th floor, then it would reveal itself in time. Until then, he would walk his domain. Drink in the pubs of the lower floors. Crush whatever dared to stand in his way. And if fate was feeling generous, he would taste elven blood again before someone killed him for the next resurrection. Meanwhile in Aurora, ignorant to what was happening in hell, many academies were ready to send their students there. Michael on his end had already placed his robe in his storage space and had his black armor in full view. To be honest, the armor on Michael right now would not be able to handle any real damage that could harm him. At his current level, the suit was more symbolic than functional. If something was strong enough to injure him, the armor would shatter before it made any difference. If anything, wearing it was simply to look the part. Because if he did not wear it, he would stand out even more than Rin. A mage walking into a realm filled with monsters and hostile creatures while wearing nothing but a loose robe would draw too many eyes. So the armor remained on him. Michael looked around at his environment. The outpost was far more crowded than before. At this point, the number of students from all the Awakener academies in Aurora that would be entering Hell had finally gathered, turning the entire space into a lively place. Most students had already stored their academy robes away. Without the crests and colors that usually marked their identities, it was almost impossible to tell who belonged to which academy unless they were standing with their own groups. But it did not matter. Everyone here was human. In Hell, academy rivalry meant nothing. Down there, they were on one side and everything else was on the other. Michael heard an instructor nearby reminding a cluster of students of the rules. The man spoke loudly enough that the message spread to those around him. Monsters would not be the only threat. Other races existed in Hell. Some were violent. Some attacked humans on sight. Some hunted humans deliberately. In the past, there had even been incidents where other races caused more casualties than demons. The warning was simple. Be careful. Stay alert. If possible, group up. Strength in numbers. Michael watched the different students react. Though the warning also made his mood solemn, it also increased his interest. Fortunately he didn't have to wait for long as soon the students were led to a huge portal inside of a huge building. The portal was a chaotic mix of colors and around the portal were Federation soldiers with better strength and equipments than the ones outside. This part of the outpost existed partly for defense. The soldiers here were not only stationed to guide people through the gate of Hell. They were also here to guard against the rare occasions when demons broke through. And even worse, against the demonic supernaturals who sometimes slipped out to cause trouble in the human realm. The presence of stronger troops made sense. Inside the building, the air shifted as a new figure stepped forward. An old man in a sleek exo-suit approached the gathered students with an easy smile on his face. His stride was calm and confident, and the soldiers nearby stood a little straighter out of respect. Michael did not use any of his abilities on the man, yet he could feel it. The quiet pressure. At least rank 3. A strong one. The old man's smile deepened as he looked over the large crowd. You children are the future of the Federation, he said. His tone was warm. Almost grandfatherly. Be proud. He continued. I will explain this part clearly even if your instructors have told you already, because understanding it is important for your safety. He gestured toward the massive swirling portal behind him. This particular Hell Gate is stabilized by the Federation. It leads directly to the first floor of Hell. His smile faded slightly, replaced by a more serious look. And unlike your return trip, entering the portal means you will arrive in random locations. You will not land beside your friends. You will not appear as a group. A ripple of unease moved through some of the younger students. So for the sake of safety, group up as soon as you find yourselves in that world. At least at the beginning. The first floor holds no real danger to awakeners of your strength. Demons there are too weak to threaten you. But remember something. He lifted a finger. You are not the only ones there. Silence. His voice dropped lower. If you grow careless and fall to another race, you will regret it or might not even have the chance to regret it. He clapped his hands, and a soldier stepped forward with a metal case. The old man opened it. Inside were dozens of small devices that looked like a hybrid of a wristwatch and a compass. The soldiers moved through the crowd, handing one to each student. These devices will only activate inside Hell. Once you enter, the pointer will guide you to the Federation station on the first floor. Michael accepted his own device. The old man gave them all one final smile. Remember. This is only the first floor. Think of it as your introduction. Learn, adapt, and make your academies proud. He stepped back. Soldiers raised their weapons in a ready stance. The portal pulsed brighter, swirling with violent colors that twisted like liquid flame and shattered glass. Michael felt the faint pull of spatial energy. Rin stepped forward. The instructors signaled. It was time. Rin stepped through the portal. Michael followed. The world tore. For a brief moment there was nothing. Then everything slammed back together. His boots sank into something that crunched. Michael blinked. Snow. He stood in the middle of a vast white expanse. The sky above him was a pale gray sheet, heavy and still, with faint streaks of darker clouds drifting slowly across it. There was no sun. Wind moved across the frozen land, carrying flakes of snow that brushed against his armor and skin. Michael looked down. Beneath his boots, a thick layer of packed snow covered the ground. Here and there, jagged black stone jutted out like broken teeth, but most of the landscape was buried under white. In the distance, frost-covered mountains rose, sharp and severe, their peaks lost to the low-hanging clouds. The air tasted clean. Too clean for what people usually imagined when they thought of hell. For a moment, if not for the subtle weight in the air and the strange stillness, this could have been some remote icy wasteland in the human realm. Michael stood very still and let his senses adjust. One should not be deceived. Just because it was called hell did not mean everything was fire and lava. There was a reason people said each floor was like its own world. He knew that. Yet seeing it with his own eyes was different. It did not feel like he had entered hell at all. Michael drew in a slow breath. He released that breath as a misty cloud that drifted away on the cold wind. Then he closed his eyes and let his senses expand. 100 meters. 1,000. 2,000. 5,000 meters. His awareness settled across the frozen plains, tracing every shift in the wind, every disturbance in the snow, every flicker of movement across the icy surface. Nothing. No demons, no other races, no lurking beasts. More importantly, no other students. He was completely alone. So it is safe. For now. Without hesitation, Michael reached inward and summoned the palm-sized damaged coffin of the Forgotten. Two shadows slipped out from the coffin. The air rippled as the two undead materialized beside him, briefly taking on their humanoid forms before dissolving into streaks of color. A heartbeat later, they both fluttered around him like streaks of soft light and then. Click. They settled against his ears, transforming smoothly into butterfly-shaped earrings. Blue on the left. Purple on the right. Before entering the gate, he had stored them away due to worries that the portal might identify them as individual entities and they'll separate. Now that he was in hell he didn't have such worries again. Michael raised his wrist and tapped the compact watch the Federation officer had given them. A single arrow appeared, glowing with a pulsing light. It pointed to his right. Michael nodded. Good. At least I won't wander aimlessly. He looked out across the endless white plains. The landscape stretched so far that even with his vision, nothing broke the horizon but snow, stone, and distant mountains. He tilted the watch slightly, watching the pointer adjust and tug toward the same direction again, confirming the route. This small thing was going to be his guide. He thought back to the Academy's evaluation mission. The goal was simple in words, difficult in execution. Pass 5 floors of hell. Bring back proof of a demon from the 5th floor. Only then would the evaluation be complete. To accomplish that, he needed to find the entrance to the 2nd floor, then the 3rd, then the 4th, and eventually the 5th. Diving in blindly would be foolish, not dangerous for him, but a waste of time. He glanced at the compass again. Better to head to the Federation station first. Gather information. Confirm routes. Understand current floor conditions. Then move. Michael glanced once more at the endless icy landscape. Hell, huh? He shook his head. It still did not feel like hell. But he knew better. The moment he relaxed, it would remind him. Michael started walking, boots crunching softly through the snow. Each step was steady, unhurried, leaving a faint trail behind him that the wind slowly began to swallow. The arrow on the compact watch remained firm, tugging him toward the Federation station far beyond the horizon. He kept his senses spread wide, always 5,000 meters out, always scanning. The world here was quiet. Michael moved for several minutes without incident, letting the rhythm of the snow and wind guide his thoughts. Then, his senses twitched. Something entered the edge of his awareness. 2 signatures clashing repeatedly, kicking up waves of energy that rippled faintly through the frozen ground. A fight. But that wasn't what made him pause. It was the nature of the signatures. Something clicked in Michael's mind, and his heartbeat thumped once, just a little faster. A guess formed. His anticipation sharpened. His lips twitched slightly. He didn't think he would encounter one this soon. But he didn't jump to conclusions. Assumptions in hell were dangerous, even for him. Let's see. In the next instant, Michael blurred from his spot. Snow exploded behind him as he shot forward, moving like a streak across the frozen plains. He cut through the cold wind, his senses locked on the chaotic clash far ahead. The compass on his wrist flickered from the sudden acceleration, but he ignored it. He wasn't changing course permanently. Just taking a small detour. Michael closed the distance in seconds and slowed just enough to stay unseen. Snow drifted lazily around him as he stopped atop a jagged ridge of black stone, gaze sweeping downward. The clash he sensed came into full view. 2 figures tore across the snow-covered ground, each movement carving violent streaks into the white landscape. The first was a tall warrior wrapped in nothing but an animal skin skirt, his muscles thick and corded like braided steel. His skin held a faint earthy glow, and his feet barely sank into the snow. Every step seemed to carry the weight of a mountain. He held a huge bone sword. His opponent was another tall figure, but far different. He looked far less intimidating physically. Slimmer. More graceful. Almost delicate. He fought defensively, steps light, almost floating above the snow. His blade shimmered with faint mana, each parry producing a soft metallic hum. Compared to the hulking warrior, he seemed fragile. But he was fast. Precise. And despite being pushed back again and again, he had not fallen. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as the details became clearer. The massive warrior in the animal skin skirt wasn't just any brute. He was a barbarian, but not the kind Earth's history books would describe. This one belonged to a race said to come from the ancient tribe realm. Michael had read about them. A world of warring clans. A culture built on trial by blood. A realm where children lifted boulders before they learned to speak. Barbarians from the ancient realm were famous for their absurd physicality, their natural connection to the land, and their terrifying combat instincts. But something was wrong. In this universe, the concept of race was very real and very strict. It was not like on Earth, where people spoke about race but in the end everyone was still human. Here, that did not apply. Even beings who looked like humans were not necessarily human or called that. Even among humans themselves, things grew complicated. The people of Aurora saw themselves simply as humans, but out there in the wider universe, other human branches existed. When other races spoke about them, they did not say humans. They said Aurora humans. To the universe, they were just one branch among many. Imperial humans, celestial humans, void-born humans, each with their own talents, history, and bloodline quirks. So when Michael looked at the warrior below, he did not just see a strong man in an animal skin skirt. He saw a race. And races did not mix so easily. Aside from races that coexisted peacefully in the same realm, or those who formed alliances, or those whose worlds overlapped long enough to influence each other, mixed bloods in the universe often lived difficult lives. Some mixed bloods were celebrated if their parent races were close allies. Some were tolerated. But many carried a strange and unfair burden. Discrimination from both sides. A child born between two incompatible races might be rejected by both. Considered impure. Considered a mistake. Considered something that did not belong anywhere. As Michael watched the fight below, this truth slipped into his thoughts. The large barbarian was definitely pure-blooded from the ancient tribe realm. But the other one? The slender barbarian with the light steps and delicate frame. A barbarian should not look like that. Michael knew a bit about the variants of barbarians to know. He was surely a mixed-born. What race is he really? Michael wondered silently. And is it okay for me to keep watching like this? There was etiquette in the supernatural universe. Spying on others mid-battle could be taken as hostility. Especially if one was strong enough to change the flow of the fight. Though Michael was in the open at a distance, he was not worried that the others would find him thanks to Blue and Purple's illusion abilities that perfectly hid him. Secondly was the power of the two below. They were strong, but Michael could tell they were simply average rank 2 powerhouses. They fought like cultivators and not like class-driven awakeners. But he could also be wrong. There were many awakeners whose foundations were very ordinary. Still, to someone like Michael, they were only average. An average could not see through Blue and Purple's illusions. He remained crouched on the ridge, senses calm and steady, eyes following the clash with increasing interest. The fight grew fiercer. The massive pure barbarian roared, stomping the ground and sending a shockwave through the ice. Snow blasted upward. The mixed-born slid backward several meters, boots barely skimming the ground, blade flicking out to deflect the tail end of the impact. Michael felt the force even from his vantage point. But it was nothing concerning. He observed quietly, unmoving, letting Blue and Purple maintain the perfect concealment veil around him. The two undead were not only adept at illusions. They were instinctively attuned to the environment, spreading subtle distortions along the edges of sight and sound that made Michael feel like an empty space within the world. Perfect for watching without being noticed. His gaze returned to the mixed-born and the pure barbarian. Should I intervene? Michael wondered. Or keep watching? In the end Michael felt it was none of his business. In any case, the ancient tribe realm was not an ally of Aurora, so there was no reason to concern himself with whatever grudges or personal battles their people carried. If anything, a death here might not be so bad for the one who lost. Michael's thoughts drifted for a moment. Perhaps it was because of his increasingly deep connection with the dark element. Perhaps it was the common sense he had absorbed from studying necromancy. Or maybe it was simply the result of spending days reading topics like the bucket list of digging through dragon and gods' graves. Whatever the cause, Michael's moral code had started to tilt in a way that would bother the righteous. Now, the idea of two strangers killing each other in hell did not stir him much. He watched for a few seconds longer. The pure barbarian roared again, bone sword cleaving down in a brutal diagonal. The mixed-born twisted his body, blade sliding along the larger weapon, redirecting the force just barely enough to avoid having his chest split open. The shock still sent him skidding back, boots carving twin lines through the snow. Blood stained the white ground in faint splatters. Michael exhaled softly. His curiosity was satisfied. Hell really was a crossroads. Michael straightened from his crouch. He gave the battlefield one last glance. He committed both figures to memory. I wonder if we'll meet again. Preferably on better ground than this. Time would decide. Michael turned away. Blue and purple adjusted around him, their illusion field flowing with his movement. To the two battling figures below, it was as if nothing had ever been there above them. Only snow, stone and the weight of their own battle. The frozen plains opened before Michael. He lifted his wrist slightly. The compact watch flickered, arrow steady, still pointing in the same direction as before. Back to work, he murmured. With that, he left the distant echoes of the barbarian clash behind, boots crunching into fresh snow as he followed the glowing arrow toward the Federation station. In the land of origin, the other Michael had already landed in the capital and was currently staying in the Duke of Evermund's mansion. Compared to the cold emptiness of Hell's first floor, this place was the opposite. Warm lantern light. Soft carpets. The faint fragrance of herbs and roasted meat drifting in the air. Servants moving with practiced quiet. Compared to the cold emptiness of Hell's first floor, this place was the opposite. Warm lantern light. Soft carpets. The faint fragrance of herbs and roasted meat drifting in the air. Across a long carved dining table sat Ariane Evermoon, watching him with a small smile as she lifted a forkful of food. If Michael were honest with himself, the contrast was almost comedic. A moment ago, part of him was crouched on a frozen ridge, watching two barbarians from the ancient tribe realm try to murder each other in a blizzard. Here, the other part of him was eating glazed beast meat cooked with rare spices. He took another bite. He paused. He chewed again. Then he nodded slowly. This is better than mine, he admitted in his mind without shame. Much better. The Duke's chefs had a reputation for a reason. Ariane's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. You like the food, she observed lightly, chin resting on her palm. I can tell. Michael glanced at her. She wasn't wrong. His expression was probably giving it away. It's good, he said simply. Just good, she teased. He let out a breath and gave up. He was starting to understand this princess a little. It's excellent. Ariane's smile brightened, pleased for reasons he didn't quite understand. You'll eat like this often if you stay in the mansion, she continued. Father insisted that you rest properly before anything else. Michael nodded, letting her words settle. Truthfully, he didn't mind the rest. Besides, the food was great. A servant stepped forward and refilled their cups with a pale blue drink. Michael lifted the cup, letting the faintly liquid settle before taking a slow sip. Sweet. Another reminder that this world had its own luxuries. He set the cup down. So, he asked, looking at Ariane, what now? Ariane dabbed her lips with a silk napkin and gave a small, composed nod, as if she had been expecting that question. We will attend a banquet tonight in the royal palace, she said. Everything else, you'll find out there. Michael's brow rose a little. Meaning? Ariane leaned back slightly in her chair. Meaning I have already told you everything I know, she replied with a tiny shrug. Father told me that the banquet will determine other things. Michael took another drink from his cup, letting the information settle. Politics. Royalty. Nobles. It was going to be a long night. But he nodded. All right. Ariane smiled again, softer this time. Don't worry. I'll be with you the entire time. They continued their meal, letting the earlier heaviness fade into light conversation. It felt peaceful. Warm. Meanwhile, after some time, the Michael in hell had already reached his location. He slowed as the landscape shifted. What stood ahead of him was, not what he expected. Michael blinked once. Then again. Is this what the Federation calls a settlement? He had imagined something small. A fortified outpost. A bunker. A few tents. Maybe a simple stone structure. But what rose before him looked nothing like a temporary camp. Towering walls stretched across the frozen horizon, carved from a mix of reinforced alloy and black stone. The surface glimmered faintly with runic circuits, pulsing in a slow heartbeat rhythm. The gate alone was massive, tall enough for giants to walk through and reinforced with layers of metal plates. This was not a settlement. This was a small city. Michael's eyes traced the top of the walls. Movement caught his attention. Figures walked along the ramparts. Federation soldiers. Their discipline alone gave it away. Michael also noticed the mounted weapons. Large turrets. Mana cannons. This place could flatten a demon horde without breaking a sweat. He let out a slow breath. So this is the Federation's first-floor base. It was bigger than he imagined. He started toward the massive gates, crunching through the snow. A few meters in, he saw others as well. He wasn't alone. Around him, spaced out across the frozen plains, were silhouettes moving toward the same location. Teenagers. Young men and women. All roughly his age. Apparently, he wasn't the only one who decided the settlement should be the first stop. Michael adjusted his pace and continued onward, blending with the slow stream of students making their way to the settlement. The closer he got, the larger the gates appeared. By the time Michael and the others reached the entrance, the sheer height of the walls made even the taller students tilt their heads back. And once he stepped through the gate, Michael slowed again. Because the inside was not what he expected either. Instead of a strict military outpost like the outside suggested, the interior felt alive. Bustling. Chaotic. A long central street stretched ahead, flanked by rows of stalls, shops, and open structures. The layout resembled a marketplace more than anything else. Voices rose and overlapped, the sounds of bargaining echoing between the buildings. Strong awakeners, cultivators, and even a few non-human silhouettes moved among the crowd without shame or restraint. People exchanged items with an almost aggressive enthusiasm. Some were trading demon parts. Some bartered glowing stones. Some held metal fragments clearly from other races. One stall even displayed a row of small sealed bottles, each containing a writhing mass of energy. Michael raised a brow. He moved further in, letting his eyes take in the flow of goods. He passed a vendor selling dark bones etched with symbols. Another was selling jagged blue crystals that hummed faintly with icy energy. Further down, someone shouted prices for talismans made from monster hide, runework from a race he didn't recognize. Michael watched as a burly man shoved a bundle of demon fangs toward a hooded woman, demanding double the price. She shoved back. They argued. Neither cared who heard. He continued onward. The soldiers patrolling the roads didn't intervene. They only watched, ensuring nothing escalated beyond shouting. Michael took a slow breath, tasting the faint scent of cold metal, demon blood, and cooked food blending strangely together. For a place inside hell, it was surprisingly lively. For a place inside hell, it was surprisingly lively. Michael let his gaze travel higher, past the stalls and crowd. That was when he noticed it. Not all the buildings were temporary wooden structures or metal frames. Some were properly built. And on a few of those, plaques and banners hung in clear sight. He saw the stylized flask and leaf emblem of an alchemy organization. Next to it, a sturdier structure bore a crossed blade and hammer symbol, the mark of a weapon association branch. So some supernatural organizations have branches here too, Michael thought. It was not surprising when he considered it. Where there were resources, there was trade. Michael adjusted his cloak slightly and continued forward, mind shifting back to his earlier plan. Information first. Michael scanned it briefly. Map stall. Michael's eyes shifted in that direction. On the eastern side of the main street, tucked between a talisman vendor and a stall grilling demon meat skewers, stood a booth. Comprehensive hell floor maps. Routes, zones, racial territories. Michael stepped towards the stall. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man. At first glance he looked ordinary, with weathered skin, faint wrinkles at the eyes, and gray streaks in his beard. But the moment Michael stepped close enough, a subtle pressure brushed against his senses. It was familiar. The exact kind of strength the Academy's assistant teachers radiated, the ones who stood at the peak of rank 2. Michael's eyes narrowed faintly. Awakener? Cultivator? He could not tell for sure, and honestly, he did not care much. He only needed one thing. Welcome, the man said without looking up. What do you need? Michael placed a hand on the counter. I would like a comprehensive map of the first 5 floors of hell. The man did not respond. Finally, his eyes lifted. You are new here. Michael did not react. He had expected this much. No matter how much he wanted to blend in, to someone this experienced, he probably smelled like someone who had just stepped into hell for the first time. He gave a single nod. Is that going to be a problem? The man shook his head slowly. Not really. Just that. Do you have money? Michael froze. He let out a slow breath and shook his head. Trade by barter works here, right? The vendor gave a short approving nod. Barter works, he confirmed. Most people prefer it. Money loses value fast in hell. Michael relaxed a little. The vendor leaned forward slightly, folding his arms on the counter in a more businesslike manner. So then, he continued, his tone now professional, what kind of map do you want? I have 2 types. He reached beneath the counter and placed items down one by one. Surface maps, he said, tapping a thick rolled parchment tied with black string. Hand-painted. Good for quick reference. Another item was placed down, this time a small crystalline slab glowing faintly with embedded runes. Projection crystals, the man said. Shows terrain in 3 dimensions but it is expensive. So which one do you want? Michael looked between the parchment map and the glowing projection crystal. The difference in quality was obvious. The parchment was simple and durable. Michael weighed his options for a brief moment. Sometimes it was smarter to save resources and sometimes it was better to choose the best. I will take the second one, Michael said, tapping the projection crystal. The crystal map. As he spoke, he reached into his storage space and pulled out a rank 3 spirit crystal. One of the 9 he had. He placed it gently on the counter. The middle-aged man froze. The lazy neutrality on his face collapsed. His eyes widened, then sharpened, then widened again. His posture straightened without him even realizing it. That. The man whispered, voice a little dry, is more than enough. Michael tilted his head slightly. So it is acceptable. The man snatched the crystal with surprising speed, as if afraid Michael might suddenly take it back. Acceptable, the vendor said with a stiff laugh. Boy, this is worth several of those crystals. You could have bought half the stall with this. Michael scratched the back of his head. Ah. The man no longer looked indifferent. He pushed the projection crystal forward with both hands. Here. Take it, he said. But I cannot just take a rank 3 spirit crystal for a single map. Before Michael could reply, the man bent down behind the counter again. A moment later, he set several small objects on the table with soft clinks. Round, glossy, each one pulsing faintly with a contained aura. 10 in total. Michael's brows drew together. The man noticed the look and chuckled. These are demon cores, he explained. Formed in the bodies of stronger demons. Level 2 to 3 and above. Michael's mind translated automatically. Level 2 and 3 meant rank 1 and up. The vendor tapped one of the cores with a knuckle. These 10 are from level 4 demons, he added. Rank 2, then. Michael's eyes flickered. From the terms the man used, it became clear. Cultivator, not a class-based awakener. The man pushed the pile of cores closer to him. These are for you, he said. Take them. I am not giving you back that spirit crystal, but I am not shameless enough to pretend a map costs that much. Michael glanced at the projection crystal, then at the 10 demon cores. Useful. Very useful. And remember this, the man said, his tone turning serious. Demon cores are the main currency here in hell. Spirit crystals, artifacts, materials, people will take those too, but cores are what everyone accepts without question. He held up one core between two fingers. Pay attention to them. Michael nodded once. I will. Even with these cores, it is still not enough for that spirit crystal, the middle-aged man said. So I will add something else. The man still was not done. He bent down once more, this time bringing up a thin stack of tightly bound pages. The cover was a dull, dark leather, worn at the edges. He set it beside the projection crystal. This is a monster note, the vendor said. A personal record. It covers the common and uncommon demon species on the first 30 floors, their habits, rough strengths, and general regions where they appear. Michael's attention sharpened. The crystal map has basic information, the man continued. Main routes, danger zones, racial territories, and so on. But this. He tapped the notebook, is more detailed. Subspecies, nesting tendencies, migration habits during hell storms. Things that are very annoying to learn on your own. Michael was silent for a heartbeat. Inside, though, he was very satisfied. Demon cores, he could get himself. He already planned to. But a carefully compiled record of monsters and where to find them, written by someone experienced enough to reach at least the 30th floor and return alive, was something else entirely. This, the man said, pushing both the crystal and the notebook toward him, is the least I can do or I will feel like a thief. Michael reached out and rested his hand briefly on the leather cover, feeling the faint texture beneath his fingers. Then I will accept it, he said quietly. For a single rank 3 spirit crystal, this trade seemed a bit more fair. It was a small win. Michael gathered the projection crystal, the demon cores, and the monster note into his storage space before giving the man a polite nod. Thank you so much. Without another word, he turned and began walking away, blending once more into the flow of people moving across the lively marketplace. The vendor remained frozen behind the stall for several seconds, eyes locked on the direction Michael had gone. Only after the youth vanished completely did he release a slow breath. Systemic. He looked down at the rank 3 spirit crystal in his hand again. A crystal formed by pure systemic condensation. Perfectly shaped. Pure in energy quality. The kind that only appeared as loot drops in the land of origin. And only awakeners could enter that place. The man narrowed his eyes slightly. That boy, did he kill the creature that dropped this himself? Rank 3 spirit crystals were not produced by weak creatures. The vendor tapped his finger lightly against his counter, thoughts spinning. Or was it given to him by someone? A mentor, a family head, a sect elder. His brow furrowed. A person who could part with something like this so easily. Either had more. Or was strong enough to get more without worry. The vendor's gaze deepened. And his presence. Not someone simple, the vendor murmured. He leaned back in his seat, still staring in the direction Michael had disappeared. Whether that youth killed a king-rank creature himself or not, it did not matter. Anyone with the power, resources, or background to casually use a system-generated rank 3 crystal as pocket change was someone he had no intention of offending. The vendor let out a quiet sigh. Also, how can a man be so beautiful, goddammit? After getting the map, Michael did not linger. He stepped out of the bustling streets, passed through the wide gates, and soon left the Federation settlement behind. The moment he crossed a certain distance, the noise faded, replaced once more by the quiet, biting cold of hell's frozen plains. Michael continued walking until the settlement walls were only a distant, dark outline behind him. Only then did he stop. He reached into his storage space and brought out the projection crystal. The moment his mana touched it, faint runes pulsed to life. A 3-layered light panel unfolded upward, rendering a floating map in crisp detail. First floor, Michael said quietly. The projection shifted instantly. A vast terrain appeared before him in translucent glowing lines. Mountains, plains, frozen lakes, danger zones, demon nests, and racial territories, all marked with hovering symbols. Michael studied it carefully. So the Federation base is here. He murmured, tracing his finger lightly through the air. He dragged his finger outward. More markers appeared as the projection zoomed out. Small clustered icons in different colors and shapes. Michael's eyes narrowed at a few particular ones. Racial settlements, he muttered. So it was not just the Federation. For the first floor of Hell, there were more settlements than he had expected. But when he thought about it, it made sense. Aurora was a relatively new power in the universe. If even they could afford to plant a foothold in Hell, what of the ancient races that had existed long before them? Of course they would be here, Michael thought. Resources, rare materials, unique environments. Every serious faction would want a share. His gaze moved across the projection again. Though he was interested in the other races, they were not what he came to Hell for. In any case, he could always see them later. Right now, his goals were simple. Everything else could wait. Michael's eyes returned to the demon locations marked on the map. The first floor of Hell was wide. Shockingly wide. So wide that, if he compared it to his home realm, it probably did not lose to half its size. Even with the presence of various races establishing settlements, outposts, and small cities, the land itself was vast enough that demons still had more than enough space to survive and multiply. Of course, the presence of these races came with one benefit. There are fewer strong demons here, Michael murmured. To complete the Academy's evaluation task, what Michael truly needed lay on the 5th floor. The assignment was only one goal, though. Michael had another that mattered just as much, if not more. Filling his contract slots. And Hell just happened to lack anything but bodies. Michael zoomed the projection out again, eyes sharpening. Lower-ranked demons of many kinds exist here, he whispered. The map confirmed it. Several regions were marked with striped red circles, densely populated but not too dangerous. Perfect. Michael tagged one of the clusters on the map, a region on the northern plains. According to the map, that area held mixed species of level 1 to 2 demons. I'll check this spot first. He closed the projection crystal, letting the floating image fade into nothingness. Michael started walking and vanished into the frozen plains to begin the hunt. Like this, several hours passed. Far away, in the land of origin, specifically the capital of the Lionheart Kingdom, the sun had already begun to set, dyeing the entire city in shades of amber and crimson. Tonight, Michael and Ariane Evermoon were to attend the royal family's banquet. Right now, Michael stood in front of a tall mirror, quietly looking at his reflection. This time, he was not dressed in his usual black robes or travel attire. Instead, he wore a suit. A perfectly tailored black suit with subtle silver embroidery along the cuffs, paired with a crisp white shirt and a dark vest that fit him like it had been sculpted onto his body. His long hair was tied neatly behind his head, giving him a composed, dignified look. Outside his door, he faintly sensed Ariane's presence drawing closer, accompanied by the soft chime of jewelry. Michael adjusted the suit collar one last time. Should I start dressing formal? Unable to even deny his beauty this time, the slightly vain Michael couldn't help but ponder on some certain things. A soft knock sounded at the door. Michael already knew who it was. "Princess, you may enter," he said calmly. The door opened with a quiet click. Ariane stepped inside. And the first thing she did was freeze. Her eyes widened. Her lips parted. Her breath hitched for a fraction of a second as she stared at him in the suit. "Sir Mike," she whispered, almost dazed. "You look incredible." The praise hit him directly in the ego. Inwardly, he was very satisfied. He straightened his posture just a little, nothing too obvious, but enough that the fabric of the suit settled more perfectly against his frame. "Thank you," Michael said, allowing a small, controlled smile to form. "But you." His gaze swept over her. Her hair was braided with silver threads, cascading like a waterfall over her shoulder. A slim, elegant dress hugged her figure, shimmering faintly when she moved, and a soft, warm fragrance wrapped around her like a quiet halo. Michael used a line he remembered from a movie in his old life. "You look like you stepped out of a painting," he said softly. Ariane blinked, caught off guard by the straightforward compliment. Color rose to her cheeks as she smoothed her dress instinctively. "You look really, really good," she muttered again, almost under her breath, as if trying to regain her composure. Michael nodded, appreciating her appearance without hiding it. "You did well," he said. "Your outfit suits you perfectly." Ariane's eyes brightened, just a bit too visibly, but she tried to hide it behind a composed smile. "Shall we go?" she asked. Michael offered his arm. "We should." Ariane placed her hand lightly on his arm, and together they stepped toward the door. A short while later, a carriage rolled to a smooth stop before the grand palace hall. Lanterns shaped like floating stars drifted in the air, illuminating the marble steps leading to the entrance. Michael stepped out first, offering his hand to Ariane. She accepted with practiced grace, and together they walked toward the towering golden doors as attendants bowed deeply. The moment the doors opened, a wave of warm light, soft music, and refined perfume washed over them. Yet the instant Michael stepped inside, his expression barely shifted, but internally, he felt suffocated. Everything looked elegant. The chandeliers, the polished floors, the expensive gowns, the noble families gathered in circles of influence. But beneath the beauty, he sensed it. Superficiality. Layers and layers of it. He watched nobles greet each other with wide smiles that never touched their eyes. Laughter that sounded rehearsed. Compliments that were empty air. Conversations filled only with posturing and politics. It all felt so fake that even the polite smiles looked distorted. Michael slowed slightly, unable to hide the faint crease in his brows. Ariane noticed. "Is something wrong?" she whispered. Michael shook his head lightly. "Nothing. Just, taking in the atmosphere." He kept his voice calm, but inwardly, he was already growing tired of the charade around him. Compared to the raw, brutal honesty of hell, even with demons trying to tear each other apart, this hall felt far more suffocating. At least demons did not pretend. A passing noblewoman gave Ariane a practiced smile before turning to Michael with a far too interested gaze. Michael returned a polite nod. Ariane leaned closer, whispering, "Welcome to the royal capital's high society." Michael exhaled quietly. "Unfortunately." Together, they stepped deeper into the banquet hall, all eyes slowly turning their way. As they walked, Ariane's eyes flicked around the hall, recognizing faces Michael did not. After a moment, she leaned slightly toward him. "Sir Mike," she said softly, "I need to go greet a few people. Some are my father's old friends, and it would be rude not to say hello." Michael nodded. "Do what you need to." Ariane smiled, relieved he understood. I won't take long, she promised. Then, with a subtle tug on his arm, she guided him toward a quieter corner of the hall. There, an elegant refreshment table stretched out, crystal glasses neatly arranged beside trays of sparkling drinks, silver plates stacked next to dishes of roasted meats, fruits, and delicacies only nobles could afford. You can stay here for a bit, Ariane said, gesturing gently to the table. Serve yourself whatever you like. No one will bother you here. Michael glanced at the setup. Food, drinks, a bit of peace. Not bad. I'll be back soon, Ariane said. Don't disappear. I'll stay here. Ariane nodded once more and then drifted away gracefully, her presence quickly swallowed by the shifting clusters of nobles. Left alone, Michael reached for a plate and added a mix of food inside and without bothering about his surroundings, started to enjoy the food. As Michael quietly enjoyed the moment of silence he'd been gifted, savoring the rare peace of a hall filled with noise, a soft voice drifted from his left. Sir Mike. His hand paused mid-reach. That voice was familiar. He turned his head, scanning the space beside him, and his eyes widened ever so slightly. Standing only a few steps away, looking just as surprised as he felt, was a face he had not seen in a very long time. The first noble lady he had ever met in the land of origin. Syria Golden. The youngest daughter of the Golden family, the family whose residence he had stayed in for a short while when waiting to meet Mage Lien. Her hair was styled in soft curls tonight, her dress a pale cream embroidered with delicate gold threads that caught the light beautifully. She looked older in a subtle way, not in age, but in poise. More refined, more composed than the bright, curious girl he remembered. Yet her eyes. Those still held the same spark. Sir Mike, it really is you, Syria said, a slow smile forming on her lips. Michael blinked once, the memory of the golden estate flickering through his mind. Lady Syria, he said calmly. It has been a while. Her smile widened, a mix of surprise and genuine warmth. I didn't expect to see you here, she said softly. Then her gaze swept over him again, slower this time. And, you look very different from before. The suit suits you incredibly well. Michael gave a polite nod. Thank you. You look fine yourself. Syria raised an eyebrow, lips tugging upward. It's good to see you again, Michael said simply. I didn't know I'd meet you here. Her eyes sharpened instantly. Oh, she said, a spark of mock offense lighting up her face. Why? Did you think someone like me doesn't belong in a place like this? Michael paused. Then, slowly, he gave her a look that was half exasperated, half amused. I never said that. But you thought it, Syria shot back, chin lifting in the same spirited way he remembered from their first meeting. You hesitated before answering. That's because you're putting words in my mouth, Michael replied calmly. Syria clicked her tongue softly. But her expression brightened again almost immediately. She lifted her chin with exaggerated elegance, placing a hand on her hip in a way that was clearly meant to look dignified but ended up looking more like a puffed-up cat trying to act regal. Well, she declared, I might not be as popular as some of the noble ladies here tonight, but I do have a standing. Michael stared at her for a heartbeat. Syria held the pose, head lifted proudly, chest forward, trying so hard to look imposing that even the golden embroidery on her dress seemed to stand straighter with her. It was, despite her best efforts, unmistakably adorable. A quiet laugh escaped Michael before he could stop it. Syria's eyes widened. What? What is that look? Why are you smiling like that? Michael shook his head slowly. It is nothing, he said, the smile lingering. You are mean, Sir Mike. Michael did not argue. Instead, he gently set the plate down, lifted his gaze to hers, and spoke in his usual calm tone. Would you like to join me for a drink, Lady Syria? I would be honored to, Syria said, her voice dropping into a formal, elegant tone. It would be improper of me to refuse. Michael nodded and gestured toward a standing server to bring some drinks. The server approached with practiced elegance, bowing slightly as he presented 2 crystal glasses filled with a light golden wine. Michael accepted one glass and passed the other to Syria, who took it with both hands. "Thank you," she said, giving the server a polite nod before he stepped away. Michael lifted his glass lightly. Syria mirrored him, her eyes bright. "So," she began. "So," Michael said at the same time. Both paused. Syria laughed softly. "You go first." Michael inclined his head. "I was only going to ask how you have been since we last met." Syria's smile softened at the sincerity in his tone. "Much better than before. And I wanted to tell you." She stopped mid-sentence. Michael blinked. Syria's gaze was no longer on him. It was locked past his shoulder. Before Michael could turn, he already sensed it. That familiar presence. Ariane. Michael slowly shifted his head to the side. Ariane Evermoon stood there. Her hair glimmered under the hall's warm lights. Her eyes, however, were fixed firmly on Syria Golden. Syria seemed to realize how this looked. She straightened quickly, lowering her glass and offering a polite little bow. "Princess Evermoon," she said, her voice suddenly formal. "Good evening." Ariane returned the gesture with perfect noble grace, though her expression held a subtle firmness. "Lady Syria," she said gently. "Good evening to you as well." Then Ariane's gaze shifted to Michael. "Sir Mike." Her tone was soft, yet the little smile she wore did not hide the hint of sharpness in her eyes. "I hope you were not too bored while I was gone." Michael shook his head lightly. "Not at all." Ariane's eyes dropped briefly to the 2 glasses of wine. Then to Syria. Then back to Michael. "I see you found company." Syria flinched just a little and opened her mouth quickly. "Oh, no, Princess, it was not that. I mean, Sir Mike only invited me for a drink because we had not seen each other in a long time. Nothing improper." Michael raised an eyebrow at her sudden panic. Ariane's lips curved. "I did not say anything was improper," she replied calmly. Syria froze. Michael noticed the tension beginning to wrap around the 3 of them like an invisible rope. He took a small sip of his wine, then looked at Ariane with a calm expression. "I was catching up with Lady Syria," he said simply. "You came at the right time." Ariane's shoulders relaxed slightly. Syria let out a breath she clearly did not know she had been holding. Michael continued. "Shall I get you a glass as well?" Ariane glanced at the wine between his fingers, then at Syria holding hers. Her smile softened a little. "I would like that," she said. Michael gestured to the server again. As the server hurried over, Syria shifted awkwardly, then cleared her throat quietly. "Princess, Sir Mike, should I give you 2 some space?" she asked. Ariane turned to her with surprising poise. "That will not be necessary," she replied. "We are simply enjoying a drink." Syria nodded, though the way she held her glass just a bit too tightly made it clear she was not sure if that was a good thing or not. Michael, meanwhile, looked between the 2 women, one embarrassed and flustered, the other composed but sharp. And he wondered. Why does this suddenly feel more dangerous than hell? Fortunately, the food here tasted great. Ariane accepted the new glass the server handed her. Syria lifted hers a little higher in silent acknowledgement. Michael simply sipped his, utterly calm. Then. Nothing. No one spoke. Not a word. They simply stood there. Ariane silently observed the hall, her eyes occasionally drifting toward Syria. Syria pretended to be fascinated by the chandelier for a full 10 seconds. Michael felt peaceful. Another 10 seconds passed. Then 15. Then 20. Syria's expression slowly twisted into something between panic and pleading, as if silently screaming. Say something, anyone, please. Ariane was no better. Her fingers tightened on the stem of her glass, her composed smile wobbling just a little. Michael watched people walk by, the flicker of lantern light reflecting off polished marble, and thought. Much better. So quiet. Syria wanted to sink into the floor. I really should not have listened to them. She kept her eyes fixed on the chandelier, pretending to appreciate the way the crystals caught the light, but her thoughts were nowhere near the ceiling. If there was one person who had spoken to Mike Knorr on genuinely friendly terms before he became famous in the kingdom, it was Syria. Not the social climbers who had only learned his name after the tournament. Mage Lien did not count. The relationship between him and Michael was purely made of purpose and benefit. Mutual interest. Transactions. But she had simply talked to him and ended up enjoying an interesting conversation like old friends, even if it was their first time seeing each other. Her fingers tightened around the stem of her glass. And now look at me. Standing here like a complete fool between him and the princess. It had started a few days after the news about the legendary ruin spread. Rumors of what had happened, and of Sir Mike who seemed to have been thrown into the mix. How even the royal family seemed to value him. Her father had called her into his study. Her eldest brother had been there too. They had spoken gently, but the intent beneath every word was clear. Syria, you were acquainted with Sir Mike before the rest of the kingdom noticed him. This is a rare opportunity. His future looks very bright. It would be foolish not to at least try to deepen that connection. Syria had not been against it. This was the fate of noble ladies. Marriage was their path to power. It had always been like that. They were bridges between houses, living contracts wrapped in silk and etiquette. Very few had the luxury of marrying purely for love. If they had the chance to aim higher, if the family had a chance to secure a stronger ally, most noble girls would accept it. Syria was not naive. So she had only raised one problem. But is he not already the princess's fiancé? He was the one who won Duke Evermund's competition and one of the prizes was the duke's daughter. If he is already bound to her, then it would be improper for me to even try, would it not? Besides, we have only had a single conversation and that was months ago. Her father had scoffed. For someone as strong as Mike Knorr, a contest prize is not enough to tie him forever, he had said. If he were a minor knight or a poor baron, that would be different. But men like him choose their own path. Even dukes and kings need to bargain carefully. As for one conversation, it was at least something, so you can still use it to your advantage. Her brother had leaned on the desk, thoughtful. Besides, he added, according to our sources, the princess and him do not seem like they share a romantic relationship. Close, yes. But not in that way. They act more like political allies for now. Her father had nodded. Which means that until a decree is announced, everything is still in the air. As long as you do not act shameless or disrespectful, there is no harm in strengthening your bond with him. You met him early. Use that timing. That alone is an advantage other noble ladies do not have. At the time, it made sense. So she came tonight thinking. I will just talk to him like before. If something grows from it, it grows. If not, then I will at least know I tried. Now, standing here, feeling the princess's quiet gaze occasionally brush against her, she finally realized something. Her father's information had missed a very important detail. It was not that there was no romantic feeling. It was that whatever existed between Mike Knorr and Princess Ariane was simply not obvious enough for outsiders to read. From up close, it was different. Syria could see it now. The way the princess relaxed too quickly when he spoke. The way Mike Knorr's tone shifted without him noticing when he addressed her. The way they seemed to understand each other's rhythm, even in silence. Syria lowered her eyes slightly, her lashes trembling. So much for, no romantic relationship. Her father's confident words echoed uselessly in her mind. Everything is still in the air. Is it really? She thought bitterly. She took another small sip of wine to cover the way her throat felt tight. She was not angry at her family. This was how nobles thought. This was how they survived. She was only annoyed at herself. Annoyed that she had agreed too easily. Annoyed that she had walked straight into a situation that made her look like she was trying to steal another woman's man, even if nothing had happened yet. Most of all, she was annoyed at the timing. Of all the moments for her to return. She risked a glance at Ariane. The princess still wore that polite, composed expression. There was no open hostility. No obvious displeasure. But Syria was a noble lady too. She could read the tiny stiffness in Ariane's shoulder. The subtle guardedness in her eyes whenever Syria looked Michael's way. Syria inhaled slowly, forcing herself to calm down. Fine. It is not like I came here to rip them apart. If things are already leaning this way, then I will not embarrass myself by clinging too hard. She straightened a little and let her gaze settle on the hall again. If she could not retreat without looking strange, she could at least behave properly. At the very least, she decided one thing firmly. I will not act like those ridiculous noble girls who throw themselves at any rising star. Whatever bond one had with him before, I will treat it as a simple friendship now. If fate allows more, it will happen naturally. If not, then so be it. Her grip on the glass loosened. Somewhere beside her, Michael took another unbothered sip of wine, still enjoying his peaceful corner that had somehow turned into a battlefield only in the minds of the two girls beside him. Syria exhaled slowly, lips pressing together in determination. Yes. Friendship. Calm. Dignified. I will not be like those desperate girls who throw themselves at any handsome face just because he shines a little brighter than most. A beat passed. Her eyes drifted sideways, just a little. And immediately, her resolve wavered. Because, heavens above. Why is he even more handsome than before? Her mind went blank for a full second. Did he always look like this? Did she forget? The suit fit him far too perfectly. His hair was tied back neatly, making his sharp features stand out even more. The calm, unbothered expression on his face did not help either. She swallowed. This is unfair. Completely unfair. How is a man allowed to look like this? Syria's vanity stirred shamelessly. Michael was easily the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. Heavens. Heavens, heavens, he really is the most handsome man I have ever seen in my life. Is the princess charmed by him too? A thought popped up in her head. If he was not standing beside the princess, would I dare try harder? Her cheeks warmed in embarrassment. Stop. Absolutely not. Shameful thought. Ridiculous thought. Delete immediately. But the thought did not delete itself. It sat there. Unfortunately for Syria, even though she was actually the same age as Michael, her demeanor, her appearance and her petite stature made Michael see her completely as his cousin's age mate. Several minutes passed like that. Then, without warning, the music stopped. Every instrument fell quiet at once. A heartbeat of stillness swept across the banquet hall. A loud, clear voice echoed through the space. The royal family is here. All heads turned toward the grand entrance. The towering doors opened slowly, and a procession stepped inside. Guards in armor walked first, then three figures entered the hall with calm, dignified steps. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Nobles straightened their backs. Others lowered their heads respectfully. Michael's eyes shifted toward the trio. A middle-aged man in heavy, ornate robes walked at the front. His expression was calm. Behind him were two younger men, both dressed in refined attire. To Michael's faint surprise, he recognized two of them instantly. The middle-aged man was the second prince of the kingdom whom he had once been trapped within an illusion for before Michael helped stabilize the situation. The younger one on the right was the seventh prince. The same prince who had been in Mage Lien's office during Michael's early days in the capital and had a particularly rude personal guard. As for the third person, Michael studied him. A young man who carried himself with confidence and quiet sharpness. He walked beside the other two princes as if he belonged among them completely. Michael did not know him. But given his position at their side, his status must have been similar. Ariane's fingers paused slightly on her glass. Syria straightened in subconscious respect. Whispers spread across the room like ripples through a pond. Michael simply watched calmly. Royalty entering a hall like this changed everything. For Michael, however, it only meant the banquet would become louder again. Which meant the peaceful silence he had been enjoying beside the two nervous girls was about to end. A pity. Michael took another sip of wine. As he lowered the glass, he felt a small shift beside him. Ariane had gone very still. Not in the respectful way everyone else had. Her fingers, which had been resting lightly on the stem of her glass, were now holding it just a bit too firmly. Her eyes were on the entrance, like everyone else's. But unlike everyone else, she was not looking at the second prince. Nor at the seventh. Her focus was locked on the third man. The unfamiliar one. Michael's gaze followed the line of her sight. The young man walked beside the other princes, calm and composed. He did not smile much, but there was a certain quiet confidence around him. Ariane's expression did not change much on the surface. Yet the faint ease she usually showed around Michael had vanished, replaced by something more guarded. Michael narrowed his eyes slightly. This was not just because the royal family had appeared. Ariane had grown up in this environment. Seeing princes and nobles was not new to her. She would not tense up over simple ceremony. Which meant the problem was not the entire group. It was that man in particular. Michael watched her for a moment longer, then moved his gaze back to the trio. So it is like that. He did not know what that was yet. But he knew enough to recognize that Ariane's mood had been stable until the moment that man walked in. He considered asking her. It would be simple enough. Ariane, who is he? But if it was a sensitive matter, Ariane would not be able to answer freely. So instead, Michael turned slightly to his other side. Lady Syria, he said casually, his voice relaxed, the one beside the seventh prince. Do you know who he is? Syria, who had been doing her absolute best to blend into the nearest wall, blinked. She followed his gaze toward the entrance, then her eyes widened a little. You do not know him, Sir Mike, she asked in a low voice, as if the very idea was surprising. Michael gave a small shake of his head. Syria hesitated for a heartbeat, then leaned in just enough that her words would not carry far. That is His Highness the Ninth Prince, she murmured. Prince Raylion Lionheart. She paused, then added in a soft tone filled with the weight of gossip and quiet admiration. He is often called the Spear of the North. Many consider him one of the strongest contenders for the throne. Michael's eyes lingered on the prince for a moment. Ninth Prince. Contender for the throne. He glanced sideways at Ariane again. Her gaze was still on Raylion. Syria's voice lowered even more, curiosity slipping into it despite herself. He also has a rather close political relationship with the Evermoon Duchy, she said. There were even rumors, in the past, that he might become connected to them through marriage. Michael's fingers tapped his glass once. I see, he said quietly. Inwardly, a thought formed. So that is why your mood changed, Ariane. Michael let his gaze rest on Prince Raylion for a few more seconds. A person with political ties to the Evermoon Duchy, and old rumors of marriage. Slowly, Michael lowered his glass. Ariane's posture was still composed, but that subtle tension never left her shoulders. Her eyes had drifted away from the prince the moment she felt Michael's stare on her, yet the faint stiffness around her expression remained. Michael turned his gaze forward again, thoughts quietly weaving together. He remembered the Duke's tournament. A contest for elite talents. A grand event watched by half the kingdom. And the final prize, the hand of the Duke's daughter. Even back then, Michael had found it strange. He knew it was a scheme. Why would a duke place something so important on open display? Now, as he watched Ariane's reaction to Prince Raylion, something clicked. Of course. It wasn't random. The Duke's competition was not simply to reward a strong youth. It was a move. By declaring the prize publicly and tying it to a contest, the Duke locked the matter into a promise of honor. By declaring the prize publicly and tying it to a contest, the Duke locked the matter into a promise of honor. If someone won, they would have the right. If someone did not, no noble or prince could complain. It would block the political pressure without offending the royal family too directly. Michael exhaled silently. Looking at Raylion now, it all made sense. If I didn't exist. If that tournament had gone another way. She would have been married by now. A ripple of something he did not immediately recognize passed through him. It wasn't anger. It wasn't jealousy. But it wasn't pleasant either. A mild discomfort sat at the back of his throat, subtle yet persistent. For a moment, he wondered if it was because Ariane was young and still had much of her life ahead of her. Perhaps I simply disliked the idea of someone being forced into marriage too early, he reasoned. But a small part of him quietly disagreed. He pushed that thought aside. Sir Mike. Ariane's voice came softly beside him. Michael blinked and turned his head slightly. She looked more composed now, though her eyes still held a touch of something unreadable. Is something wrong? She asked. Michael shook his head. No. Just thinking. Syria watched both of them from the corner of her eye, clearly dying to know what had just passed between them but far too polite to ask. Michael returned his attention to the hall. Prince Raylion was greeting nobles now. But Ariane was not looking at him anymore. She was looking at Michael. Sir Mike, she said quietly, her tone more controlled than before, would you accompany me after this? Michael nodded. Of course. Ariane's fingers relaxed around her glass, the tension finally fading. Syria looked between them and felt another invisible dagger slip into her chest. Michael, meanwhile, took another sip of wine. He did not understand why that strange discomfort still lingered in his chest. But he did understand one thing clearly. If the Duke held another competition right now, he wasn't sure he would be comfortable with the prize being the same. He wasn't sure why. But he wasn't. Ariane took a breath, as if steadying herself, then lifted her gaze toward the raised platform at the far end of the hall. It seems His Highness the Second Prince will be the one taking control over the banquet tonight, she said softly. Michael followed her line of sight. The three princes were already making their way toward the front. Servants and officials adjusted positions smoothly, as if everything had been rehearsed in advance. The musicians began to ready themselves again, waiting for a signal. Michael tilted his head slightly. Why the second prince? He asked. If they are all contenders for the throne, would they not share the role equally? Ariane gave a small, almost wry smile. That would be ideal in theory, she replied, but this is the royal family. Superiority is still something that must be respected. Rank and seniority exist for a reason. She lifted her glass and took a light sip before continuing. Even among contenders for the throne, there are differences. Birth order, achievements, military support, political backing. The second prince is older than the seventh and the ninth. More experienced in open court. He also happens to be the second person with the highest possibility of gaining the throne. Michael raised an eyebrow. Second. Ariane nodded slightly. His Highness the Crown Prince is still the one most likely to ascend, she said. In terms of open acknowledgement, at least. The second prince stands directly after him. His faction is very stable. The nobles trust his temperament. Many military officers respect his record. It is natural that he is the one to oversee formal occasions like this when the crown prince is not present. Michael looked at the man again. It also serves another purpose, Ariane added quietly. By allowing him to stand at the front tonight, the royal family reminds everyone that he is still an important pillar. Even with other princes rising, the old order has not yet crumbled. There was no obvious criticism in her voice. Only a clear understanding of how things worked. Syria listened in silence. To her, this was familiar ground. Court talk. Power analysis. Yet hearing Ariane explain it so simply, with Michael standing beside her, made everything feel strangely more vivid, as if the three of them were standing near the heart of the kingdom rather than at the edge of the hall. Michael thought for a moment. Then what of the ninth prince, he asked. If the second prince is second in line by possibility, where does Prince Raylion stand? Ariane hesitated, then answered. In terms of official acknowledgement, he is lower. In terms of potential dangers to the throne, he is much higher than his rank suggests. Her lips curved just a little, but her eyes were serious. Some people like to call him a dark horse. I think he is simply someone who refuses to stay where other people place him. Michael absorbed that quietly. Second prince. A stable candidate. Ninth prince. A dangerous contender with unexpected reach. Seventh prince. A younger player with room to grow. The pieces of the royal family, arranged neatly before the eyes of the entire kingdom. The music shifted, rising in a newer, more formal melody as the second prince stepped forward to address the hall. Ariane lowered her voice to a whisper only Michael could hear. Tonight will mostly be greetings, introductions, and veiled negotiations. It is nothing unusual. Michael glanced at her profile. Yet you seem uneasy, he said calmly. Ariane paused for half a heartbeat, then forced a light smile. It is only because too many eyes are here tonight, she replied. Nothing more. Michael did not call her out on it. He simply nodded once. I see. Syria watched them both silently. The second prince stepped fully onto the platform. The hall fell into respectful silence. The banquet had truly begun. The second prince's presence was not overwhelming like a warrior's aura or a mage's pressure. It was refined, the natural authority of someone accustomed to standing above others. Esteemed guests, he began, voice steady and warm, carrying effortlessly across the grand hall. We thank you all for attending tonight's banquet. A wave of polite applause rippled through the room. The prince nodded lightly, allowing it to fade before continuing. Tonight is not just a celebration, he said. It is a reminder of our unity, our strength, and our shared future. Michael blinked. Syria straightened subtly, as if expecting this part. The prince continued with smooth confidence. Our Lionheart kingdom, though younger than some surrounding us, has carved its name into history with unwavering resolve. Our warriors stand unmatched. Our scholars are sought after by courts across the lands. More nobles murmured approvingly. Michael listened politely. Then the prince raised his chin with quiet pride. Under the Black Serpent Empire, our kingdom is counted among the 3 strongest vassal kingdoms. Our voice carries weight even within the imperial court. A few people even clapped boldly at that. Michael stared. What is the purpose of all these flowery words? He sipped his wine. The speech sounded nice. But he could not see what any of this had to do with a banquet. Beside him, Ariane listened with a calm, perfectly neutral expression. Syria looked mildly impressed. Michael squinted at the stage, then leaned down slightly. Lady Syria, he asked quietly, what exactly is the point of all this? Syria blinked, as if snapped out of her admiration. Point, she whispered back. Of the speech? Yes. She coughed lightly into her glass to hide her reaction. Ariane's ear twitched in amusement. Syria leaned a little closer, her voice kept low. This is simply how royal banquets work, Sir Mike. The prince must reaffirm the kingdom's strength and unity. It reassures the nobles. It reinforces the image of stability, that we stand strong. Michael stared at her blankly. So this is political boasting? That is a blunt way to say it, Syria admitted, but essentially, yes. Michael nodded slowly. I see. Inside, he did not see. At all. If the kingdom is strong, it is strong. If it is weak, it is weak. How does saying nice words make anything stronger? He took another sip of wine, allowing Syria's explanation to settle. On the platform, the second prince continued his speech, now praising the contributions of the nobles, the courage of the young generation, the prosperity of the duchies, and the loyalty of the kingdom's subjects. Michael eyed Ariane. She met his gaze, lips curving just slightly, as if she understood exactly what he was thinking. Michael raised one brow. She looked away with a tiny cough. Syria, meanwhile, nodded at each grand statement from the stage with a soft, respectful expression, until she caught Michael glancing her way. She froze mid-nod and quickly pretended to sip her wine instead. Michael looked once more toward Syria. So the kingdom's strength is improved by speeches? Syria choked a little on her drink. Ariane covered her mouth with her hand, eyes widening in suppressed laughter. Syria managed a dignified inhale and whispered. Sir Mike, please do not say such things out loud. Michael nodded calmly. I will not. Syria placed a hand over her forehead. Ariane exhaled softly, smiling now, her earlier tension fading, even if only a little. And the banquet truly began to move forward. The applause died down again as the second prince lifted his hand once more. His expression shifted slightly, the easy confidence softening into something more solemn. Of course, he said, tonight is not only for reunion and relaxation. The hall quieted further. There is also an important matter to address. One that I believe many of you are already aware of. A faint hum of anticipation moved through the crowd. Michael's eyes narrowed a fraction. The prince paused just long enough to let the tension build, then continued. I speak, he said, of the ancient ruin discovered by the old king, my royal father, during his journeys across our lands. The atmosphere changed immediately. Whispers stirred. Even the nobles who had been pretending indifference moments ago now looked fully attentive. The second prince let the murmurs swell, then raised his voice again. It is said to belong to a legendary figure, he went on. One whose name exists only in fragments, yet whose strength, even by imperial standards, was extraordinary. He smiled faintly. In the entire Black Serpent Empire, individuals of such level could be counted on one hand. A quiet weight settled over the hall. Even those who had not taken the rumors seriously before now listened without blinking. The discovery of this ruin, the second prince said, was a great fortune for our Lionheart kingdom. He let the words hang there, his tone neither boastful nor humble, simply stating it as fact. However, he continued, due to certain circumstances, we were unable to secure it exclusively for ourselves. Everyone's thoughts moved quickly. Naturally, something that belonged to an empire-level figure would not be quietly left to a single mid-tier kingdom. Even so, the prince said, his voice firming, through the royal family's efforts, negotiations and concessions, we have secured the right to send some of our kingdom's brightest youths into the ruin. Murmurs rose again. Michael heard a few phrases float around him. He ignored them. The second prince raised a hand again, and the whispers settled. Those arrangements, I believe, most of you already know. The academies have selected their representatives. Certain duchies and pillars of the kingdom have already confirmed their candidates. A few nobles smiled with restrained pride. Others hid their frustration well. Michael remained expressionless. However, the prince said, his lips curving faintly, we are all aware that the Lionheart kingdom is not made up only of academy elites and direct heirs. His gaze swept the hall. There are many outstanding talents who stand outside those convenient categories. The mood shifted again. More people straightened unconsciously. Some of you are here tonight, the prince went on. That is why, the prince said, his tone carrying a hint of pride, the royal family continued its discussions with the imperial envoys and other involved forces. He paused, then allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. And through our efforts, we have acquired 10 additional slots into the ruin. This time, the reaction was immediate and uncontrolled. The hall rippled with noise. 10. Even Michael lifted his brows slightly. That number was not small. At this level, each slot was as valuable as a mid-tier territory. Beside him, Syria inhaled softly. The second prince let the stir continue for a moment before raising his hand. These 10 new positions, he said clearly, will not be restricted solely to the academies. Nor will they be distributed purely by birth status. The noise grew louder. On stage, the second prince's smile deepened slightly. I understand, he said, that many among you desire the chance to enter that place. To test your fate. To seek opportunities that may not appear again in this lifetime. That silenced some of the murmurs. Desire and anxiety mixed in the air. Michael twirled his glass lightly, watching the liquid catch the light. The prince's next words fell slowly, deliberately. Which is why, he said, in order to distribute these 10 new positions fairly, and to give true talents a chance to step forward, we have decided on a particular method. It was then Michael realized something. This did not line up with what he had been told. A week ago, Ariane had mentioned that the participants were already decided. So why is this suddenly becoming a spectacle? His brows lowered slightly. Beside him, Ariane still watched the stage, her expression calm. Michael shifted his gaze to her. She felt it and glanced his way. For a brief heartbeat their eyes met. Ariane gave a tiny shrug, so small that anyone who did not know her would have missed it completely, then looked forward again as if nothing had happened. So even you did not expect this? He was starting to think maybe it was just him who was just becoming aware of the new information after all this while. Michael turned his attention back to the second prince, waiting for him to explain what particular method he had prepared. The prince drew breath, ready to speak. Your Highness. The clear voice rose from within the crowd. It was not shouted, yet it carried cleanly through the hall. Conversation cut off like a thread being sliced. Heads turned in the direction of the sound. The interruption alone was enough to draw shocked looks. At a moment like this, when the prince was about to announce something important, who would dare? Michael's eyes followed the shifting gazes until they settled on the one who had spoken. A young man stepped forward from a cluster of nobles near the front. Murmurs broke out at once. Leonard. Lord Leonard is here. The Queen's nephew. Recognition rippled through the hall, turning annoyance and shock into wary attention. Michael's eyes narrowed. Leonard Vale. He remembered him clearly. After all, his encounter with him was the first time he fought someone whose power came directly from their bloodline. The memory flickered through his mind. The second prince's expression did not change much, but the faint tightening at the corners of his eyes betrayed a hint of displeasure at being interrupted. Lord Leonard, he said, his tone still smooth. You wish to speak. Leonard smiled politely and bowed just enough to be considered respectful without looking even a fraction submissive. If it pleases your highness, Leonard said, this humble one only has a small request, or perhaps a clarification. The hall quieted again. Leonard straightened, his gaze steady on the platform. Before you reveal this particular method, he said, voice clear but not loud, could your highness first tell us who the originally selected candidates were? The ones chosen before these 10 additional slots appeared. A hushed shock ran through the crowd. He actually said it. Some nobles paled, glancing quickly toward the royal family, as if expecting a thunderbolt to fall for the offense of questioning the flow. Michael's eyebrows rose slightly. You are doing this here? He studied Leonard Vale more closely. The polite smile. The relaxed shoulders. The complete lack of fear in his eyes even while addressing a prince in front of the kingdom's elite. What are you planning? The hall held its breath. The second prince opened his mouth to respond. But another voice cut in. Interesting question. I am sure everyone here also wishes to know that. Every head snapped toward the new speaker. And shock rippled through the room like a struck bell. Prince Raylion. The ninth prince himself had interrupted. Many nobles nearly lost their composure. Some forgot how to breathe. Interrupting a prince was already unthinkable. But for one prince to interrupt another during an official announcement. That was different entirely. The second prince's fingers paused in the air. A tiny shift in his expression, a hardly noticeable tightening of his jaw, revealed the smallest crack in his calm. The second prince prepared to answer again. But before a single word could leave his lips, a third voice entered the fray. I agree, the seventh prince said lightly. Dead silence. Unmoving silence. Even the musicians froze, hands hovering over strings and keys, too afraid to breathe wrongly. 3 royal voices had spoken against the flow. All aimed at the second prince's announcement. Michael slowly placed his wine glass down. This is getting political. The second prince lowered his raised hand. The gesture was small, but his aura seemed to thicken slightly, the refined calm of a veteran court figure slipping back into place to cover whatever tension simmered beneath. His gaze moved first to the seventh prince. Then to the ninth. Then finally to Leonard Vale. Ariane inhaled lightly. Michael heard it even over the silence. Syria's eyes were wide, her hand frozen halfway to her mouth. Michael watched everything with growing interest. For some reason, he felt like being a bystander at chaos was quite interesting. Michael might not have been politically smart or able to read every subtle shift in the atmosphere, but when the signs were so obvious that even a common man would notice, the situation became as clear to him as to anyone. He had a basic grasp of what was happening in the banquet hall right now. The second prince stood on the platform, hand lowered, expression calm on the surface. In front of him was Leonard Vale, the queen's nephew. To his sides were the ninth prince and the seventh prince, who had just finished publicly agreeing with Leonard. 3 voices on one side. 1 voice on the other. Even without understanding the deeper currents, Michael could tell something very simple. He did not know much about court politics, but he did know one thing very well. People did not interrupt princes lightly. And princes probably did not interrupt other princes without reason. Ariane, Michael said quietly. She tilted her head a fraction, not taking her eyes off the platform. Is this normal? He asked. Her lips twitched. For princes to speak with each other during public events, she replied softly. Yes. For 2 of them to step on the same line and press another in front of the entire noble circle. Her voice lowered even further. No. Not normal. Michael nodded slightly. So he was not imagining things. On stage, the second prince finally spoke. 7th brother. 9th brother. His voice was mild, his tone still courteous. And Lord Leonard. It seems tonight's interest in this matter is quite high. There was no overt displeasure in his words, but those who were familiar with phrasing heard the edge beneath. Raylion smiled faintly. It is only natural, the ninth prince said. The ruin concerns the future of the kingdom. If the original candidates are already decided, then I see no harm in sharing their names before announcing any new methods. It would only reassure everyone that the process up to this point has been clean. The words were light. The implication was not. The seventh prince nodded with an almost innocent expression. Yes. Our royal family has nothing to hide, he said. If the original list is impeccable, then saying it out loud will only strengthen trust. Leonard Vale did not add anything else. He just stood patiently, as if he had simply asked a curious question and then stepped back to let the princes speak. The second prince let a heartbeat of silence pass. Then another. Michael could practically feel the nobles choking on the tension. Some of them looked like they desperately wanted to leave the hall but were nailed to the floor by etiquette. Syria leaned closer to Michael, her voice barely audible. "This is bad," she whispered. "This is very bad." "How so?" Michael asked. Syria inhaled slowly, her gaze still fixed on the platform. "The selection process," she murmured. "Up until now, it has been handled quietly. The academies, the duchies, the royal household. Everyone negotiated, made compromises, balanced favors." She wet her lips. "If His Highness reveals the names now, on this stage, and any of the choices look biased or too political or too heavily tilted towards certain factions, it will become a public weapon." Michael's eyes went back to Leonard. "So they want to force him to show his hand," he said. Ariane's lashes lowered for a moment. "Yes," she answered quietly. Michael absorbed that. He was no noble strategist, but even he could follow this level of scheming. If the second prince refused to reveal the names, it would look like he had something to hide. If he revealed them, whatever biases were hidden inside would be dragged into the open. Michael thought briefly of the people he knew who were already chosen. He could already imagine the possible complaints. Once exposed, it would be judged by everyone's private interests. "Is there no rule against this kind of questioning?" Michael asked. "There are rules," Ariane said softly. "There is also power." Her gaze moved briefly to Raylion. "Tonight, the ones asking are not minor nobles. They are the Queen's nephew and two princes who stand high in the struggle for succession. If His Highness the second prince refuses too strongly, it will look like he fears them." Michael considered that. So in simple terms, he cannot ignore them. But he also cannot give them too much space. On the platform, the second prince finally allowed himself a small laugh. "You wound me, ninth brother," he said, a faint smile touching his lips. "Do you truly think I am so foolish as to present a method without being prepared for such questions?" His voice was smooth again, carrying neatly through the hall. "I have no objection to sharing the original names," he went on. "In fact, I had already planned to introduce them during the course of this banquet." A few nobles visibly relaxed. The prince's attempt to corner him had been met, at least on the surface. The second prince raised his hand in a graceful gesture. A royal attendant stepped forward immediately, holding a small scroll. Before that, however, the second prince said, "I would like to remind everyone of something simple." His gaze swept over the hall. The ruin is not a family courtyard. It is not a training ground. It is a place marked by the shadow of an individual who stood near the peak of the empire. The quotas we hold were not gained easily. His tone cooled just a touch. The original list was formed not to please every faction, but to ensure the highest chance of survival and success. This includes academy elites, pillars of the kingdom, and those whose contributions have already been recognized by the crown. Michael felt a few gazes subtly shift in his direction after that sentence. He ignored them. The second prince nodded to the attendant. "Now, since there is such interest, let us satisfy it," he said calmly. "We will announce the original candidates first. After that, we will speak of the 10 new slots and the method to allocate them." The attendant unrolled the scroll. The hall leaned forward. Michael, however, stayed relaxed, feeling the stem of the glass between his fingers. He already had a rough idea of what would happen. Some names would be called. Some people would be pleased. Others would be offended. And somewhere in that list was his own name. He was starting to wonder what the reaction would be. The second prince lifted his chin slightly, signaling for silence. "We will begin with the royal family," he said. A perfectly normal starting point. Expected, even. The hall's reaction reflected that. It was the royal family. Of course they would have a slot. Michael nodded to himself. Reasonable enough. The second prince continued. The first name on the original list is His Highness the 10th Prince. A small stir rolled through the hall, though much quieter than before. Michael blinked. 10th? He could not stop his immediate thought. Just how many children did the old king give birth to? He mentally counted the princes he had met or heard about. 2nd Prince. 7th Prince. 9th Prince. Now 10th Prince. And there were still more he had not seen. Ariane had once mentioned that the old king was vigorous. Michael now suspected vigorous was the polite version. But something else pulled his attention. The hall did not react. At all. Many nobles simply nodded, as if they had been expecting it. Some even looked bored. Michael turned his head toward Syria. Before he could speak, Ariane tapped his shoulder. Her voice cut him off softly, without looking at him. "Sir Mike," she murmured, "am I the only one here who is quietly praying you do not ask something obvious?" Michael blinked. Syria choked. He stared between the two. Of course the 10th prince would be selected, she sighed. He is the only direct royal heir among the younger generation whose talent is comparable to Princess Priscilla. Comparable to Princess Priscilla. Ariane had mentioned something that caught his attention. Michael's eyes narrowed a little. Of course he knew of Princess Priscilla. She was not only the first rank 3 human he had met in the land of origin, she was also the only person who had come close to discovering his identity as someone not native to this world. More importantly, he understood her strength. It was said she reached that level before the age of 70. Michael knew what that meant. He knew because he was stuck at that threshold himself. Reaching rank 3 was not something one accomplished easily. The law comprehension required for that step was a blockade that turned countless prodigies into lifelong second-raters. If he had not been stubborn about finding the perfect law to fit him, if he had just taken an easier, more generic law like others, he would have already stepped into rank 3 by now. It was not as simple as that, of course, but it was not far from the truth either. Michael refused to weaken himself just to rise quickly. He could accept speed. He could accept struggle. But the law he anchored himself to would shape the rest of his path. That was why others spent decades searching for the law that resonated with them. There were certainly those talented enough to break through early with a lesser law, but they still chose the harder road to avoid crippling their futures. Princess Priscilla's accomplishment proved her monstrous talent. To reach rank 3 early meant something whether she took an easy path or not. For a prince to have a talent described as comparable to hers. That is remarkable, he muttered under his breath. Yes, Ariane said softly. The 10th prince is considered the shining star of our generation among the royal family. The 2nd prince waited for the whispers to settle. He looked composed again. Let us proceed, he said. The hall quieted once more. Michael shifted his grip on the wine glass. The next names would be from the academies. From the academies, 3 prodigies were named in succession. 1 from the Royal Academy. 1 from the Mage Academy. 1 from the Warrior Academy. Each name carried weight. Their reputations were solid enough that the hall stirred with noise, but it never turned into chaos. With the 10th prince included earlier, that made 4 names announced. 6 remained. And now it was time for the major families. 3 names were mentioned, but perhaps due to their status, no one spoke. However, when Ariane's name was mentioned, Michael noticed a lot of people with disagreement on their faces, but none dared to speak out. In the end there was 1 duke, 1 marquis, and 1 count. From the setup and everything he had been hearing, Michael could tell that the kingdom truly chose the first 10 slots with clear intention. Either they were the most talented in the kingdom or they had some connection to beast taming. The kingdom was not taking chances. They wanted to gain the maximum benefit from the legendary ruin. At this point, there had been no real conflict. Michael wondered briefly if that would remain true when the final 3 names were announced. Because he already knew which names were next. The second prince did not pause or adjust. He simply continued, voice smooth and steady as ever. The next name, he said, is Ren Noah. A ripple of confusion swept through the hall. Ren Noah? Who? Only a handful of nobles even recognized the surname, and most of them wore blank expressions. The second prince, expecting confusion, immediately followed with clarification. Ren Noah, son of Baron Noah. The stir intensified. A baron's son? Among the original 10? A place meant for the strongest youths of the kingdom? The hall did not erupt, but it was close. People exchanged looks, eyes sharp with suspicion and disbelief. Then the second prince spoke again, and the atmosphere snapped still. He is also the first, and currently the sole, disciple of Grand Knight Varen. Silence. Complete, crushing silence. Grand Knight Varen. Michael did not need Syria to explain that name. Even he, who ignored most politics, knew it. This was someone at the very peak of the kingdom's strength. Ren did not even need to be a noble. With that title behind him, even a commoner would have been treated as high nobility. The fact that he was already a baron's son only made the matter easier to accept. Which was why no one spoke. Mouths that had been half open to object closed without a sound. Eyes that had been filled with disdain cooled into calculation. Grand Knight Varen had always kept himself far from court games. He answered directly to the crown. He did not attach himself to factions, did not attend banquets like this, and rarely took personal disciples. And now his first and only disciple was standing among the 10. Of course he would. Here and there, a few nobles finally connected the name to a recent memory. The Duke's competition. The youth with a wooden sword. The baron's son who had stood on even ground with an empire prince and struck him down in front of the capital. Ren Noah. Michael watched the shifting expressions around the hall. For a moment, he could almost see the image again. A worn wooden blade. A youth standing straight despite exhaustion. An unconcealed, stubborn will. He felt his lips pull slightly. If someone like that did not qualify for a place in the ruin, then the word talent had no meaning at all. From the moment Grand Knight Varen's name was spoken, the earlier tension shifted. Doubt turned into grudging acceptance. For now, there was no room to argue. That was when Michael felt it. 2 gazes. He did not need to look to know who they belonged to, but he looked anyway. On the high platform, the 7th prince's eyes slid briefly across the hall, passing over nobles and guests before pausing on him for a heartbeat that lasted just a little too long. Not far from him, the 9th prince, Raylion, did the same. Their attention moved on as if nothing had happened. Michael's fingers tapped once against the stem of his glass. So that is how it is. From the first name to now, everything had been too clean. The 10th prince. The 3 academy prodigies. The noble heirs. Ren Noah with Grand Knight Varen behind him. Every choice had been firm, sharp and hard to attack. Justifiable on paper. Defensible in public. Yet the 9th and 7th princes had still forced this entire list into the open. Michael had wondered what they wanted to achieve. The closer they came to the end, the clearer it became. They were not doing this out of idle curiosity. Only a fool would pick a fight with the second prince in front of the entire noble circle for no reason. Michael let his gaze drift back to the scroll in the attendant's hands. 2 names remained. One of them was his. He exhaled slowly, feeling his thoughts settle. So that is where the conflict will start. And as expected, the 2 princes finally acted. The 9th prince spoke first. It seems clear to everyone, he said, that the royal family chose well. Every candidate announced so far is truly one of the brightest in the kingdom under the age allowed by the ruin. A wave of nods moved through the nobles. No one objected. How could they? Every single name had come with force, prestige, or achievement behind it. The seventh prince followed with an easy laugh. I agree completely. Some nobles allowed themselves a small breath of relief. Some even felt excitement rising in their chests. 10 more slots were opening. And the first 10 were already so far above them that competing with them had always been unrealistic. But none of those emotions showed on their faces. No one dared look too pleased in front of the second prince while tension still hung in the air from being interrupted again. The second prince opened his mouth to speak. He never got the chance. The seventh prince raised his hand in a casual gesture. To be honest, he said, I only knew a few of the names on this list before tonight. It is the same for many of us here. The ninth prince nodded, smiling toward the crowd. It cannot be helped. Among all the princes, only second brother was deeply involved. And seeing the results, we can only say he performed admirably. The seventh prince continued without pause. In that case, since the list is almost complete, I believe second brother can reveal the last 2 names together. I'm sure they will be the same as the rest. The ninth prince added smoothly. And then we may finally move on to the exciting part of the banquet. At this point, even the second prince struggled to keep his composure. A faint pressure rolled out from him. The air in the hall tightened. Some of the weaker nobles stiffened instinctively, spine straightening as if a hand had pressed gently between their shoulders. Then the pressure vanished. The second prince exhaled once and the invisible weight drew back into him as though it had never appeared. A smooth smile returned to his face. You give me too much credit, seventh brother, ninth brother, he said. After all, he continued, eyes curving faintly, to say that I alone directed the list and discussed with every academy and pillar of the kingdom would be the same as announcing that you have already entrusted me with the reins of the kingdom itself. The hall stilled again. It was a joke. Everyone understood it as a joke. But beneath the humor, there was a quiet statement. If this truly rested on him alone, then the other princes had already admitted his superiority. Several nobles lowered their gazes, hiding the brief light in their eyes. On the high platform, the seventh prince's smile thinned a little. The second prince inclined his head slightly toward them. Fortunately, he went on, still smiling, His Majesty the King, the elders of the Royal Council, the academy heads and many others were involved. I was only one voice among many. He turned back to the hall. So now, let us finish what we started. Was what the second prince said when a loud announcement from the hall entrance echoed. The great Princess Priscilla has arrived. Everyone pay your respects. The hall shifted instantly. Every head lowered. Even the most arrogant young heirs dipped into formal bows without hesitation. Expressions changed across the room like a wave. Leonard Vale and the 2 princes were certainly not in the best of moods. Their reactions were subtle, but they were there. Princess Priscilla was not someone they could ignore. Michael watched the shift with mild curiosity. He did not know the proper depth of royal etiquette, but he simply followed what the crowd did, lowering his head. Yet anyone who glanced his way would have noticed something very simple. His posture was relaxed and casual. At the entrance, the heavy doors opened fully. Soft footsteps echoed into the hall. Princess Priscilla appeared, dressed in a deep blue gown embroidered with faint silver patterns. Her presence alone pressed against the hall with a quiet force. The nobles kept their bows until her voice floated forward. Raise your heads. They obeyed immediately. The princes stepped down from the platform and bowed in greeting as well. Princess Priscilla's gaze swept across the hall once before she stepped forward toward the platform. Michael watched her approach. Her steps were steady, her presence sharp, and there was a faint hint of curiosity in her eyes as she looked across the gathered nobles. For a fleeting moment, her gaze touched him. Then she moved on. The hall remained silent until she reached the front. The second prince gestured politely. Your Highness, your arrival honors this gathering. Priscilla inclined her head in acknowledgement. I heard you had a royal banquet. It would be rude of me not to attend. Let me get you a seat. It's fine. Her tone was calm but carried a natural authority. Michael noticed the 7th and 9th princes exchanging brief looks, their earlier confidence slightly shaken. It was clear they had not anticipated her appearance. The 2nd prince gave them a mild smile. He turned back to the crowd. Now that the great princess has joined us, let us continue. The scroll was lifted again. The 2nd prince glanced briefly at Princess Priscilla, then at the 7th and 9th princes whose polite expressions were now stretched thin. The 9th name on the list is Viscount Mike Knorr. The hall reacted in an uneven wave. Not many people knew Michael personally, but not many were unaware of him either. The Duke's Tournament. The rapid elevation to Viscount. Some turned their eyes towards him. Michael felt those gazes but did not react. He simply stood with a relaxed posture. He noticed something else. The faces of the 7th prince, the 9th prince and Leonard Vale were no longer pleasant. Michael understood why. Most likely their intention had been to corner the 2nd prince publicly and force a controversy. But with Princess Priscilla suddenly present, the ground beneath them had shifted. With her here, any attempt to stir chaos around the selection list now carried risk. The 2nd prince lifted his hand again. And the final name, he continued, is Yuga. Michael felt an unexpected sense of nostalgia. Yuga. He had not seen the boy since the day they fought. A pure force of nature wrapped in human skin. He wondered briefly why Yuga was not here. And why Ren was not here either. If their names were on the list, then surely they were invited. But neither of them stood anywhere in the hall. He was still thinking about that when a soft voice drifted from the far end of the hall. It was quiet, almost gentle, yet it spread through the entire space as if carried by a breeze. No surname. Is this Yuga perhaps a commoner? What is a commoner name doing here? A hush fell. Faces turned toward the source, though the speaker remained out of easy sight. A moment later, a louder voice boomed from the entrance. His Highness, the 10th Prince, has arrived. Everyone pay your respects. A wave of movement washed through the hall. Dozens of nobles dropped into bows. People lowered their heads in perfect, practiced motion. Except for 5. The 7th Prince. The 9th Prince. Princess Priscilla. The 2nd Prince, who did not bow to a younger sibling. And Michael. He remained standing with a faint frown. A few nobles who noticed him stiffened in alarm. Whispers nearly broke out on the spot. The Viscount did not bow. Was he mad? Did he not know who the 10th Prince was? Ariane reacted first. Her fingers brushed lightly against Michael's sleeve, her voice barely more than a breath. Sir Mike, bow your head. Syria leaned in from the other side, her whisper sharp with urgency as well. Michael did not move. Ariane's breath caught. Syria's eyes widened. It was not defiance they feared, but misunderstanding. Failing to show respect to a prince in front of other royal nobility was not a small flaw in court etiquette. Sir Mike, Ariane hissed under her breath. Please. He behaved as though he heard nothing. Michael's attention remained fixed on the doors with a steady, unreadable expression. Some nobles lifted their eyes slightly and froze when they saw the Viscount still standing straight. Syria's hand trembled as she felt the gazes of the other royalty shift toward their location. Ariane swallowed hard. Sir Mike, please, at least lower your gaze, she whispered. Michael did not. His brow remained slightly furrowed, as if something about the approaching presence had caught his interest. The hall doors opened wider. A collective feeling ran through the nobles. He had arrived. The 10th Prince. The heavy doors parted fully. Light spilled into the hall, catching on the figure who stepped through. He looked to be around 20. His hair was a deep gold. Each strand seemed to catch the light in a way that made his presence impossible to ignore. It framed a face that would have been handsome in a gentle way if not for the sharpness of his features. But it was his eyes that drew the most attention to anyone that laid their eyes on him. Gold at the center. Deep amber near the edges. And a slit-like focus that resembled the gaze of a beast. Michael watched the prince with calm eyes. So this was the one said to rival Princess Priscilla in talent. He did give off a sense of strength. At least he felt stronger than Ren months ago and stronger than the imperial prince Ren had cut down. But to Michael, this was still too weak. Michael had no issue bowing as he was simply following the crowd. He had followed the crowd without complaint when Princess Priscilla arrived, even without understanding every rule of etiquette. But bowing now, after hearing the 10th prince's voice at the entrance, felt uncomfortable. The first words the prince had spoken upon arrival had brushed against Michael in a way he could not ignore, so he watched instead. After greeting Princess Priscilla, the 10th prince turned slightly. His gaze shifted toward the second prince and he gave a respectful nod. The second prince returned the nod with equal composure. Only after that brief exchange did the 10th prince's eyes move on. He did not look at the 7th prince or the 9th prince. He treated them as though they were heirs standing at his sides. The 7th and 9th prince's expressions twisted for a moment, but the 10th prince did not seem to care. His attention shifted toward the list on the scroll as if nothing else in the room mattered. Michael watched all of this in silence. So this was the royal family. It was one big messy thing. The 10th prince let his gaze slide over the scroll. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if recalling something. He spoke in a calm voice that carried through the hall. "What was that name I heard earlier?" The room went still again. "Oh. Right. That was it." He sounded almost thoughtful. "I arrived with my auntie but did not enter with her. I had a few things to settle before stepping in." His eyes lifted from the scroll and swept the hall. "But even from the entrance, I heard something strange. A name that did not fit." His tone lost all softness. What was a commoner name doing on the list? The word struck the hall like cold water. The 10th prince continued without pausing. "No surname. No house. No title. Yet placed beside the heirs of noble lines and the best talents of the kingdom." His eyes sharpened. "Does the ruin allow any random name now?" Michael let his eyes drift across the hall. Not everyone agreed with the 10th prince, but most nobles did. He saw it in the small nods. In the way a few shoulders relaxed, as though someone had finally voiced what many wanted to say. Some looked uncomfortable, but agreement was still the dominant color. Michael's gaze shifted toward Leonard. The queen's nephew had gone still, yet his expression had changed more than most. There was a faint brightness in his eyes now. The corners of his mouth had lifted an almost invisible amount. He was pleased. On the platform, the 7th prince's face had lost its strain. His earlier annoyance shifted into quiet satisfaction. The 9th prince, Raylion, did not smile widely, but his eyes carried an entertained light. The 10th prince looked ready to speak again. Before the next word left his lips, another voice cut across the hall. "And what is wrong with a commoner?" Silence fell in a single instant. Heads turned. It was one thing for a prince to interrupt another prince. But for someone else to do it? Madness. Ariane felt the blood drain from her face. Syria's fingers closed tightly around the fabric of her dress. The source of the voice stood in plain sight. Michael. On the platform, the 7th prince's eyes froze. The amusement in Raylion's eyes deepened. Leonard Vale turned his head in disbelief before narrowing his gaze. Princess Priscilla's brows lifted a fraction. There was no shock there, only interest. The second prince went still, fingers loosening around the armrest as he resisted the urge to rub his forehead. The 10th prince's gaze swung toward the center of the hall. Those beast-like eyes locked onto Michael again. A faint ripple of pressure washed through the air. It was not enough to break anyone, but enough to make weaker nobles draw sharp breaths. Michael's expression did not change. The 10th prince's voice cut through the tension. "Did you say something?" His tone was mild at first, almost casual, but every noble felt the air tighten. Dozens of eyes snapped toward Michael again. Ariane's breath stopped. Syria's fingers dug into her dress. Michael met the prince's gaze without hesitation. "I asked what was wrong with a commoner." Then the 10th prince laughed. A wide, bright, openly mocking laugh that bounced off the gilded walls and cut across the nobles like a blade dipped in contempt. He wiped a non-existent tear from the corner of his eye while still chuckling. "A commoner," he said. "A commoner." His smile sharpened. "Do you truly not understand? Or are you pretending?" He took a single step forward. "Commoners fetch water. Commoners sweep streets. Commoners hunt rabbits and boars for coin." His eyes narrowed. "Commoners do not stand beside heirs of noble blood. And they certainly do not enter ancient ruins meant for the pillars of the kingdom." His gaze swept the hall in a slow, disdainful arc. To compare a commoner to a noble is like comparing mud to marble. A few nobles flinched. Not because they disagreed, but because of how blunt he was. The 10th prince returned his gaze to Michael. "It is the natural order. Commoners serve. Nobles lead. And those without a house or history should know their place." His voice dropped, quiet but carrying. "Unless you are saying they do not. Unless you are suggesting mud should decorate the palace floors." The hall went silent. Everyone waited. What would the Viscount say? Michael met the prince's eyes and spoke evenly. "For someone weaker than a commoner, you do have a lot to say. Depending on the place a person grew up in, their thoughts and instincts would take shape in a certain way. That was natural. Michael was not someone born in the Lionheart Kingdom. He was not raised in its rigid layers of rank and blood. He came from worlds where, at least on the surface, everyone was equal. On Earth, money and power still created distance, but people walked the same streets and stood in the same lines. In Aurora, strength mattered, but the system did not say a non-supernatural was lesser than a supernatural. Just a few months of playing noble in the land of origin were not enough to rewrite that foundation. Bowing to others was not the problem. He could bow to a king. He could bow to a beggar. He could bow to a child if he felt it was worth it or if he felt like it. What he could not accept was bowing because someone believed other lives were lesser by birth. Fearing to open his mouth because of his background was also not something he accepted. He still had common sense. He could read the room. He knew exactly what could be said and what needed to be left alone. But where most people learn to bend first, Michael did not come from a place that had taught him that habit. In a hall full of nobles trained from birth to follow rank, he was an oddity who did not fit the pattern of the Lionheart Kingdom at all. He understood that much very clearly. And even with every gaze pressing down on him, he did not take the words back. The 10th prince did not explode, but the rage on his face was clear. For a brief moment, the beast-like pupils tightened as if they wanted to swallow the distance between them. When he spoke again, his tone was calm, but every word rang a little too sharp. "A viscount at your age," he said slowly. "It seems you are not entirely without merit. To reach such a position so young, you must have talent. And a strong background." The prince's gaze did not leave Michael. "In that case," he continued, "I am curious." He tilted his head slightly. "Viscount Mike nor tell me the name of your father." Michael was not trained in politics, but he was not foolish. He understood the weight inside that question. This was not simple curiosity. The 10th prince wanted a name he could measure. If there was nothing there, the silence would speak louder than any insult. Michael looked at him for a moment. Then he answered in a quiet, even voice. "Unless your highness goes to the heavens to ask him yourself," he said, "even I do not know my father's name." Michael's words fell into the hall like a stone dropped into still water. He had not meant to be rude. He had simply replied in the same tone the 10th prince had used. If the prince's question carried sharpness, Michael's answer reflected it. That was all. The 10th prince's eyes narrowed, the golden pupils thinning again. He was about to speak when the 9th prince's voice suddenly cut through the hall. "How dare you?" A ripple of shock surged through the nobles. Raylion, the 9th prince, stepped forward, pointing at Michael with open fury. "How dare you ignore the dignity of a prince?" he shouted. "How dare you speak in that manner before royalty?" The 7th prince's lips pulled into a thin smile. But Raylion was not finished. He swung his arm sharply and pointed toward the 2nd prince on the platform. "And you," he barked. "Is this the person your judgment sees promise in?" The hall froze again. The 2nd prince's face twisted. This was the first time his expression cracked openly. A thin line of anger flashed beneath his eyes. Raylion's accusation was not small. It was a direct challenge to his judgment, his authority, and his position in the royal succession. Every noble watched with bated breath. The 7th prince's smile widened. Michael watched quietly as he grew even more disgusted. The 2nd prince opened his mouth to reply, but the 10th prince spoke first. He stepped forward half a pace and let his words strike the hall. "The 9th prince is right." Silence crashed down. Even Raylion blinked before his expression turned smug. The 10th prince folded his hands behind his back, eyes half-lidded but sharp. "If nothing is done now," he said, "I will become a joke in the kingdom." A few nobles inhaled sharply. Some looked at Michael with pity. Others with barely restrained satisfaction. Many more with cold agreement. The 10th prince continued, his tone light but every word heavy. "A viscount who cannot follow protocol. A viscount who dares answer royalty as an equal." He let the silence hang. That reflects poorly on the one who supported him. Every gaze shifted toward the 2nd prince. Michael exhaled softly. He had seen enough. Their politics. Their petty traps. Their inflated pride. Their obsession with face and hierarchy. He had no interest in staying another second. Michael turned away from the center of the hall. He took one step toward the doors. Another. The nobles stiffened as they realized he was leaving in the middle of a royal confrontation and without permission. Michael did not care. Before he reached the 3rd step, a voice echoed through the hall. "Sir Mike," Princess Priscilla said. "Can you give me face and wait a moment?" The hall froze again. Dozens of eyes widened. Even the prince's expressions shifted. Michael stopped walking. He turned only enough to face Princess Priscilla. His voice was calm, polite, but unrestrained. "I apologize, Your Highness," he said. "But for tonight, I cannot remain in the same air as any of the princes aside from the 2nd prince." A pin could have dropped and the entire hall would have heard it. Shock spread across noble faces like wildfire. "How dare you?" Several voices rang out at once as a group of men in black burst out from the shadows. Despite their restrained presence, each one radiated the unmistakable intensity of a rank 2 creature. These were the shadow guards of the royal family. The sudden appearance of the men in black sent another ripple of tension through the hall. Everyone knew who they were. The shadow guards. According to rumors, they were children taken young and trained in isolation, raised without a family name, without affection, without identity beyond service. Their bodies were tempered through brutal methods, their emotions were carved away and their loyalty was shaped into something absolute. They were not naturally strong. Their strength came from forbidden methods that forcibly boosted their power at the cost of their lifespan. The kingdom called it a noble sacrifice. The shadow guards called it their purpose. Every royal member received a number of them of varying strength based on status. The king held the strongest group. The great princess held a unit second only to his. The crown prince had a single squad. The various princes held smaller numbers depending on rank and favor. Even the 7th and 9th princes had their personal guards hidden in the shadows. Tonight, all of them seemed to respond at once to Michael's words. The dozen men in black stood between him and the platform in a protective, predatory formation. Their hands rested lightly on their weapons. Their aura flared just enough to show intent. Ariane's face went pale. Syria's legs trembled. Dozens of nobles looked away, afraid to meet anyone's gaze. Michael's eyes swept over the shadow guards. The nearest guard stepped forward, voice cold. You dare insult the royal bloodline in the presence of their highnesses. Stand down and await judgment. Michael's brows lowered a fraction. A hall full of nobles and princes staring at him like he was an animal. A prince demanding the name of a father he never knew. He had really reached the limit of what he could tolerate from this place. Princess Priscilla raised her hand slowly. Enough, she said. The shadows froze. The great princess did not raise her voice, but her authority pressed over the hall like a steady tide. She turned her gaze toward Michael. Sir Mike, she said, I asked you to wait. Her eyes flicked to the shadow guards, then back to him. You will not be harmed tonight. Michael held her gaze for a few seconds before speaking. I appreciate your concern, Your Highness, he said, voice calm and steady. But honestly, there is no one here who could hurt me. The hall froze again. Not a breath moved. This time, even the second prince's expression shifted. His usually gentle gaze cooled. Inside he began to feel cold toward Michael at the sheer audacity of those words spoken in front of nearly the entire royal bloodline. A few nobles nearly choked. Some stared in horror. Others in disbelief. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Unrealistically arrogant. Even if it were true, one did not say such things in the royal palace. And beneath it all, a quieter thought echoed through the hall. He even said it after the great princess personally intervened. Did he not consider her face at all? The shadow guards heard the words as well. Rage flickered across several of their gazes. Their masks hid their expressions, but their killing intent rose like a blade being unsheathed. One guard shifted his leg forward. Another tightened his grip on his weapon. A third lowered his center of gravity. All of them moved at once. Or rather, they tried to. None of them managed to take even a single step. A suffocating pressure pressed down on their limbs. Their muscles locked. Their feet refused to lift from the floor. It was as if invisible chains bound them in place. A few nobles gasped. Most did not even understand what had happened. But the princes did. The second prince's eyes widened a fraction. The 7th and 9th princes lost their earlier amusement. The 10th prince's pupils tightened like a beast scenting danger. And Michael simply looked at the frozen shadow guards with a mild expression, as if wondering why they had even tried. Of course, Michael was the reason the shadow guards could not take a step. While he had spent the last months searching for the perfect law to cultivate, he had not neglected the rest of his growth. He had trained his magic. Studied spells. Practiced forms. Improved his knowledge. And, most importantly, he had harvested skills from his undead whenever something caught his interest. One of those skills came from Lucky. Lucky's thin but undeniable dragon bloodline carried a primal instinctive skill, a form of intimidation that dragons used against lesser creatures. Michael had copied it. What the shadow guards felt was not killing intent. It was not mana pressure. It was a command buried deep inside their survival instincts. Do not move. A command their bodies obeyed before their minds could resist. Even Princess Priscilla's eyes sharpened slightly. The royal hall remained frozen, every noble trapped between fear and disbelief. The princes were no different. The ninth prince, who had been the loudest only moments ago, now looked as if his throat had turned dry. The seventh prince's amusement disappeared completely. The 10th prince's beast-like pupils narrowed to thin slits, all carelessness gone. And the second prince stared at Michael in quiet shock. Michael stood there casually, almost bored, while a dozen grand stage shadow guards were reduced to motionless statues. Only Princess Priscilla kept her composure, although even she now watched Michael with a new, calculating light. Michael turned again and began walking toward the doors. The shadow guards remained frozen behind him. Everyone else stared, too shocked to breathe, when the great princess's voice echoed once more. "Sir Mike." Her tone was composed but sharper than before. "I can understand your frustration, but it is not untrue that you insulted the royal family tonight." It was unprovoked. The hall stirred. A few nobles nodded slightly. Others wondered if she was simply trying to save face for her nephews. Michael paused. He did not keep walking. Instead, he turned fully toward her, no longer hiding the cold edge in his eyes. "Unprovoked?" he asked quietly. Princess Priscilla met his gaze without flinching. "Yes. You spoke too sharply. Even if you felt wronged, your words were. Does that mean you agree with everything he said?" He did not wait for her to finish. He did not bother saying, "the 10th prince." He simply raised his hand and pointed at the man in question. At the prince who started the insult. At the beast-eyed royal who had prodded him first. At the man who believed Michael's worth could be measured by the father he never knew. "Do you agree with everything he said?" Michael asked. His voice was calm, clear and mercilessly direct. The hall trembled. Nobles inhaled sharply. Several nearly fainted. The 10th prince's expression darkened, something feral flashing in his gaze. Even the second prince frowned. Princess Priscilla did not answer right away. She looked once toward the 10th prince, then back to Michael. "No," she said at last. "I do not agree with everything he said." His words could have been chosen better. The 10th prince's jaw tightened. Several nobles lowered their heads, afraid to be caught watching him. The coldness in Michael's eyes faded slightly. He released a quiet breath and gave a small shake of his head. That answer told him enough. The princess did not share the 10th prince's view, but she also did not see this matter the same way Michael did. To her, it was a problem of etiquette, of how things should be said in public. To him, it was far more than that. He did not blame her. Background shaped people. She had been born at the peak of the kingdom, raised above the clouds of ordinary life. Even if she was better than most, even if she saw further than her nephews, she still stood on a different ground than the people below. One could not expect someone raised at the top to think the same way as those raised at the bottom. Michael did not consider himself a saint. He had made judgments of his own in the past. He had looked down on people at times. He had drawn lines in his mind more than once. But deep inside, he still saw himself as a basic human above anything else. Maybe that was why this bothered him more than it should have. Or maybe it was because the one insulted was not him. It was Yuga. A boy who had stood before him with nothing but raw strength and honest will. Michael's gaze softened slightly from her earlier answer. But he was done with this hall. He turned back toward the doors and began walking again. "Sir Mike." Princess Priscilla's voice sounded once more. This time, a faint frown shaped her tone. "Do you intend to walk out on me?" Michael stopped, but he did not fully turn. "No," he said quietly. "I just do not feel great right now." And he continued walking. The second prince's brows creased further. The 7th prince's lips curved in cold amusement. The 10th prince's eyes glowed with molten anger. And the 9th prince's face twisted in disbelief. Princess Priscilla moved. One moment she stood on the platform. The next, she appeared beside Michael in a smooth blur of motion. A few nobles gasped softly. She reached toward him, perhaps to stop him. But she did not touch him. Because at that moment, mid-air, her hand was already being caught by an unfamiliar figure. The more Michael's undead advanced to rank 3, the more he found himself relying on them. In sparring, in studying, and even in the moments when he sat alone to cultivate his law, their presence shaped his growth. He had not noticed it at first. But as the weeks passed, a clear pattern appeared. He was not only using them more. He was beginning to understand them. Their instincts. Their quirks. Their personalities. Every undead that reached rank 3 developed a more defined sense of self. Lucky became greedier with tasting grass. Prince grew increasingly obsessed with studying souls, acting as if he intended to surpass Michael as a necromancer. Ghost became quieter but was a fitness lover as beginning, and the two were often together. Lily was just a glutton. And Fade. Fade had changed in his own way. He had originally been a mantis, a pure assassin with no thoughts beyond killing and obeying. After reaching rank 3 and forming a humanoid body, something inside him shifted. He became fixated on one role. Being Michael's bodyguard. He watched Michael constantly. He lingered in whatever shadow Michael happened to stand in. He even corrected his posture based on the strange novel Spartan kept forcing on him. Michael had once walked in on Fade trying to fold clothes because Spartan's book, Royal Soldier in Love, said bodyguards should have elegant manners. Michael blamed this on two things. First was Spartan, who was obsessed with being a scholar and shared every ridiculous book he could find. Second was the natural instinct of undead to serve their master. Fade simply mixed both influences in the strangest way possible. And now, in the royal hall, the same Fade who had been hiding in Michael's shadow was the one holding Princess Priscilla's wrist in midair. The entire hall froze again. It was more accurate to say that the hall had been frozen for a while now. This time, the shock came from confusion. No one had seen him move. Not even the shadow guards, famed for their flawless perception. One moment Princess Priscilla reached out. The next, her hand was caught gently but firmly by a tall, lean figure in black armor with pale green eyes. Fade. His voice was soft and calm. Do not touch my lord. The shadow guards' eyes widened behind their masks. The nobles stepped back. Several princes tensed on instinct. Princess Priscilla slowly turned her gaze toward the figure holding her wrist. Her expression did not change. Michael blinked once. He did not even have time to think before Fade bowed his head slightly, still holding her wrist. My lord does not wish to be touched, Fade said in the same calm tone. Please respect his boundary. Michael dragged a hand across his face. Of all the undead who could have appeared at that exact moment, it had to be Fade. He was the only one outside with Michael tonight. Princess Priscilla looked calm, but her mind churned. Those who knew a little about Michael suspected he came from a mysterious background. His strength alone made him unusual. Someone that powerful appearing from nowhere was possible but rare. And Michael never carried himself lower than anyone, which made people assume his backing was extraordinary. So when she saw an unfamiliar man holding her hand, appearing without warning, a thought came to her naturally. Was this his guardian? Was he from this world, or from Michael's unknown original world? She tried to pull her hand back. She met resistance. Dislodging herself would require real effort, something she had not experienced in years. And how had this man stood before her without being noticed? But she was not frightened. Fade held her wrist with steady, controlled strength. The nobles, who had been trembling earlier, finally broke. Whispers spread across the hall. Where did he come from? Was he there before? Who is he? Another great one. Princess Priscilla looked up. You are his guard. Fade answered without a pause. I am the shadow of my lord. His tone was soft but firm. I will not allow anyone to place their hands on him without his permission. She tested her wrist again. The grip did not hurt, but it would not budge. Release me, she said. Fade did not answer. His pale green eyes shifted past her shoulder, focused on a point behind her. His voice dropped even lower. If you move any closer to my lord again, I will take action. The marble floor might as well have been ice. The entire hall felt it. Princess Priscilla's eyes tightened slightly. It was one of the few visible changes in her expression since the confrontation began. Everyone else was confused. The princes. The nobles. Even the shadow guards. None of them understood who this figure was or why he dared speak to the great princess like that. But Michael understood. He was staring at a particular spot in the hall. His gaze held there for 3 silent seconds. He sensed it before it occurred. A faint disturbance in the air. A shift in pressure. And then the change arrived. An old man in black robes stepped out from nothingness, as though he had always been standing there. The shadow guards, freed earlier by Michael, dropped to one knee in unison. Their voices rang out together. Grand Shadow. A hush swept across the palace. Princess Priscilla tilted her head slightly in acknowledgement. The old man did not look at her. He did not look at Michael. He did not look at the princes. His gaze locked on Fade. Fade did not look away. The two stood in absolute silence. The nobles did not know who the unfamiliar figure in armor was, but they all knew the black-robed elder who had just appeared when they heard his title. The Grand Shadow. The one who commanded all shadow guards under the royal family. He also had another title. The second brother of the second-generation king of the kingdom. The two stood in absolute silence. The nobles did not know who the unfamiliar figure in armor was, but they all recognized the black-robed elder the moment they heard his title. The Grand Shadow. He was the one who commanded all shadow guards under the royal family. He also held another title. He was the second brother of the second-generation king of the kingdom. Even to Princess Priscilla, who was above 60 years old, this man was like her great-grandfather and the guardian of the royal palace. He had appeared only because he sensed traces of shadow magic, something an assassin of his level was extremely sensitive to. The old man's presence was quiet, yet it pressed on the hall like an invisible weight. His eyes were a dull, faded gray, but they were fixed on Fade. For a moment, nothing moved. Then a voice sounded in Michael's mind. My lord. I cannot beat him. Fade did not move his lips, but Michael heard him clearly. Michael did not need the warning. His eye of truth had activated the moment the old man appeared. This was not the first rank 3 he had seen. It was, however, the most terrifying. But was Michael afraid? No. His heart did not speed up. His breathing did not change. He simply tightened his control over his emotions and watched. The old man's gaze shifted slightly. A faint hint of killing intent spread into the air, too thin for most people to notice. But Michael's undead noticed it immediately. From the shadow beneath Michael's feet, something else stirred. A second darkness separated itself and rose. There was only one undead in his army with a nature similar to Fade's. Ghost. The figure that rose beside Michael was much larger than Fade. A tall, broad-shouldered man with short dark hair and deep green eyes that absorbed every detail around him. His presence was heavy. Ghost had always been strange, even among Michael's undead. From rank 0 onward, he had always been the strongest of his tier. Rank 1, the same. Rank 2, again the same. Now at rank 3, the difference had become almost absurd. If they compared raw power alone, only beginning could challenge him, and even then only when beginning pushed his rebirth law to its absolute limit. Under normal conditions, Ghost was Michael's strongest undead. A true monster. The old man felt it as well. His killing intent, which had chilled the air moments earlier, softened and flickered with caution. He studied Ghost, then Fade, then Michael. For the first time, a hint of uncertainty crossed his ancient eyes. When he arrived, the situation looked clear. Multiple shadow-type beings surrounding a noble youth. Shadow guard suppressed. Foreign entities that showed no fear toward the royal family. There was only one logical assumption. They were enemies. But now his instincts wavered. These figures were far too strong to be ordinary spies or assassins. The old man's killing intent faded further. Suspicion, calculation, and wariness took its place. He finally spoke. "What," he said slowly, "are all of you doing in my kingdom?" The royal banquet ended in a way no one had expected. The original purpose was technically fulfilled. The one who gained the most was the second prince. Of the extra 10 slots, 7 went to his faction. The 10th prince was not as lucky. His careless remarks earned him a punishment and he nearly lost his slot. The 9th and 7th princes suffered the most. Their loud behavior, their mockery, and their eagerness to stir conflict made them look immature and unstable. Older factions quietly withdrew support. In the race for the throne, both princes dropped an entire tier in influence within a week. And then there was Michael. People no longer saw him as a mysterious youth. They now saw him as a young man backed by a power capable of producing 2 great stage supernatural guardians. A lineage-level force. The kind only ancient families possessed. Maybe he came from the Empire to train. Perhaps a hidden clan from across the sea. Maybe a branch family with terrifying standards. Or an envoy sent to observe our kingdom. Michael, however, was thinking of none of them. As the Evermoon carriage carried him away from the banquet, he leaned back and exhaled slowly. For a moment, he wondered if he had gone too far by acting like himself tonight. But the feeling disappeared quickly. The truth was simple. He felt great. For the first time in a long while, he had spoken exactly as he wanted. He had acted as he wished. He had lowered his head to no one. What was the point of gaining power if you lived your life bowing to others? If you spent every moment trying not to offend someone? Power was meant to be used. Power was meant to give freedom. Michael had lived freely tonight. And it felt incredible. There was only one small problem. He turned to the side inside the carriage. Ariane sat opposite him. Her hands were neatly placed on her lap. Her back was straight. Her eyes were lowered. Her posture was unnaturally formal. Rigid even. Michael frowned slightly. "Princess," he called softly. Ariane lifted her gaze. She blinked once, as though pulled from deep thought. "Yes, Sir Mike," she answered. "Are you all right?" Michael asked. Ariane hesitated. A faint breath left her lips. Then she spoke quietly. "Can someone of your status still call me princess?" Michael blinked. "My status?" he asked. "What status?" Ariane stared at him like he had asked whether fire was hot. Before she could reply, he continued. "I am just a viscount." Ariane stared for a moment. Then her lips curved. Her entire posture relaxed, melting like frost under the morning sun. Her smile brightened, warm and relieved. "I see," she said softly. "You should stop calling me princess." Michael raised a brow. "Oh. And what should I call you then?" Ariane's smile grew wider, sweet and openly pleased. "Call me Ariane," she said. Michael sat on a tall hill, resting his elbows on his knees as he stared across the endless frozen plains. The land was quiet and empty. Cold enough to numb a normal person, yet strangely peaceful. Michael exhaled slowly. "It looks beautiful," he said under his breath. A soft crunch of snow sounded beside him. Spartan stood there in a perfectly tailored suit, his long hair tied into a high ponytail, black-rimmed glasses resting neatly on his nose. He adjusted them with practiced elegance. "What looks beautiful, master?" Spartan asked gently. Michael did not answer right away. His eyes remained on the horizon. "It reminds me," he finally said, "that even in a place that feels lonely, the peace it provides might be more valuable than one can imagine." Spartan blinked and looked out at the same landscape, confusion flickering in his eyes. He clearly did not see what Michael saw, but he did not question it. He simply adjusted his glasses again and nodded. "A deep thought from master. Very poetic." Michael chuckled quietly. He was not trying to be poetic. He simply liked the sight. The world was frozen and harsh, but in that moment it was peaceful, and he liked that. After a few more seconds of silence, Michael rose to his feet. Snow slid off his cloak. "That is enough rest. It is time to enter the second floor." Spartan straightened immediately. "Understood, master." Michael looked across the wide expanse. This floor was enormous. Even after hours of hunting, he had barely covered the terrain. The monsters here were sparse, but each encounter added something new to his legion. Along the way he had also encountered several races. Some he recognized, others he did not, but not a single elf among them. No trace of them anywhere. He had hoped to see at least one elven settlement, but there was nothing. Maybe they simply did not have a station on this level. Or maybe they did, but it was too far for him to reach during his sweep. What he did find were 2 additional Federation stations. It made sense. Aurora could not rely on only one entrance into Hell. What Michael did not know was how many gates truly existed across the realm. Truly an interesting place. He checked his panel and nodded. 400. His undead count had nearly reached that number. There were 2 things worth noting about this. First, it was nowhere near his limit. His contract slots could handle much more. Second, he had not been hunting randomly. He only recruited 2 monsters per species, a male and a female, then immediately left to locate a new race. He had no desire to fill his legion with identical creatures for now. What he wanted was variety. A balanced and flexible army. His lineup was already impressive. As for why 400 was far below his true limit, the answer was simple. It was not even close. He needed 2 things to advance to rank 3. The first was a law. The second was 5 rank 3 undead. That requirement had once barely been a wall for him since 500 had been the limit of his contract slots. He assumed that to break the mission again he would need to raise all 500 to rank 3. That was the plan. Then his second evolution happened. Becoming a true human changed everything. His foundation strengthened, his soul deepened, and the limit inside him expanded. His contract slots rose from 500 to 1500. Triple his old capacity. Now the old requirement felt trivial. What benefits leveling up at rank 3 would bring thanks to this evolution was something he would only know once he advanced. Spartan finished adjusting his gloves and looked out at the plains. "I wonder where the entrance to the second floor of Hell is located," he said. Michael reached into his storage space and pulled out the crystal map. "That is easy to check." A pulse of mana lit the surface as a wide projection appeared. Michael shifted the map until a faint marker blinked. There. The entrance. It was farther than expected. Michael memorized the position and stored the map. The journey toward the entrance was long, but for the first time since entering Hell, Michael saw a large gathering. Aside from the Federation settlements scattered across the plains, this was the only place where travelers seemed to gather naturally. The closer he drew to the entrance, the more figures he spotted moving across the frozen field. Michael also spotted a few from his own race. They passed by him with quick glances. Those who nodded at him received a simple nod in return. Michael could already see it ahead. A massive crack on a boulder in the frozen earth, like a wound carved into the land, glowing faintly with dim blue light. The entrance. Michael did not slow down. The moment he reached the glowing boulder, he placed a hand on its surface and stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, his body was pulled in. A twisting force wrapped around him like a spiral tunnel, dragging his consciousness through a passage. His vision blurred, colors stretched, sound vanished, and for half a second he lost all sense of direction. Then a dull boom followed. Michael landed on solid ground. His knees bent instinctively to cushion the impact. He steadied himself, shook his head once, and exhaled. Michael opened his eyes. And the world had changed. The icy plains, the pale blue glow, the serene cold silence, all of it was gone. In its place was heat. Oppressive heat. The ground beneath him was red, like rust, like dried blood, like scorched clay that had never known water. The sky above him was also red. A deep, ominous crimson. Michael stood still for a moment, observing before reaching out into his soul space to summon Spartan out of the damaged coffin of the forgotten inner space. Spartan appeared at his side, suit pristine, glasses untouched, ponytail still neat as if he had not been dismissed at all. He adjusted his frames once and bowed his head. "We have arrived, Master." Michael gave a small nod. Spartan straightened and looked around at the red sand and red sky. "This place has a very unfriendly atmosphere," he said quietly. Michael exhaled, feeling the heat press against his skin. "Let us go. We still have many floors to reach, so we should not waste time here." Michael turned his gaze to the empty desert ahead and took his first step on the second floor of hell. What Michael had not expected was to step on something strange. A faint crunch came from beneath his boot. He frowned and looked down. At first, it looked like a rock half buried in red sand. But when he crouched and brushed the grains aside, his expression shifted. Beneath the sand lay a body. Humanoid in shape. Blue-skinned. Faintly luminous, as if a veil of stars shimmered just beneath its flesh. Even now, when most of its light had dimmed, tiny specks of starlight still pulsed weakly across its surface. Michael placed a hand near the figure's chest. A slow, fragile rhythm answered. Barely alive. No wonder he had not sensed anything earlier. There was almost no life left to sense. He studied the being more closely. It looked human except for the blue skin and the tiny shining spots. "This is..." Michael muttered softly, surprise flickering across his features. "A starborn." He glanced at Spartan. "Master, is that not one of the star race?" Michael nodded slowly. "It is. A human variant race, one of the 5 most technologically advanced civilizations in the universe. In many areas, they even surpass Aurora." Michael's gaze lingered on the starborn's dimly glowing skin. "It is said," he began quietly, "that the first starborns were born when a wandering cluster of stellar energy collided with a human settlement thousands of years ago." Spartan tilted his head slightly, listening. "The humans survived," Michael continued, "but they changed. Their bodies adapted to the starlight that flooded their land. Their children were born glowing, their organs absorbing and storing light the way plants store nutrients. That was the beginning of the star race." He brushed more sand away from the figure's arm, revealing faint shimmering patterns like constellations etched under its skin. "Their uniqueness is not just their glow," Michael said softly. "Starborns have a natural affinity for light and all its higher derivatives depending on their strength and talent. Photon manipulation, hard light constructs, stellar energy absorption. Things that other races have to spend lifetimes studying come to them almost naturally. Then there is their intelligence." Spartan lowered his gaze. "And their intelligence?" "One of their greatest strengths," Michael replied. "A starborn's brain fully matures by the age of 8. By then most of them think, analyze, and understand the world better than a 20-year-old human. Their innovations shaped half the advanced technologies the universe depends on, making them a top 10 race. They are not weaker than the elven civilization and might even surpass it in some aspects. Spartan looked impressed. Truly remarkable. It would be perfect, Michael said, if not for their curse. He paused, eyes narrowing slightly as he examined the barely breathing starborn. They are short-lived. Very short-lived. Starborns, without becoming supernaturals, can only live up to 40 years. Their bodies burn through life as quickly as they absorb light, which makes their population extremely low. Spartan nodded slowly. It is almost like every top race that has powerful racial abilities suffers from low population. The universe is fair in its own way. Michael sighed. Yes. Their civilization is one of the oldest and strongest in the universe, but their numbers have always been small. Too small. And their physical strength is weak. Extremely weak. Their bodies are delicate. Their bones soft. Even among humans, they are one of the most fragile. His fingers brushed the starborn's wrist gently. The faint glow flickered feebly in response. Low population and weak physique, Michael murmured. Those are their only true weaknesses. But they are also fatal ones. He looked at the barely breathing figure again. For a race this rare and advanced to have one of their own lying here alone in the sands of hell, something must have gone very wrong. Spartan asked, "Should we help them, Master?" Michael already knew the answer. Of course. He rested a hand lightly on the being's chest. The glow beneath the starborn's skin flickered again, this time brighter, as if responding instinctively to Michael's touch. "Let us stabilize them first," he said. "Then we find out why a member of the star race ended up on the second floor of hell." Spartan watched the dim glow pulse weakly under the starborn's skin. After a moment he spoke. "Master, is it not better to turn them into an undead? Their body is already close to death. It would be easier." Michael did not even look up. "Easier, yes. But also the fastest way to make the star race wipe me off the face of the universe." Spartan blinked behind his glasses. Michael continued, voice calm and direct, "The last group that tried to turn a starborn into an undead lost everything. Their entire faction vanished. Not defeated. Erased. Their planet was turned into cosmic dust." Spartan's expression stiffened immediately. Michael paused, then added through their mental link. "Even if we ever wanted to do that, it would only be to someone whose background we fully understand. Or an enemy. Never a random starborn found half dead on the ground." Spartan nodded slowly. Michael continued mentally. "The star race is also one of Aurora's important allies. Turning one of them into an undead would be the same as declaring war." He looked down at the fragile glowing being beneath him. "We help this one recover. Nothing more." Spartan bowed his head. "Understood, Master." Michael summoned another creature from the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. This undead was a bit special. It was the very one Michael had used to exchange for his dead undead back at the Unified College exams. But here was the thing. Why had there been only one undead exchanged when he had lost more than one? It was because this undead, though lower in raw power, was far more precious than any of Michael's own. He could not deny it. How could he? This was an extraordinary rank creature whose function was to serve as an extra life for its host. When alive, it had been a parasite-type creature. One could even consider it living armor. It fed on its host's life force to survive, and when the host was injured, it returned all that stored energy to heal them. It was reusable so long as it never gave away every last drop of life energy and always kept enough to slowly recharge. Michael had taken the worm's corpse and revived it. Yes, even after death the worm remained useful. It had simply dropped one grade and could now only bond with creatures of that lower rank. It practically screamed treasure for necromancers, yet because it was rare rank, only rank 2 necromancers could truly appreciate it, and even among them few could afford one. Michael just happened to be one of the rare few. Unknown to others, he was the only one who could eventually return the worm to its previous rank and perhaps take it even higher in the future. So why was Michael bringing the worm out now? Was it because it had healing abilities? Yes, it did. After Michael reached rank 3 and regained the luck tied to the law of life, the worm recovered the ability to heal others even without spending its own stored energy. It could now do so purely through the law abilities Michael granted it. Michael placed the tiny body of the worm on the Starborn's head. Soon the worm's body began to glow. 30 seconds later, Michael returned the worm, currently nicknamed the Louse Worm, to his coffin space and waited for the now fully healed Starborn to regain consciousness. He did not have to wait long. A faint shiver ran through the Starborn's body. The tiny points of starlight under its skin flickered, then brightened. Its eyelids trembled once, twice, and slowly opened. Two pupils like molten silver stared up at the sky, unfocused at first, then sharpening with sudden awareness. The moment the Starborn saw Michael and Spartan standing over it, its eyes widened in alarm. Before Michael could say a single word, the Starborn reacted. A burst of radiant light pulsed through its body. Metallic particles surged from beneath its skin, coating its entire frame in shining, star-forged armor within a heartbeat. The transformation was smooth, flawless, and instantaneous. A circular burst of energy erupted at its feet. Sand blasted outward as the Starborn shot backward in a sudden retreat. The Starborn tried to flee. Well, it tried. As the armored figure launched away, Michael's hand shot forward with casual precision. His fingers closed around the Starborn's ankle. The creature froze mid-movement, suspended in the air like a caught insect. Michael's voice was calm. "Where do you think you're going without saying thank you?" The Starborn flailed once, its armor shimmering as defensive mechanisms activated. Thin lines of light crawled across its body, forming protective seals and shifting layers. Even Michael's expression changed slightly at the sight. This was not ordinary armor. It was advanced, elegant, and adaptable. It reminded Michael of Rin's armor, except this one was even more refined and sleeker. The Starborn twisted in his grip, its voice muffled beneath the metallic mask. "Let go, let go, let go." Michael raised a brow. He held the ankle effortlessly, as if the struggling being weighed no more than a small bird. The power generated by the armor was actually not weak. Not quite rank 3 yet, but very close. Spartan stepped closer, adjusting his glasses. "It appears they are frightened, Master." "I noticed," Michael said dryly. The Starborn tried again to yank its leg free, each pull accompanied by a small explosion. The armor changed shape subtly with every attempt, reinforcing the joints, shifting the plating, preparing for the next maneuver. It was fascinating to watch. Michael looked at the metal sheen thoughtfully. "I have to admit," he said, "this is interesting. Very interesting." The Starborn froze, finally realizing that no amount of struggling would work. Slowly, the armored head turned. Those molten silver eyes met Michael's calm gaze. For the first time, the Starborn spoke clearly. Who are you?" Michael smiled faintly. "The person who saved your life." The armor dimmed slightly, as if reacting to the Starborn's confusion. The being hesitated, then asked in a quieter voice, "I am not dead." "No," Michael replied. "You were close, but not anymore." Silence settled for a moment. The Starborn trembled faintly, the armor shifting back into a more stable form. Its voice was softer now, almost breathless. "Then, why did you help me?" Michael's fingers loosened around the ankle, though he didn't release it yet. "Because leaving someone to die when I can save them is not something I do," he answered simply. The Starborn blinked. Spartan cleared his throat. "You should be grateful." Michael ignored him. Instead, he looked at the Starborn's armor again, eyes narrowing with interest. "But if you want to run off into the desert, at least say something before you disappear." The Starborn lowered its gaze. "Thank you. Michael nodded once. Good. Now let us talk. He released the ankle. The being dropped lightly onto the red sand, armor glinting under the crimson sky. The Starborn straightened slowly, still wary but no longer trying to flee. Michael folded his arms. Now then, why is a Starborn lying half dead on the second floor of hell? The Starborn swallowed. And the answer that came next made Michael's eyes narrow. Because I was fleeing from something. The air shifted. Something, Michael repeated quietly. Or someone. The Starborn hesitated, then whispered, both. It was a demon. The heat of the red desert suddenly felt heavier. And Michael realized this encounter was no coincidence at all. Well, it actually was a coincidence, for now. Michael watched the Starborn in silence for a moment, then spoke. Good. You can stand and talk, so start explaining. The silver eyes flickered. Under the armor, the Starborn's throat moved in a dry swallow. Explain. Yes. Michael tilted his head slightly. Why are you here? Why were you almost dead? And why did you try to run the moment you woke up? The Starborn looked from Michael to Spartan, then back again. The armor shifted faintly, plates relaxing just a little. I was not supposed to be here, the Starborn said softly. My strength is enough to train on the 20th floor. I only came down here because I was forced to. The 20th floor, Michael repeated. You were training there. The Starborn nodded once. In my race, we come here in teams, it said. The 20th floor is within our safe range. Normally. Michael narrowed his eyes. Normally, he repeated. So what changed? The Starborn's fingers curled at its side. Light shifted nervously along the armor. A demon appeared, it said. Not one of the natives. It suddenly appeared, ignored our barriers as if they were paper, and started killing everything in sight. Michael's gaze sharpened slightly. How strong? The Starborn hesitated, then looked at him more closely. Before that, it said, I need to know something. Are you a local cultivator or an awakener? Michael blinked once. A local cultivator, the Starborn explained quickly, is someone who uses the native supernatural system of this realm, techniques, realms, paths that belong only to your world. An awakener uses the more universal system, rank-based, with a standard structure. I need to know which one you follow to explain properly. Michael answered without hiding anything. I am an awakener. The Starborn fell quiet for a breath, as if recalibrating how to speak. In that case, it said slowly, the demon's strength was at rank 3, but it felt like it was already touching the realm above. Like it was only half a step away from rank 4. Michael's eyes narrowed. Half a step, he said. The Starborn nodded again, this time with more conviction. Our captain was a solid rank 3, mid-stage, with a specialization in suppression fields. Even with every protocol activated, it did not matter. The demon broke through our defenses, destroyed our shields, and almost wiped the team in less than a minute. Silence settled heavily between them. The Starborn's words lingered in the hot air. A demon at rank 3 was normal. A demon touching the next realm was not in these lower floors. Even the current Michael knew his limits. Of course the fact he was still calm showed his confidence. Michael opened his mouth to ask another question, but before a single word left him, the world twitched. A sharp vibration rippled through the air. The Starborn's armor tightened instantly. Spartan adjusted his glasses and shifted his weight. Michael's eyes narrowed. A tear in space appeared just a short distance away. No one needed to speak. All three understood immediately. Someone was entering the second floor. The only real question was simple. From where? The first floor. Or the third? The Starborn stepped back instinctively. Spartan took one step forward, half guarding Michael's side. Michael himself simply watched with calm eyes as the tier widened. Then a body shot out of the tier and crashed onto the red sand. Sand exploded around the figure. A plume of dust rose high into the air. The impact left a shallow crater. Michael's brows lifted slightly. The fallen figure pushed against the ground weakly, barely able to lift their head. Their body was covered in scorched armor, parts of it melted or broken. Their arms shook violently. Their breathing was ragged. Their aura flickered like a dying ember. Michael felt at the moment the aura brushed against him. Rank 3. But barely holding on. The Starborn spoke first, voice trembling slightly. They are injured. Badly. Anyone who looks like that after crossing floors should not be coming from the first floor. Michael stepped closer, eyes steady. Which means, he said quietly, they came from above. A cold breeze swept across the desert. The injured figure coughed, spitting red into the sand before forcing out a single weak sentence. Demonic supernaturals. Their voice cracked. Those bastards. Michael froze. Demonic supernaturals. That was a familiar term. He turned to look at the figure closely. It was a man, dark-skinned and human. But why did the situation turn from a super-strong demon to demonic supernaturals? The injured man tried to move but collapsed again, his body trembling. Michael sighed faintly, then summoned the life worm once more. The tiny, pale creature materialized in his hand, wriggling lazily. Despite its harmless appearance, its presence alone carried the weight of a rank 3 existence. Michael crouched beside the soldier and placed the worm gently on his forehead. Almost immediately, the worm began to glow, a faint, soothing light that pulsed in rhythm with the man's heartbeat. The smell of burning flesh faded. Scorched skin began knitting together and the man's breathing steadied. 30 seconds later, the light dimmed. Michael retrieved the worm and returned it to the damaged coffin of the forgotten. He stood, watching as the soldier's eyelids fluttered open. Confusion filled the man's eyes as he slowly looked up. His gaze swept over Michael's calm face, Spartan's composed figure, and the armored Starborn standing a few feet away. He finally spoke, voice raw but audible. "Who are you?" Michael tilted his head slightly. "I should be the one asking that," he replied calmly. "Who are you?" The man blinked several times, then looked at Michael more closely. His eyes lingered on the young man's face. Then his memory shifted to the presence he had felt just earlier. Rank 3. His eyes trembled. And finally, he looked at the Starborn beside them, whose silver eyes and armor revealed his race instantly. "You healed me," he said slowly, still dazed. "Yes," Michael answered. "Now, who are you?" The man took a breath, steadying his mind before replying. "I am a soldier of the Aurora realm," he said, his voice gaining a trace of strength. Spartan's brow arched slightly. Michael's eyes sharpened faintly. "So a fellow citizen. But why did they end up like this?" "Then tell me what happened," Michael said. The soldier suddenly clenched his teeth. His jaw tightened. His body trembled once, then he slammed his fist into the ground. Boom! The impact shook the entire area. Red sand exploded outward. A shockwave rolled across the desert. Even the Starborn flinched backward in surprise as the spot where the soldier struck formed a spiderweb of deep cracks. His face twisted with raw fury. "Demonic supernaturals," he hissed. "Those fools." Michael waited. The man breathed hard for a few seconds, then slowly forced himself to calm down. His shoulders dropped slightly. His voice steadied. "I do not know how it happened," he said at last. He lifted his head, sweat mixing with lingering blood at his temple. One moment everything was normal on the first floor. Our station was fully secure. Then suddenly the attack began. Michael's brows lowered. "By the demonic supernaturals," he repeated. "By who?" The soldier nodded his head. I do not know where they came from. They just appeared. Some were not weaker than me, some were stronger. The Starborn spoke then. You are rank 3, it whispered. Stronger than most people in the first 30 floors. And there were many who exceeded you. The soldier nodded weakly. Yes. And they attacked without warning. Seeing how coordinated they were, this was surely not a random attack. Michael's fingers tapped lightly against his arm. That is impossible, he said. The soldier froze. Michael continued. If demonic supernaturals wanted to get into hell, they would need to use the gates. And those gates are all fully under Federation control. His words made the soldier's eyes light up in recognition and relief. You came through the Federation gates, the man asked quickly. Yes. For the first time since arriving, the soldier looked more relieved. Then you are Aurora too, he said with certainty. You are one of ours. He inhaled deeply and observed Michael again, this time with far more familiarity than caution. His gaze briefly flicked to Spartan, who stood precisely one step behind Michael's right shoulder, posture perfect and eyes alert. The soldier's thoughts shifted. A young man of unknown background. Strong. Completely unshaken by danger. And guarded by a rank 3 who behaved like a personal protector. The conclusion formed instantly in his mind. He is from a high family, an important one. After all, only noble or elite families assigned personal guardians to their heirs. Of course, he had no idea Spartan was undead. He could not have known immediately. It would take a good amount of observation. Rank 3 advancement changed undead physiology drastically. Their aura became closer to undead races like vampires. The man could sense Spartan was powerful and had a strange aura, but not an inhuman one. Michael did not let the silence drag. If they did not come through the Federation gates, he said at once, then it can only mean one thing. The soldier's eyes narrowed. What? They have their own gates, Michael replied quietly. The demonic supernaturals opened their own way into hell. For a heartbeat, nothing moved. Then the soldier's face twisted with hate. His fist slammed into the ground again. Boom. The strike was harsher than before. The red sand blasted outward in a ring. Cracks tore across the hardened earth, racing in all directions. The Starborn jerked back on instinct, armor tightening around their body. The faint light along their plating brightened as defensive patterns formed. They kept their distance now. Very firmly. Yet at the same time, a strange relief flickered in their molten silver eyes. So the first floor is chaos now. Good thing I did not go down there. Michael watched the spreading cracks under his boots and did not move. His expression remained calm, but his thoughts were not. If demonic supernaturals had their own gates into hell, this was no longer only Aurora's problem. It affected every race that used these floors to train. He exhaled slowly. Why the first floor, though? If they only wanted destruction, there were simpler paths. So why start from there? The same thought formed in another mind at the same time. Michael and the soldier turned to each other together. They spoke almost in unison. The demonic supernaturals only have a gate to the first floor, Michael said. If they had gates to the other floors or to Aurora itself, the soldier added, they would have already unleashed demons directly on our realm. Michael finished the line of thought calmly. They would not need to stage a large-scale attack on the first floor and declare war on the Federation as a whole. The soldier's jaw tensed, but his eyes grew clearer. So this is both their limit, he said slowly, and their opening move. Michael's gaze drifted toward the distant horizon of red sand and crimson sky. He did not speak at first. The soldier pushed himself to his feet, dust sliding off his scorched armor as he steadied his breathing. Then what we need to do right now, he said firmly, is stop the demonic supernaturals from holding the Federation gates. He clenched his fists, ready to move. Michael raised a hand. That is not the only thing you need to worry about. The soldier froze mid-step. What? He asked, confused. This time, Michael did not answer. He turned slightly and nodded at the Starborn. You explain. The Starborn hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward. Their armor folded into a more flexible form, light pulsing weakly beneath the metal plates. They pointed upward. The 20th floor. The soldier blinked. What about it? The Starborn shook their heads slowly. No demon from above should have been able to descend without being stopped. On the floors above 20, there are guardians. Many races place overseers there. The soldier's expression began to shift. The Starborn continued. And yet, a demon half a step into rank 4 went past all of them without being stopped. The soldier took 2 sharp steps back. That should be impossible, he whispered. The floors above are fortified. The guardians there. He stopped. His voice dried up. The 3 of them looked at each other at the same time. A cold realization crept into the air. Michael voiced it quietly. Something happened to them. The soldier's face paled as the truth settled. The guardians, the higher-ranked protectors, all of them. Spartan adjusted his glasses. Probably dead, he said calmly. Or worse. The Starborn's shoulders trembled as he started to think clearly now that there was no immediate danger. The soldier paced once in disbelief, boots crushing the red sand beneath him. No, does that mean? Michael simply nodded. Everything was planned. The soldier stopped pacing. The Starborn whispered. And that means the attack on the first floor is not the main event. Michael looked at the sky. It is just the beginning. Spartan fixed his glasses again. Master, he said smoothly, it seems hell has become far more interesting. Michael exhaled slowly. Interesting is one word for it. His gaze fell on the 2 men, one soldier of Aurora and one Starborn survivor. The Starborn swallowed once, then asked the only question that mattered now. What do we do? Going up was entering chaos. Going down meant facing whatever had erased the guardians of the higher floors. Both paths were danger. The soldier crossed his arms, pacing in a tight circle as sand shifted under his boots. If we go up, he muttered, we might be able to reclaim the Federation gates. But if something killed the overseers above floor 20, then heading up is suicide. Silence fell again. This time, Michael broke it. We go up first. Both heads snapped toward him at once. The soldier frowned. If the demon on the lower floors is not handled, then even if we retake the gates above, hell will empty itself downward eventually. The wind blew a thin line of red dust across Michael's boots. If the chaos above can be resolved, we can contact the other races stationed there. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. And once they know the demon's location, someone strong enough will come to kill it. Michael did not waste another second. Let's move. The soldier nodded sharply. The Starborn's armor folded into a travel mode, soft light pulsing along its edges. Spartan adjusted his glasses and stepped forward to match Michael's pace. They began running across the red desert. The second floor of hell stretched far and wide. Jagged dunes rolled like frozen waves beneath a crimson sky. The heat pressed down on them, but none of them slowed. Michael was new to the second floor. He had hunted here for only a short while, so he followed their lead. The Starborn ran ahead, leaving a faint trail of shimmering motes behind him. The soldier followed on the right. As they moved, the second floor revealed more of its nature. Unlike the first floor, which was mostly barren frozen land, the second floor had more life and more danger. Beasts prowled the dunes. Winged predators circled the sky. Burrowing creatures stirred beneath the ground whenever Michael's group passed. But none approached them. Perhaps they sensed Michael's aura. Or Spartans. Or the Starborn's potent armor. Regardless, the monsters kept their distance. Over that ridge, the Starborn called out without looking back. There is a settlement. Several races have also established small bases in the second floor. Michael nodded. He had expected as much. The second floor was dangerous but manageable for many advanced factions. It was natural that various capable races would build settlements here. And Aurora? Michael asked. The soldier replied immediately. We have a small settlement here as well. Not very large, but it has direct channels that lead both to the first floor and to Aurora. Then that is where we are heading, Michael said. The soldier nodded and increased his speed. When they reached the top of the next dune, Michael finally saw it. A fortified settlement built with metal and reinforced stone stood nestled between two curved ridges. Faint blue shields shimmered around it, protecting it from the ambient heat and from the monster activity outside. The soldier pointed. There. The gate access room is inside that building. If it is intact, we can go straight to the first floor. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. If it is intact, he repeated. Yes. The soldier's voice grew quieter. We do not know if the demonic supernaturals up there would have done something. Michael agreed. They approached the settlement. From afar, it looked normal. Guards positioned at the entrances. Activity moving through the streets. But the moment they stepped closer, Michael felt it. Tension. The guards at the entrance stood rigidly, weapons ready. Every pair of eyes scanned the desert beyond the walls like predators waiting for danger to pounce from any direction. Even before they reached the gate, several rifles were already aimed at them. Identify yourselves, someone shouted from above. The recovering soldier stepped forward immediately. It is me. Captain Rule of the first floor outpost. The shout rippled through the guards. Then. Captain Rule. Weapons lowered instantly. The shield at the gate flickered and opened. A squad rushed out to meet them. Captain, we thought you were dead. How did you get here? What happened on the first floor? Questions flew like arrows, but Rule raised a hand. I will explain to the overseer. Clear the path. Though his expression was calm, his heart sank. The fact they were aware of this meant there was a new update. The guards quickly obeyed, stepping aside. Their gazes naturally drifted to Michael next and then to Spartan, whose rank 3 presence pressed faintly against the air on purpose. They also stared curiously at the Starborn who stuck close to Michael. The soldiers led the group into the heart of the settlement. Rule finally stopped before a reinforced building with thick metal doors and a carved Federation emblem above it. Inside, he said. The moment the doors opened, the atmosphere shifted again. A tall man stood in the center of the room, armor polished with a bluish sheen, spear strapped to his back, an aura steady like a mountain. A rank 3. The overseer of the second floor Aurora settlement. His gaze locked onto Rule instantly and widened. Captain Rule. Rule saluted sharply. Overseer Varun. The overseer stepped forward quickly. You are alive. That is good. His gaze swept over the charred remnants of Rule's armor. But what happened? What of the outpost on the first? His words broke as he finally noticed the rest. Michael. The Starborn. Spartan. His aura sharpened. The pressure in the room thickened for a moment. Rule spoke quickly. They are allies. The young man healed me. Varun's sharp aura softened at once. He gave Michael a deeper look. I see. His tone shifted subtly. More polite. Then welcome to Aurora's second floor station. Michael nodded lightly. Rule straightened his back. Overseer, I have a report, he said. Varun gave a short nod. Go on. Rule took a breath then recounted everything from the start again. I understand your side now, he said. It fits with what we experienced here earlier. Ruel frowned. Here, he asked. Something happened in this post too. Varun nodded once. Not long after we lost contact with your outpost, the floor gate in this base activated on its own. Before anyone could react, demonic supernaturals came out from the first floor into our station. Ruel's fingers curled. So it spread here too, he muttered. At first, we were shocked, Varun said. Then we took advantage of the situation. They were outnumbered here. We pushed them back into the gate. He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. It was only then I realized the situation was the same. Ruel blinked. The same, he echoed. How? Varun's voice went colder. When our forces entered the gate to pursue them, they arrived on the first floor into a battlefield where we were the ones outnumbered. The demonic supernaturals held the advantage there exactly like we held it here. Every attempt to push deeper into their line met overwhelming resistance. The gate became a choke point both ways. Ruel's jaw tightened. A stalemate, he said. Varun inclined his head. Exactly. They cannot break through us into the second floor. We cannot break through them into the first. For now, the gate connects two fronts locked in dead balance. Michael finally spoke. Then why not request help from the Federation directly, he asked. With higher ranks, the balance will break. Varun looked at him and gave a small nod. I was coming to that, he said. He folded his arms, expression turning complicated. After we realized the stalemate, I ordered a team to use the Federation gate. We went to report and request reinforcements. Ruel's eyes lit with faint hope. And, he pressed. Varun sighed. That was when we learned something strange. Michael's gaze sharpened slightly. Varun continued. For some reason, no one from Aurora can use the Federation gate in Aurora City to access the first floor anymore. Every attempt fails. It is as if the path is locked to us. However, the gate from Aurora to the second floor still works. The route from the main station to this post is still intact. Ruel's brows knitted together. So they cannot send troops directly to the first floor, he said slowly, but they can send them here. Yes, Varun answered. The Federation confirmed it. Their technicians checked the formation structures. Nothing is broken on this side. Something is interfering with the route specifically to the first floor. Michael's eyes flashed faintly. The demonic supernaturals, he said. They are blocking the line on their end. Most likely, Varun agreed. Ruel exhaled, some tension leaving his shoulders. So reinforcements. He said quietly. Varun nodded. They come here, he finished. He looked at Michael, then at the Starborn and Spartan. Which means, Varun added, you three came at a good time. We are no longer an isolated station. When the reinforcements arrive, we will have options. Michael leaned slightly forward. That is good news, he said. But are you not forgetting something? Ruel blinked and turned to him. Forgetting what? Before Michael could answer, the Starborn spoke instead. His silver eyes flickered faintly as he stepped forward. If the demonic supernaturals are left alone for too long before reinforcements arrive, he said quietly, will the situation not worsen? If they consolidate control on the first floor, retaking it later will be far harder. The room fell silent for a brief moment. Overseer Varun exhaled slowly, his shoulders rising and falling. I know, he said at last. We all know that. But there is no helping it right now. The Starborn's eyes narrowed. And what about the other issue? Varun looked at him. Other issue? The Starborn's voice dropped lower, almost solemn. The demon, he said. The one half a step into rank 4. The overseer froze. He turned to Ruel with confusion. What demon? And what do you mean by half a step into rank 4? Ruel sighed, then began explaining the situation. For a moment, silence filled the office. Varun lifted a hand and pressed his fingers hard against the side of his temple. A dull throb pulsed behind his eyes. He rubbed slowly, trying to push away the forming headache, but it only grew sharper the more he thought. A demon, half a step into rank 4. That was not normal. Varun lowered his hand and let out a long breath, his face tightening with strain. "This is bad," he muttered, voice low. "Very bad." Varun glanced at Ruel, then at Michael, then at the Starborn. His gaze lingered longest on the silver-eyed figure who had dropped the news. The demonic supernaturals attacking the Federation settlement are strong and troublesome. Dangerous, even. But the balance of the first floor, of hell itself, will not crumble just because some demonic supernaturals took control of a few outposts. The Federation and the other races can handle that kind of disturbance. Of course, any damage they cause to our own races would have to be explained by the Federation and would put us in a bad position on a universal scale. Then his voice dropped lower. But a demon half a step into rank 4. That is different. The entire room fell silent again. That is not a level of monster meant to appear anywhere in the first 20 floors. If something like that exists on the first floor. He shook his head. It means something is wrong. The Starborn tilted his head slightly. Does anyone think this might be connected to the demonic supernaturals from your side? That made Varun's frown deepen. He fixed the Starborn with a steady look. "Friend," he said, voice controlled, "let's not jump to conclusions. We do not know enough. Assuming a link without proof would only complicate this further." Michael stepped forward before the Starborn could reply. "It does not matter what their background is," he said calmly. "What matters is this: there are two important things happening in hell right now. Neither is good. And both need solutions." Varun gave a humorless laugh. "And what do you suggest?" he asked. "We know all this. We know the dangers. But what do you expect us to do without help? Even with reinforcements on the way, we're still blind." Michael didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned his gaze to Ruel. "What is the highest power level you've seen among the demonic supernaturals?" Michael inquired. "They're all still rank 3, Ruel said. From rank 4 upward, the lowest floor they can enter in hell is floor 50, unless they willingly accept suppression from hell itself. I'm not sure if you know, but if a rank 4 or above forces their way into the lower floors, hell's rules crush their strength down to rank 3. Their realm will drop temporarily. They won't be able to use some of their abilities. They remain powerful, but not with the insane gap their true rank normally provides." Ruel continued. "That is why factions don't send rank 4 troops below floor 50. It is inefficient and dangerous. A suppressed rank 4 is still strong, but not invincible. These rules also work on demons." Ruel paused after saying that, then noticed Michael was still watching him quietly. Michael spoke again. "How many of them do you think there are?" Varun's brows pulled together. The Starborn tilted his head. Even Ruel blinked, caught off guard by the question. "Pardon?" Ruel asked. "How many what?" "Rank 3 demonic supernaturals," Michael clarified. "Estimate it for me." Silence pressed into the room for a moment. Varun looked between the two of them, clearly not following Michael's train of thought yet. Ruel hesitated, then answered anyway. "On the grand scale of things, rank 3s cannot exactly be called as rare as phoenix feathers," he said slowly. "But they are not easily mobilized either." He frowned, replaying the battle in his mind. "From what I saw before I escaped, and with my own rough guesswork, I would say the number of rank 3 demonic supernaturals on the first floor right now should not exceed 60. 60. Ruel nodded. "Unless," he added, "the demonic supernaturals are planning on going to war." Michael did not look surprised. If anything, his eyes simply grew calmer. "Not more than 60, he repeated softly. "Good. "What's good about that?" the Starborn asked in confusion, but Michael did not answer immediately. Everyone started to hear strange words coming from him. "If I say, 5, no, for slots per level, then some extra from advancing, 200 doesn't look big, right?" "No. No, that still sounds huge." "60. No. What about 80? The frozen landscape of the first floor of Hell stretched endlessly, a wasteland of cracked ice and drifting snow. Where once a Federation settlement had stood proud, now the traces of a brutal clash scarred every surface. Blood stained the snow in long frozen trails. Walls were cracked. And at the center of the ruined base, the floor gate hummed, a faint pulse of unstable light running through the formation. Armored figures stood around it in a defensive ring, weapons drawn, breath fogging in the frigid air. A man with a horned mantle over his shoulders, who seemed to be the leader, stood at the front. His expression was grim. "Status," he ordered. One of the demonic supernaturals stepped forward immediately and saluted with a fist over his chest. "The channel leading to Aurora remains locked," the man reported. "The Federation cannot interfere for now." The leader clicked his tongue. "I know that." The other man continued and gestured toward the humming gate that led upward. "That passage leads them straight to the second floor. If we force our way in, we'll be met by dozens before we can even stabilize a foothold. It's the same for them, they can't do anything to us either. As for using the natural entrance of the second floor to come down to the first, they can't do that. Their forces would be separated and their effectiveness would drop drastically. In any case, with our preparations, the settlement on the second floor won't dare make a move with their numbers." The man was still speaking when the gate the Federation had made for smooth travel between the first and second floors activated. A figure appeared in front of him. He was a very blurry man, but the moment he materialized, a series of attacks met him. A ripple of harsh laughter passed through the surrounding demonic supernaturals as the smoke from their attacks cleared. "Seriously? This is boring," one of them scoffed. "All that build-up just to kill one guy? Is the Federation that desperate?" More snickers followed as the smoke thinned. Their amusement faltered a heartbeat later. Because the man they thought was dead wasn't. Black armor rippled across his skin like living metal, clinging to him seamlessly. It looked less like armor and more like an extension of his own body. A few supernaturals stiffened. "That armor, what is?" "Doesn't matter," the leader said. "Kill high." Ghost moved first. He did not raise his hands into any recognizable stance. He simply stepped forward and punched the air in front of him. The air howled. A translucent shockwave burst from his fist and tore across the frozen ground. The nearest demonic supernatural barely had time to widen his eyes before the invisible force hit him in the chest. His body left the ground and flew backward like a broken doll. "What the?" Before the shock in their voices faded, Ghost punched again. Another wild swing at nothing. Another deafening boom. "Spread out," the leader snapped. The surrounding fighters moved at once, aura flaring as they darted to the sides. Blades lit with energy. Spells crackled in the air. Ghost did not track anyone in particular. He just kept punching. Left. Right. Up. Down. Wild swings. Every punch shook the surroundings. Shockwaves roared outward in jagged arcs. "This is ridiculous. He's not even aiming." Ghost took another step forward. A footprint sank deep into the ice. He punched downward. The shockwave slammed into the ground and rebounded, erupting like a geyser beneath a group that had thought they were outside his range. The ice pillar that formed carried them upward for a brief instant before the force shattered, flinging bodies in all directions. However, what the others failed to realize was that, by the time they stopped focusing solely on Ghost, dozens of people now stood around the gate. The worst part was that every one of them possessed aura not necessarily weaker than their own. Color drained from their faces as they seemed to realize what was happening. The stalemate had been broken, and not by ordinary people. Immediately, they all started to feel the smell of death hanging over them. Without hesitation, demonic supernaturals did what they loved doing best. Run from the strong. However, running also required strength, and this time, strength was something they no longer had the luxury to boast about. The moment the demonic supernaturals tried to flee, the sky darkened. Up above, suspended like silent executioners, were 10 humans. Except they were not humans anymore. Each one radiated the aura of a solid rank 3, their presence weighing down the battlefield like a falling mountain. These were part of Michael's undead, his human-type undead, the ones he rarely had time or resources to extensively focus on. Michael could not fully invest in all of his undead. He lacked the time, the focus, and often the materials. Even nurturing a handful already cost him an absurd amount of energy and resources. Of course, this situation was expected to change in the future, but even now that limitation applied only to Michael. It did not apply to the undead themselves. Just because Michael could not look after all his undead did not mean they could not look after their own kind. It also was not out of kindness, love, or kinship, since even with high intelligence to mimic things, Michael's undead were still far from being able to perfectly mimic complex emotions for something like a familiar bond. However, there was something they could mimic perfectly to the extent that it could be said they were actually feeling it. Spartan was the prime example. As one of the closest undead to Michael during study sessions, Spartan had learned a lot. He even understood some things better than Michael at times, and they traded knowledge back and forth through the memory infusion skill he got from Jester, who got it from the evil cultivator Li Fang. Michael did not always use memory infusion on everyone. But every intelligent undead had the skill. And Spartan had been using it for personal reasons to teach and share. Regardless of the creature race or type, even the ones that were not active, there were rarely races in the universe that did not want more strength. Undead were a prime example of creatures that could stay perfectly still to the end of time and also get actively involved in increasing their strength. Spartan was part of the latter, except unlike other undead that did it bloodily, thanks to Michael's nurturing and other things related to him, Spartan as an undead had come to see knowledge as his way to greater strength. This was not exactly wrong either, especially after ascending to rank 3. The feeling of wanting strength did not necessarily have anything to do with protecting Michael as a master, but with the instinctive drive of any intelligent creature to want perfection. Since knowledge was one way Spartan sought to make himself stronger, he created a quiet, terrifying network of shared information, an internal library of magic, battle tactics, and spell harmonization between the undead he could utilize. So now the question became: what happens when 10 strong rank 3 beings, each with refined coordination, shared magical knowledge, and perfect synchronization, cast a spell together? The answer: a disaster. A colossal trap formation snapped into existence above the settlement. Magic hummed through the air. And suddenly, boom! A dome sealed the entire settlement. No one could leave. And no one could enter. It was so strong that even the void could not be utilized. The demonic supernaturals felt it instantly. Their escape route vanished in an instant, like a door slammed shut behind them. Panic rippled through the crowd. What is this? No. The exit. Why can't I move past the boundary? It was too late. The battlefield was now a sealed hunting ground. A cold realization gripped every demonic supernatural present. If we want to live, we fight, someone shouted hoarsely. Another snarled in agreement. This is not the time to hide your strength. Use everything you have or we die here. Fear twisted into frenzy. In the next breath, mana exploded across the ruined settlement. Flames flared. Frost crawled. Dark curse energy thickened the air. Every demonic supernatural there unleashed their full power, no longer conserving a thing. A large group broke away from the main cluster and shot toward the sky. Hit the casters, their leader roared. Drop them and the dome will crumble. It was a basic principle anyone who used large-scale magic understood. Unless it was a pure array or a formation anchored into the terrain, sustaining a spell of this scope usually locked the casters in place. The larger the magic, the more it pinned the user down. Even if they could still move, it would be sluggish and restricted. The dome that had sealed the settlement was huge. The 10 undead floating high above it were outside the barrier, but every demonic supernatural knew the logic. Kill the casters. Break the spell. Escape. They hardened their resolve and shot up in a tight wedge formation, aura blazing. However, they never reached their target. Something massive crashed into them from the side. A blur slammed through the lead attackers like a meteor, tearing their formation apart in an instant. Several figures spun away, coughing blood that turned to mist in the freezing air. The blur slowed. A giant wolf stood in midair, eyes burning with cold intelligence. Power radiated from its body, dense and oppressive. "Wolf," someone stammered. Before they could rally, shapes pulled themselves out of the wolf. They were black figures with hollow, glowing eyes. Their presence surged, each one carrying the clear, heavy weight of rank 3. "What is?" The wolf, who was actually Prince, looked at the demonic creatures he attacked as if they were already dead while wondering what to do with them. Turn them into soul puppets or use them as study materials. Both options looked good to him. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the settlement was a different battlefield. Michael watched Ghost and an old man standing at a far distance. A hunched figure in tattered robes. Long white hair drifting in the cold wind. A gnarled staff planted casually at his side. He did not move. He simply stood there watching the carnage. Yet the air around him bent. Michael narrowed his eyes. "Sirs." His voice was calm, almost too calm. "That old man, tell me he is rank 3. The overseer and the captain stiffened at the same time. Ruel swallowed. "That, aura," he muttered. "It feels wrong." Wrong was an understatement. The pressure radiating from the old man was warped, heavy, and crushing, yet still somehow contained, as though the world were struggling to pin it down. Vern's jaw tightened. His fists clenched hard enough for veins to bulge. "That is no ordinary rank 3, he growled. "That is rank 4 level suppression. I never thought those damned beasts would actually bring a rank 4 superpower here." He spat the next words like poison. "This is a violation. A direct provocation. A war declaration." Michael did not react with shock. He breathed out slowly, gaze steady. "For a plan on this scale," he said quietly, "you did not really think they would hold back, did you?" Vern looked at him, and for a brief moment felt another kind of fear. His mind drifted to the conversation he had with the youth earlier. The boy had been asking strange questions and saying strange things like he would handle the demonic supernaturals. Like who did this youth think he was? Did he actually believe he could do something even the Federation army here could not do? Varun had been ready to rudely dismiss him from his office at that time when everyone froze as they watched the youth summon a palm-sized coffin and call out creatures with rank 3 power one after another. Michael was not surprised at the demonic supernatural's actions. He had expected something like this. These people who dared to invite demons into their world to send a message were not to be underestimated. His focus was now entirely on the old man. The old man across the field finally lifted his head. His eyes were hollow pits of darkness. The ice beneath him cracked. And even from this distance, everyone felt it. A half-step rank 4 monster, struggling to suppress itself enough to exist on the first floor, was now fully turning its attention toward Michael. The old man's lips stretched into a faint, almost kindly smile. When he spoke, his voice did not boom or roar. It drifted over the battlefield like a quiet breeze, yet cut through the screams and explosions so clearly that Michael heard every word. "Interesting," the old man said softly. "In my lifetime, I have only ever met a few youngsters like you. His gaze rested on Michael with a strange warmth that did not fit the scene around them. Such power at this age, he chuckled, low and breathy. Tell me, boy. You are not secretly an old man wearing young skin, are you? Michael did not answer. On the surface, his expression stayed flat and unreadable. Inside, every nerve sharpened. This pressure. Even from here, the old man's existence pressed faintly against his soul, like a hand testing the limits of a glass wall. One careless push and it would shatter. The old man did not seem bothered by the silence. How does it feel, he asked slowly, to have such great power at your fingertips? He tilted his head as if studying a rare specimen. No, let this old man answer for you, he said with a light laugh. It must feel wonderful. To stand above your peers. To command so many strong rank 3 undead. That alone tells me you are not ordinary. His smile thinned. It tells me you are something special. Varun tensed further at those words. Ruel glanced at Michael, unable to hide his unease. The old man's next words, however, held no praise. So, he said softly, why are you using that power for the wrong cause? The wind seemed to pause for a heartbeat. Why, the old man repeated, eyes narrowing, are you standing on the Federation's side? Michael finally spoke. His voice was quiet. Why? Do you think it is wrong? He asked. The old man's smile deepened. Of course it is wrong, he replied gently. The Federation does nothing but put chains on beings like us. His gaze slid over the broken walls, the frozen corpses, the swirling spells in the distance, then came back to Michael with an almost pitying calm. Tell me, boy. Is this how we are supposed to live? Registered. Restricted. Measured like livestock. Used as weapons when convenient, discarded when not. Where is our dignity in that? Varun's expression twisted. Ruel's hands clenched by his side. Michael cut in before either of them could speak. So how should we live? He asked. The old man's eyes brightened. The single word he caught onto was small, almost casual. We. Even Varun and Ruel felt it. Their backs went rigid. They were not confident they would survive what was unfolding here, but the idea of Michael shifting toward the demonic side made a colder fear creep into their chests. They didn't know his age, but they could tell for such that he was in his early 20s at most. How bright was this person's future? They didn't know, but they knew it couldn't be underestimated. The old man, in contrast, looked delighted. He took a small step forward. The ice beneath his feet cracked softly, as though the world adjusted around his presence. How should we live? He repeated. Freely. Without collars. Without some distant council deciding which power we can use, which law we can touch, which path we can walk. His tone stayed mild, but every word carried weight. In my generation, those born with dangerous talents were either turned into tools or quietly erased. For stability. For balance. For peace. He chuckled darkly. His eyes narrowed as he studied Michael's face. Varun's jaw clenched. Do not listen to him, he hissed under his breath. The old man did not even glance his way. Boy, he continued, you are at an age where most are still figuring out what element they are compatible with, and yet you stand here with dozens of rank 3 creatures under your command. You have the potential to reach far above this level. Far above the Federation's leash. And for what? He asked. For them. For people who will fear you the moment they understand you. People who will classify you, regulate you, and perhaps lock you in some research facility if your existence ever feels too unstable. Ruel's face went pale. He knew enough about the Federation to know those words were not entirely empty. Michael's gaze did not waver. Is that what you think I am doing? He asked quietly. Standing on their side. The old man smiled again. I think, he said, you have not yet chosen a side at all. You are experimenting. Testing your strength. Seeing how far you can go within their rules before you outgrow them. He spread his arms slightly. I am simply telling you that there is another path. A path where people like us decide our own limits. Where we are not punished for being stronger. And what is that path? Michael asked. The greater path these fools call demonic, the old man answered without hesitation. He tilted his head. You see it too, don't you? The hypocrisy. The Federation calls our kind demonic because we reject their control. Yet when they need power, they can do worse. Tell me I am wrong. Michael did not answer. Because on some level, he knew the last part was not a complete lie. There was no great power that had not dirted its hands, and this did not have to be related to the supernatural. Varun took a step closer to Michael, voice low and tense. Whatever he is saying, remember this, Varun said. The demonic supernaturals are killers. They have killed millions before just event. If they gain ground in the future, worlds burn. Cities vanish. Families die. You don't have to see enough death to know what that means. The old man clicked his tongue softly. Ah, Federation rhetoric, he said. Always the same story. If you don't obey us, the universe will collapse. His eyes sharpened as they locked back onto Michael. You are a necromancer, he said. Your very existence makes ordinary people uneasy. Do you really think they will allow you to keep rising forever? That they will accept you without trying to collar you? He smiled faintly. We will not ask you to kneel, he said. We will only ask you to take what you are owed. The air seemed to thin for a moment. Michael looked at him quietly. So, he said at last, you think what I am doing is wrong because I am fighting you. Exactly, the old man replied. You are wasting your potential on the wrong battlefield. Michael's eyes lowered briefly toward his own hand. When he lifted his gaze again, his eyes were calm. Let me make sure I understand, he said. You call this a wrong cause because the Federation restricts you, because you want freedom, because you want dignity. The old man nodded. Yes. And to gain that dignity, Michael continued, your side attacks people who had nothing to do with your personal grudge. You sealed an entire floor. The old man's smile did not fade. So what? He asked. Power is never taken peacefully. Michael tilted his head slightly. So your version of dignity, he said softly, is trampling everyone weaker than you along the way. The old man's eyes narrowed. Careful, boy, he said. You are not weak. You belong on our side of that line. Michael gave a small, almost imperceptible smile. That, he replied, is exactly why you are wrong. Ruel and Varun both stiffened, something in their chests easing even before they fully processed the words. The old man's expression cooled. Oh, he asked. And what side do you think you stand on? Michael answered without raising his voice. On my own, he said. Not yours. I help where I decide. I kill who I decide. I am not changing that because you are trying to dress selfishness up as dignity. He lifted his hand. Far away, Ghost slowly turned his head toward the old man, as if awaiting permission. Michael's eyes stayed on his opponent. You want freedom, he said quietly. I understand that. I even agree with parts of what you said. His gaze hardened. But if your freedom means turning everyone else into corpses and fuel, then you are not asking for dignity. You are only asking for a different cage, with you holding the key. Besides, you people put my loved ones in danger with your existence. For the first time, the old man's smile faded completely. The air around him trembled. Interesting, he murmured. Truly interesting. His eyes gleamed. In that case, boy, let us see how long you can keep that attitude while standing in front of me. The ice under his feet shattered completely. Power surged. Was Michael fearless? One could not say he was the bravest, but he was certainly not a total coward. As long as it was not related to his immediate life and death, Michael could be quite bold. This was why he dared to say something offensive to the old man who had held focused on him, just to keep his attention. Yet against a rank 4 creature while being a mere rank 2 himself, Michael did not actually think he was on the losing side. After all, regardless of his achievements, the old man was still nothing more than a very powerful rank 3 right now. And when it came to killing rank 3 creatures, Michael had more than one experience. However, today was not his stage as a supernatural. It was his stage as a necromancer. Michael opened his mouth slowly and spoke. "Children, your mother is in danger." The voice was low but spread throughout the entire settlement. The aura of several undead who heard it flared dangerously. Something surprising about these undead was that, though different in small ways compared to Ghost, they looked almost 80% similar to him or gave off the same feeling. This was actually because they were from the same race. Yes, after discovering the usefulness and uniqueness of Ghost again and again, Michael had not wanted to overcrowd his undead legion with one major type of undead, but he did realize that sometimes having more of a single type was simply better. Ghost type happened to be one of those cases. Physical strength that could compete with a pseudo-level 70 as a new rank 3 creature was not common at all, and even the ones Michael had not used materials on could fight with level 65 creatures even as early rank 3 undead. Not all creatures were naturally strong. There was also something else about the ants. Their laws. It was a collective law. Another discovery that made Ghost's race even more mythical. Ants were a strange species. From the moment they were born, their lives were already decided for them. Workers worked. Soldiers fought. And some reproduced. Every action served the colony. Every breath served the queen. None of them questioned it. None of them resisted. Their individual strength meant nothing. Their identity meant nothing. Only the collective mattered. Only the colony thrived. This was what made ants terrifying. The simple truth that every ant lived and died for a will greater than itself. When they acted as one, they crushed creatures hundreds of times larger. When they moved with unified purpose, even the death of thousands meant nothing as long as the colony lived. The amazing thing was that even as undead, Ghost and his fellow ants still retained their strength, except their ruler was now Michael, whom they viewed as the equivalent of their queen. Their entire purpose was for him, and even their law reflected that. This was the first time Michael had ever seen a law gained from race rather than through comprehension. The law they possessed was strange and terrifying. It was born from the same instinct that shaped every ant colony since ancient times. A law tied not to enlightenment, but to purpose. It was a branch of the law of life. Its concept was simple. In life, everything exists for a purpose. And when that purpose calls, life responds. Ghost's law, and the law shared by his race, reflected this perfectly. Whenever their purpose was invoked, their strength surged. Not by 10%. Not by 20%. By half. A clean, brutal amplification of their entire combat power. If the task before them was ordinary, the boost was small. If the task was dangerous, the boost grew stronger. And if the purpose was dire, if their queen, their colony, their mother was threatened, the law roared. The law only cared about purpose. The more impossible the purpose, the more overwhelming the surge. But this gift came with a cost. The stronger the amplification, the faster their life burned away. It was the purest reflection of the ant's nature. To fulfill the task before them even if their bodies shattered. To answer purpose even if it meant death. Even as undead, they retained that terrifying instinct. When Michael spoke, their purpose ignited. Ghost's law flared brightest of all. Ghost did not wait for further instruction. The moment the law ignited, he vanished. A crack split the frozen air behind the old man. The elder reacted instantly, slamming his staff down. A wall of mana folded into existence like a curtain of compressed space. Ghost's fist hit it a heartbeat later. Boom. The impact rippled across the battlefield. The ground tore open. Ice shattered outward. The air rang like metal struck by a hammer. Varun and Rule were thrown back again, though Michael stood firm, already prepared. Both forces held. Ghost's huge body strained against the shimmering wall, his fist buried into its surface, cracks spreading around the point of impact. The old man's sleeve fluttered from the recoil. His smile had vanished. For the first time, he looked irritated. "So this is your little soldier," the old man muttered, his voice vibrating with mana. "Annoying." Ghost leaned in, pushing harder. His eyes locked onto the old man without a shred of hesitation. The elder reinforced the barrier with another gesture, and for a moment, the two forces balanced perfectly. But Ghost was not alone. Michael lifted a finger. 4 more signatures exploded into existence. Each one radiated the same brutal, half-step amplification. Each one stared at the old man. Michael spoke calmly, his voice cutting through the storm of energy. "Children." All 5 ants reacted at once. "Protect your mother." They answered. The 5 human outlines blurred. Their flesh warped. Then, with a series of wet cracking sounds, they unfolded. The air above the ruined settlement darkened. 5 colossal bodies stepped out of the distortion where the humans had been. Ants. Each one was a towering blackish-gray ant. 6 limbs anchored them in the air as if the sky itself were solid ground. And then there was Ghost. He was slightly larger than the others. About 8 meters tall, his frame heavily plated, his mandibles thicker, his chitin darker. Varun's breath hitched. "What are those?" he whispered. Ghost vanished again. One moment he hovered above the battlefield. The next, he was in front of the old man. His massive forelegs scythed downward like a dark guillotine. The old man's staff moved in the same heartbeat. A translucent sphere of warped space snapped into existence around him, layers folding over each other like petals of an invisible flower. Ghost's strike hit it dead on. Boom. The frozen plain buckled. Cracks exploded outward in every direction. The ground shattered into jagged slabs. The air screamed as the barrier compressed and rebounded, shockwaves ripping through the battlefield. Varun and Rule were flung even farther away, even through their raised defenses. The old man's robe snapped in the mana storm. His expression had sunk into a thin, hard line. "So persistent," he muttered. A twist of his staff sent a wave of condensed mana along the barrier's surface. It rippled like liquid glass and turned Ghost's force sideways, deflecting it in a controlled arc. Ghost's massive body was flung backward, carving a trench in the sky with raw pressure alone. Before the old man could follow up, 3 more presences crashed in. The elder did not retreat. He twisted his wrist. A ribbon of darkened space coiled around his staff and spun outward into a barrier. Crack. 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 3 enormous forelegs slammed into it from 3 different angles, and still the old man held. The blows should have pulverized a fortress. Instead, the air quivered like stretched metal. The distorted space absorbed the force, bending but refusing to break. The ants screeched, their vibrating cries shaking the fractured ice below. The elder's eyes glowed faintly as Ghost and the remaining ants charged again. 5 against 1, he murmured. "Rude." He lifted his staff a fraction. Boom. Mana erupted outward, an invisible shockwave that distorted the light itself. All 5 ants were blasted back in curved arcs, their massive bodies dragging ripples through the frozen air. But they recovered instantly. Ghost was the first back on him. He dove straight through the collapsing shockwave and brought both forelegs down like twin hammers. 2 more ants appeared behind him, mandibles glowing faintly as their bodies shook from the raging energy within. The elder reacted with frightening ease. His staff spun once. Space folded into a spiral. A vortex bloomed before them. When Michael and the soldiers who had come from the second floor saw it, their expressions darkened. They understood immediately. The barrier Michael's undead mage created prevented anyone from using space-related abilities. Yet this old man had been freely bending space from the start. If he had wanted to leave the barrier earlier, he likely could have. This was the power of a suppressed rank 4. And he had not even used his law yet. Ghost's twin strike disappeared into the warped space as if swallowed whole. A heartbeat later. Boom. The vortex spat the redirected force back onto the two ants approaching from behind. They were hit squarely and flung into the ground, carving craters through the ice as shards exploded outward. Ghost retreated quickly, skidding back into the air. Michael watched without blinking. Varun, Ruel, the demonic supernaturals, and the soldiers all stared in disbelief. "He is matching 5 of them," Ruel whispered. Even with Ghost and the others burning at maximum power, the old man stood equal. Ghost reappeared behind him, mandibles wide, aiming for the elder's spine. The elder did not turn. He raised 2 fingers. The air behind him froze. Space locked. Ghost's mandibles halted a hair's width from the old man's back as if caught inside transparent stone. The ant screeched, straining, his body bulging as energy howled within him. For more ants closed in. Left. Right. Front. Above. The old man exhaled quietly. Almost bored. He drew a circle with his staff. The circle flashed once and space inverted. Boom. The 4 ants were blasted away by an explosion of reversed force, their bodies spiraling through the air before slamming across the battlefield. Still, they recovered. And still, they came back. Ghost roared, his entire form blazing with explosive power. The elder's eyes sharpened. "Fascinating creatures," he said. "Life-burning arts, but not quite. More like burning energy that corrodes them slowly." Ghost appeared above him again, all 8 meters descending like judgment. The other 4 charged around him, converging from every direction like falling towers. The old man lifted his staff. "For now," he said softly, "this will do." He forced his power downward. The ground collapsed beneath him as the barrier thickened. 5 colossal strikes fell at once. The sky cracked. The earth sank. The barrier dented. For the first time, the old man's foot slid half an inch. A single bead of sweat rolled down his brow. Ghost pressed harder. The others screamed, their bodies burning with raw power. Michael narrowed his eyes. So this was the strength of a half-step rank 4 even while suppressed. He had not used his law or any of the abilities exclusive to rank 3 or rank 4. If the demon on the 20th floor was this strong or even stronger, then the real threat was unimaginable. But just as the old man was not going all out, Michael was not either. These were only 5 ants. He still had dozens of rank 3 undead ready. Michael turned to the soldiers. "I would appreciate it if you can help my undead deal with the demonic supernaturals while we try to bring down this old man." He kept the polite tone, but inside he felt these soldiers were far too useless for their ranks. Perhaps shock was slowing them down, he reasoned. The old man observed the soldiers' movements and his expression tightened. He lifted his staff again. He did not believe these weak humans could harm him, but caution was instinct for most demonic supernaturals. And none of his old companions were here to laugh at him for taking children seriously. They would all die here anyway. A pity the talented youth would have to die too, he thought. He activated his law. Water surged. A blade of compressed liquid burst from his staff, sharp enough to slice magical steel. But before it reached its target, the attack bent unnaturally and was dragged in one direction as if something were drinking it in. The old man frowned and turned. A giant woman stood there with her massive mouth stretched wide open. It was Lily. The old man's eyes narrowed. "What are these strange creatures you have?" For the first time, a hint of fear crept into his gaze. Lily swallowed the last of his attack and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. She burped as multiple spots on her body started to bleed. It was obvious her attempt to devour that attack was more than she could safely handle. However, the old man's frown deepened when he sensed a dense surge of power radiating from her. Lily opened her mouth again, and from deep within he sensed the return of a familiar energy. The energy of his own. The old man's eyes widened a fraction as the energy he had just released, his own law-infused water attack, began gathering in Lily's throat. His pupils narrowed. Before he could react, Lily's jaw split wider and she spat the energy back out. The old man flicked his sleeve. Boom. The collision ripped a hole in the battlefield, ice vaporizing instantly. Steam erupted upward in a violent pillar. But as he held the block, another shadow descended. A giant. A massive humanoid undead with stone-like skin and a towering frame. Beginning. The old man's gaze sharpened. Another brute again. Beginning roared, the sound vibrating the battlefield. Countless small wounds had been inflicted on him for weeks now, wounds earned from daily sparring with Ghost, Lily, and the others. It had pushed his power further thanks to his law. His level had soared. Level 65. The giant slammed down with a fist the size of a wagon. The old man met it with one palm. Boom. A dome of warped space ballooned outward from the point of collision. Beginning's fist dented the dome of transparent ice deeply but did not break through. The old man grunted. "Annoying creatures," he hissed. Beginning's other fist struck. Then his knee. Then both arms. Rains of blows. Each one strong enough to crush a weaker rank 3 entirely. The elder held firm, but his robes fluttered violently and cracks appeared in the ice beneath him. And then, Prince moved. 5 shadow bodies stepped forward. 5 demonic supernaturals. Or what remained of them. The old man saw them and scoffed. "You think these scraps will?" Boom. One exploded. The old man's barrier shuddered. Before he could stabilize, 3 more detonations hit. The spatial barrier warped violently, ripples distorting the very air as a hole appeared. The old man's eyes widened in genuine shock. These. He raised his staff, but the 5th puppet was already at his feet. Prince's command echoed through the battlefield like steel. Detonate. Boom. A pillar of light and mangled space erupted upward, swallowing the old man whole. Beginning was hurled backward by the shockwave. Even Ghost and the ants staggered in midair. Steam. Frost. Ash. The explosion carved out a crater hundreds of meters wide. The battlefield fell silent for a heartbeat. Michael did not blink. Because inside the storm of light, a voice growled. "You troublesome brat." A silhouette stepped out. Slowly. Tattered. Bleeding. But alive. The old man's entire right arm trembled violently, his sleeve burned away from the blast. Spatial distortions flickered uncontrollably around him like broken glass. He was injured. Badly. But not defeated. He raised his head. And for the first time since he appeared, he looked murderous. His gaze locked onto Michael. "I see," he said softly. His voice was hoarse, threaded with pain and rage. "I was mistaken." The air around him rippled as space tried and failed to stabilize. Tiny fractures of warped light flickered at the edges of his body like broken glass. On a normal day, he muttered, almost to himself, even suppressed, "I would not have been pushed this far. To think some brat from nowhere would bring me to this state." He inhaled slowly. Mana surged. "But that is the problem with your kind, he continued, eyes never leaving Michael. Necromancers. As long as you exist, the rest will keep moving. He lifted his staff. The tip pointed straight at Michael's chest. Varun's heart lurched. Move, he shouted, but his voice felt slow and distant. The old man's expression hardened into cold decision. First rule of killing necromancers, he said. You cut off the head. Water and space twisted together at the tip of his staff. Liquid, clear and serene at first glance, but within it countless tiny spatial blades spun like invisible teeth. A compressed lance of water law and folded space. He thrust the staff forward. The world seemed to skip a beat. The next instant, the attack was already in front of Michael. Rule's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Varun's mind went blank. Too fast. Michael's eyes narrowed. His hand began to rise, mana gathering. He was not going to be able to dodge. But fortunately he did not have to. Something huge moved. Master. The voice rumbled across the battlefield. Lily. Her massive body blurred, muscles tearing as she forced herself beyond her limits. She materialized between Michael and the incoming lance just as it arrived. Her jaw snapped open. The water lance hit her tongue. For a split second, it looked like it would pierce straight through the back of her skull. Then her law flared. Devour. The clear liquid darkened as it entered her mouth, fraying apart into motes of twisted power that spiraled down her throat. Spatial shards shredded the inside of her cheeks and throat. Blood streamed from her eyes and nostrils. Lily tilted her head back and swallowed. Gulp. The attack vanished. Varun could not breathe. Rule stared, frozen, at the giant woman now kneeling in front of them like a bleeding wall. Michael's gaze flicked to her. Lily, he said quietly. She turned her head slightly. One enormous, bloodshot eye focused on him. I am fine, she rumbled. More blood trickled from the corners of her mouth. Pieces of her inner flesh slid down her chin as if melting. The old man watched all of this with a growing, simmering fury. You. He whispered. He had aimed to end the fight. To kill the necromancer and let the rest crumble. Instead, a monster had stepped in front of a killing blow meant to erase a rank 2 as casually as stopping a thrown stone. How many abnormal undead do you have? He growled. What kind of twisted collection is this? Michael's expression did not change. You were right about one thing, he said. If you want to deal with a necromancer, you go for the head. His hand rested lightly on Lily's massive arm. Black energy pulsed once, flowing into her body and slowing the bleeding. But you were mistaken about the rest. The old man's eyes narrowed. Oh. Michael looked past him. I am not really a normal necromancer, you see. Though he looked calm on the success, calming even those around him, Michael wasn't the same on the inside. From what he could see and what his undead were telling him, he could tell that though they were able to give the old man a good hit, he was actually still very strong and, to be honest, hadn't really gone out yet. This left Michael a bit frustrated. One reason he found Hell attractive was because this was a place where he could effectively level up a good amount of his undead with the strong demons in the lower floor. If only this fight had happened by when maybe he had already had 3 undead in level 70, he wouldn't be this helpless a bit, and it wasn't exactly the scenario where more undead would make it better, as they had to be a qualitative strength to make a difference. However, when one thought of the demon incident in the 20th floor, Michael was eventually going to encounter one problem or another in the end. However, now was not the time to think about this, as there was still a great enemy to face. The old man spoke with a voice that trembled with contained fury. Too cocky for my liking, he said. His voice was low, strained, and filled with growing hatred. His grip tightened on his staff. Let me correct that arrogance. Space twisted around him like boiling glass as he stepped forward. It was not a teleport, nor a spatial step, but a simple stride that bent the air as if the world was forced to move aside for him. His intention was clear. He was going to kill Michael. The shift in the battlefield was immediate. Ghost dropped from the sky, mandibles screeching open as he hurled himself between Michael and the old man. The 4 other ants followed, forming a shifting wall of chitin and explosive rage. Beginning thundered forward again, energy pounding through his stone-like veins, fists raised. Lily dragged herself upright despite the gore sliding down her chin and opened her mouth for a familiar attack to which the old man, now aware of such move, defended easily against. The soldiers finally understood the situation. The demonic supernaturals who had been watching from the side suddenly lunged forward. They saw the opening. After seeing the old man's intentions, they had all been thinking the same thing. If they killed the necromancer, then the monsters would collapse. The man who controlled the nightmare creatures had to be the most fragile. He had to be the easiest to kill. They surged toward Michael. Varun and Rule reacted instantly, roaring at the soldiers. Hold them back. Keep every one of these bastards away from him. The soldiers snapped out of their paralysis. A few stepped forward, weapons raised. The demonic supernaturals attacked them with brutal force. The clash erupted in a storm of light and blood. The old man saw it. His anger sharpened. I want to know who can stop me from killing you today. His staff rose. Ghost appeared in front of him with a crack of air. The elder raised 2 fingers. Space froze, Ghost was halted for a moment, locked in midair. The other ants slammed into the invisible wall that protected the old man. Lily charged from the right, bleeding heavily, but still dragging her enormous frame forward with a roar that shook frost from the sky. Beginning soared upward, flipped his massive body, and crashed down like a falling mountain. The old man met them. A twist of his staff bent space. At rank 3, the more one increasingly grew, the more their comprehension of space became. It is said that there was no place in the universe a god couldn't go to, and even demigod is said to be able to enter different planets in a matter of minutes. Though the old man was suppressed, his comprehension of space was still strong enough to do a lot of things. Though thanks to these necromancer actions he could not escape, they didn't diminish his fighting ability. Ghost was sent spiraling away. Another gesture shattered Lily's footing, sending her skidding sideways. Beginning's fist struck a curved distortion and rebounded with a shockwave that tore open the ground. Yet for every time they were thrown back, they came again. The elder's barrier cracked. Space flickered around him as he struggled to maintain control. He glared at Michael, then vanished. He vanished. A blink. A twist. His staff appeared a meter from Michael's throat. But before he could strike, Michael appeared behind him 10 meters away with a spear in his hand that elongated towards the old man. Phase shift. However, this much wasn't enough to do anything to the old man as he blocked it, but it did make Michael safe for the moment as he dashed away. The staff was also able to pierce the old man a bit, but how much damage it caused was unknown. As for the others, ever since they knew the old man was targeting Michael, they ran to different areas so Michael didn't have to worry about them, and honestly also wasn't in the situation he could worry Abby at anyone. The old man stared at Michael, chest rising and falling. The murderous light in his eyes only grew colder. Enough, he said quietly. The word was almost calm, but everyone who heard it felt their hearts clench. He looked down at his right arm, watched the trembling and the unstable spatial fracture skating across his skin like broken reflections. Then he looked back up at Michael. Forcing this, he murmured, will severely wound my lifespan. The old man's lips curved into a thin, humorless smile. But it will not kill me. I will have enough years left to look for a solution. His gaze sharpened to a knife point. You, on the other hand, will die here today. Michael's fingers tightened around his spear. A chill slid down his spine, one that had nothing to do with the frozen plains around them. His instincts screamed. Danger. Real danger. The old man lifted his staff slowly, almost ceremonially. Mana surged. Not just mana. Something deeper. To ascend to rank 3, one needs to grasp a law and compress it into a seed. A law seed. A tiny, incomplete fragment of a greater truth. Then to ascend to rank 4, the law seed had to grow. From a mere spark into something that could house an illusionary world. A reflection of that law, a miniature concept of reality born inside the user that could bleed into the outside world. When that inner world started to influence the real one, that was a domain. And right now, before their eyes, the old man was opening his. The tip of his staff pointed down. The world shuddered. It started with the ice. The vast frozen plain beneath their feet cracked, not in straight lines but in circles, as if some invisible ripple were spreading outward from the old man's position. The sky darkened unnaturally, colors draining out of it until the very air took on a bluish, drowned hue. From afar, Vern's breath caught. The light dimmed as if someone had lowered a veil over the sky. Water seeped through the cracks in the ice. It did not flow as much as appear. It was silent, smooth, and terrifyingly calm. In a heartbeat, the cracks became streams. Streams became rivers. Rivers became an ocean. The entire battlefield dipped, then dropped. Michael's vision warped. For a moment, he saw the real terrain and something else layered over it, a boundless still sea under a sky of swirling liquid glass. Then the illusion snapped into place. The frozen plains vanished. He now stood on a surface of perfectly smooth mirror-like water. It reflected nothing. Not his body. Not the sky. Not the outside world. Just depth. Endless, crushing depth. All around him, everyone else hung suspended on that same invisible surface, soldiers, demonic supernaturals, undead giants, and ants alike. Ruel gagged, clutching at his throat. I cannot breathe. He looked down in panic, expecting water to rise. But there was no liquid touching him. Yet his lungs screamed. Vern's aura flared wildly, fighting a suffocating pressure that did not exist physically but pressed against him all the same. The old man stood at the center of it all. His tattered robes moved gently in a non-existent breeze as the water beneath his feet rippled in concentric circles. This, he said softly, is what it means to hold true power. His eyes turned to Michael. Ghost roared somewhere to Michael's left, his 8-meter frame trembling as cracks spread across his chitin. The ants' collective law burned, but inside the domain its power was not as wild. The amplification still existed, but something was pushing back against it, dulling its edge. Beginning's massive body sagged slightly, his knees sinking a fraction into the mirror surface. He forced himself upright with a growl, but even his stone-like skin groaned as invisible weight settled on his shoulders. Lily's breathing hitched, black blood turning thin and watery as it dripped from her wounds. It dispersed into mist before it could stain anything. Even with her simple mind she knew what stood before her was too much to swallow. The old man's domain was not just water. It carried weight. Michael felt it too. A pressure that did not just crush bones but everything. Trying to force him to kneel. To accept that in this space only one will mattered. The old man's. Michael grit his teeth. The elder raised his staff again, water and space twisting around him in gentle spirals. This much force to use a domain here, he said quietly, will cost me years. Centuries even. His gaze hardened. But killing you, boy, is worth that price. The Federation cannot have you. I cannot risk you surviving long enough to remember me. He moved. The mirror sea beneath their feet rippled. A tidal wave rose, not from the horizon but from nothingness. It erupted overhead like a wall of blue crystal. Countless blades of compressed water law spun within it, each wrapped in a halo of distorted space. It did not rush toward the undead. It fell toward Michael. Straight down. Ghost screech split the air. He dove, body burning with law energy, trying to intercept. The other ants moved with him, their blackish-gray bodies slamming against the descending wave. For a moment, it slowed. Only a moment. The water turned heavier, denser, the weight of an ocean compacted into a single falling curtain. It crushed against their bodies, their chitin groaning as cracks blazed across their limbs. Beginning lunged from the side, both fists smashing into the wave and splitting it into distorted flows that still sought Michael. Lily staggered, vision swimming, but still forced herself forward. Her mouth opened slightly as her devouring law tried to drink in whatever parts she could reach. Each gulp shredded her insides even more. They were all bleeding. They were all burning. They were all still moving. Michael's heart hammered. In this place, he was not the strongest. Not even close. As the wave bore down, his hand tightened on his spear. His mind raced desperately. How do you fight an entire world that belongs to someone else? The old man's voice drifted through the drowning silence. Struggle all you like, he said. Inside my waters, everything sinks eventually. Michael prepared to move. But something unexpected happened. The old man shuddered. His breath hitched. A cough tore itself from his throat. Thick black blood sprayed across the mirror ocean. His pupils constricted. His knees buckled a fraction. His control over the domain flickered like a dying candle. A ripple spread across the false sea. The crushing pressure weakened for a heartbeat before surging again. The old man wiped his mouth, saw the black blood, and hissed. What's this? The old man said in confusion as he sent his senses deep into his body. I've been poisoned. Michael and everyone else stared in shock as the old man swayed. The elder gripped his staff tightly, but another wet, violent cough ripped from his throat. More black blood splattered across the mirror-like sea. Michael blinked. That was not normal. He had expected the domain to crush them, but he had never imagined the old man would suddenly weaken like this. His first thought was the natural backlash from forcing a rank 4 domain inside Hell's suppressive rules. But he quickly dismissed that. No. It did not add up. The old man was experienced. Someone who had lived long enough to reach rank 4 would know exactly how far he could push himself. He had not entered this domain blindly. Something else was at work. Another cough racked the old man's body. This time he staggered 2 steps, the surface beneath him rippling outward in unstable waves. His aura flickered again, breaking like a cracked lantern struggling against the wind. Michael's eyes narrowed. Then a thought struck him. His spear. The Venom Fong spear. He replayed the moment of contact in his mind. Even though the old man had later blocked the strike that followed phase shift, the spear had still touched his spatial barrier. And Venom Fong was not a normal weapon. Even the Awakener system marked it with a dangerous appraisal thanks to its nature. It was capable of producing extremely potent poison. Rank 3 creatures needed extraordinary rank gear to properly assist themselves. Venom Fong was at the peak of extraordinary rank. That level of poison could, perhaps, potentially hurt even a rank 4, especially one who was already tearing himself apart by forcefully unleashing a domain. Michael realized the truth. The domain itself was accelerating the poison. The old man seemed to finally understand something as well. His hand trembled as he pressed it against his chest. He sent his senses inward, tracing his veins and meridians. His face grew darker with each passing second. The rank 4 elder coughed again. More black blood dripped from the corner of his lips. His domain wavered. The mirror sea beneath their feet cracked, light flickering through the surface. The old man's eyes, previously sharp with murderous intent, now widened in disbelief and fury. Poison, from you? His gaze snapped to Michael. Michael did not respond, but his body, now able to move, was already in a stance. The elder snarled, voice trembling with wrath and confusion. What kind of spear is that? How is its poison so potent? Even suppressed, this should not be possible. His fingers trembled around the staff. He staggered again. The domain dimmed visibly. Waves of pressure lessened, giving the undead a momentary breath. Michael could see it now. The old man was not only fighting them. He was fighting the poison ravaging his body from the inside. And because he had opened his domain, it was killing him faster. A slow, dawning realization settled in Michael's chest. Maybe they could win. The old man spat another mouthful of dark blood onto the sea. His aura shook violently. You dare poison me, you insignificant brat. The domain cracked again. And for the first time since the fight began. The old man looked afraid. The mirror sea trembled. The old man's domain fractured again, cracks of pale light splitting across the surface like shattered glass. Ghost felt the pressure weaken by a fraction. His mandibles clicked, a sharp screech bursting from him as he lunged forward again. Beginning steadied himself, stone muscles tightening as the invisible weight lifted from his shoulders. He took one step, then another, then hurled his entire massive frame at the elder. Lily, swaying, bleeding, half delirious, still forced herself upright. Her mouth opened and closed with effort as she tried to ready her devour ability again. Even the ants behind Ghost moved with renewed vigor. The old man's feet dragged lightly across the mirror sea. His eyes twitched. His grip trembled. His staff, once steady as a pillar of reality, now shook violently. Another burst of black blood erupted from his lips. The domain rippled, then shattered. The illusion broke apart like fog under sunlight. The mirror ocean dissolved. The sky brightened. The frozen plains reformed beneath their feet. The suffocating pressure vanished in an instant. Everyone gasped as air rushed back into their lungs. Ruel stumbled, nearly collapsing. Varun steadied himself, eyes wide in disbelief. The demonic supernaturals, who had been preparing to strike at Michael the moment he weakened, froze where they stood, suddenly unsure whether they were witnessing victory or imminent death. The old man's knees bent as he landed back on the real battlefield. His chest heaved. His aura flickered like a dying flame. Michael stared at him. Even with the domain gone, even with strength returning to everyone, the old man should still have been terrifying. A rank 4, no matter how wounded, was not supposed to look like this. But the poison was eating him alive. Ghost landed first. His enormous foreleg hammered down at the old man. The elder swung his staff and diverted the blow, but this time the barrier shook, bending inward. Beginning arrived from the opposite side, fist thundering toward the elder's ribs. The old man stepped back sharply, but not fast enough. Crack. Beginning's knuckles grazed his side. The old man recoiled, blood spraying as the poison flared wildly from the open flesh. He hissed, clutching his ribs as the darkness spread along his skin. You, cough, actually dare push me this far, he snarled. A roar came from behind him. Lily came from the left as her massive shadow fell over him. The ants circled like predators. Prince stepped through the air, 5 new shadows forming behind him. For the first time, the rank 4 elder was completely surrounded. Both sides looked equal now. But the old man was the one being driven back. Ghost crashed in again, his foreleg smashing into a spatial wall that bent inward like soft metal. Beginning's fist followed, hammering the same spot. The old man gritted his teeth as fractures spread through the invisible shell. Lily's shadow loomed from behind, her mouth opening and closing in a broken rhythm as she forced her damaged body to move. Prince's new shadows seeped outward, 5 more puppets forming, this time also from the demonic supernaturals that had already fallen. The old man's eyes flicked around the battlefield. Ghost. Beginning. Lily. The ants. The puppets. The human soldiers. The remaining demonic supernaturals. And Michael. His jaw clenched. Another tremor ran through his body. Poison seethed through his veins like molten tar. He understood. If he stayed in the middle of this circle, he would die here. There was no more dignity in this fight, only the cold calculation of survival. The next moment, something changed in his gaze. The murderous light did not fade, but it cooled. Hardened. Then he turned his back. Huh. Varun froze. Ruel's eyes widened. Even Michael stiffened for half a heartbeat. The rank 4 elder simply pivoted away from them. His tattered robe snapped as he stepped toward the far edge of the battlefield. He was running. Is he escaping? Ruel whispered, disbelief cracking his voice. The answer came an instant later. Space twisted in front of the old man. Not the wide, heavy folding of a domain, but a thin slit, a jagged scar in the air that tore open with a shriek of protesting reality. The frozen plains on the other side distorted into a narrow tunnel of warped light. He stepped into it without hesitation. Stop high. Varun began. Ghost was already moving, mandibles screeching as he hurled himself after the old man. Beginning lunged as well, but the elder's body slipped through the crack like smoke. The slit snapped shut. The old man's presence vanished from the center of the battlefield. He reappeared hundreds of meters away, staggering as he came out of the spatial tear, one hand clutching his chest. Black blood dripped from the corner of his lips, hissing as it hit the ice. He had escaped the encirclement. Michael's pupils shrank. How did he? Then it hit him. When the domain had descended, it had swallowed everything. The frozen plains. The sky. The undead. The demons. The soldiers. And the human undead that had been holding the dome barrier. Inside the domain, that positioning had been erased. When the mirror sea shattered, everyone had been thrown back into reality according to the domain's fading influence, not their original arrangement. Some undead ended up scattered. Some demons landed farther away. And the undead mage's anti-space barrier, which had already been forcibly overridden by the domain, was in tatters. Right now, there was nothing left that could truly cage a rank 4's understanding of space. The old man had seen that gap before anyone else. Michael did not waste time cursing. Ghost. Beginning. Lily. Spartan. With me. His voice cut across the battlefield. Prince glanced at him, eyes flashing. You are chasing, Master. Yes, Michael replied. You stay here. Support the soldiers. Kill every demonic supernatural that tries to escape. Prince nodded once. Behind him, the shadow puppet spread like a black tide, surging toward the nearest demons. The soldiers, now breathing freely and no longer crushed by domain pressure, rallied with a collective roar. Varun whirled toward Michael. Boy! I will not let him leave, Michael said, already moving. If he escapes like this, all of this will have been meaningless. He did not explain further. There was no time. He blurred from his location. Behind them, the battlefield exploded into a separate storm. Prince's puppet slammed into demonic supernaturals who had been moments away from charging Michael's exposed back. One demon tried to flee, only for a shadow to shear through his legs. Push them back. Varun shouted, spear sweeping outward in a wave of light. Do not let any of them escape. The humans and undead formed a brutal wall, sealing off the battlefield in layers. Michael did not look back. His focus was on the figure in the distance. The old man stumbled across the ice. Every step left a smear of black blood. Spatial distortions trembled around him, trying to rise into another protective shell, but each attempt collapsed halfway as the poison gnawed at his control. He clearly wanted to open another crack and flee farther. Michael could not allow that. He activated phase shift again. The world blinked and he was suddenly far closer, so close he could see the elder's shaking shoulders, the faint tremor in his raised staff. The old man heard the air tear. He looked back, eyes burning with poisonous light and hatred. You still chasing me? He rasped. You came for me and attacked, Michael said. Did you think I would let you walk away? The venom fang spear leveled, its tip locked on the elder's chest. The old man stared at the spear tip for a long breath. Then he laughed. Idiot boy, he rasped. Still playing hero for the Federation? Michael's eyes did not shift. The old man tilted his head, shoulders shaking with another low, hoarse chuckle. You really think they will thank you for this? He asked. You really think they will watch you grow and smile and clap like proud parents? He spat black blood onto the ice. The Federation. The associations. The old clans. The races outside this little planet. All of them are the same. His gaze sharpened. They do not nurture things they cannot control. They cage them. Or they break them. He lifted his staff slightly. They will fear you, he continued. That talent. That army. That ridiculous potential. His lip curled. Today you killed a rank for that should have erased all of you. Tomorrow some old monster in the Federation will read a report and ask a simple question. His eyes bored into Michael. How do we chain him? And if we cannot chain him, how do we remove him? Michael did not respond immediately. The elder's words were not entirely foolish. Michael understood that much. He had known from the beginning that his situation was too unusual. Unlike Brian with his dual classes or Rin with her frightening comprehension, rare body, and perfect class fit, his existence operated on a different level entirely. Both of them were special, but their special traits could still be rationalized. Michael was different. He could create special beings. One look at his undead army was enough to prove it. If he were honest, he had always held back because of this. His power was not something the world could digest easily. His caution did not come from cowardice but from reason. Being trapped between a half-step rank 4 demon on the 20th floor and surrounded by demonic supernaturals on the first floor had forced his hand. It was not a plan he considered ideal, only the easiest at the time. He had believed the worst outcome would be increased attention from the Federation. Instead, this old man had turned him into the center of the entire event. Even so, Michael did not regret his actions. He understood the possibility that the Federation might one day attempt to control him, but he did not believe they would silence him. He had not done anything wrong. Everything he had done was for survival, and the world had witnessed it. Michael lifted his spear slightly. His voice was steady. Then I only need to become too powerful to chain. Michael believed this. He could achieve this. After all, this was not his limit. Perhaps even if he ascended to rank 3 and still could not resist the Federation, he could at least flee with his family into the universe and settle on another planet until he was stronger. This thought came because his mind, though calm, was still slightly chaotic after the old man's repeated words. The old man froze for a moment. His lips curled into a cold, pained smile as more black blood ran down his chin. Arrogant child. The old man's shoulders shook with another dry, broken laugh. I almost admire it, he said. That thought of yours. To become too powerful to chain. If nothing else, your arrogance suits your strength. His eyes narrowed, the poisonous light in them sharpening. And do not mistake me. I may hate the Federation, but I will not call them weaklings. They are anything but that. They survived things you have not even imagined. They fed geniuses like you into wars long before you were born and ground them into dust. You think you are the first monster they have seen. You think being strong will keep you free, he rasped. That is when they tighten the leash. One misstep, one refusal, and suddenly you are branded a threat. Then you will stand where we stand, hunted, painted as demons so everyone can sleep at night. His lip curled. In the end, you are no different from us. We clawed for power and called it freedom. You will do the same. The only difference is which side of the story you believe. Michael listened in silence. He understood that some of what the elder said was not wrong. He also felt that it was incredibly biased. Even so, Michael did not flinch. "You are wrong about one thing," Michael said. The old man raised an eyebrow, blood still running down his chin. "I am not the same as you," Michael continued. "You and the demonic supernaturals are not the same as me." He took a slow step forward, spear never leaving the elder's chest. "You tried to seize freedom. You attacked, slaughtered, tore at everything around you, then called the cage that came after unfair when the world pushed back. You chose that path and lost. That is your story." The elder's eyes chilled. Michael's voice remained calm. "I was never trapped to begin with. I did not rebel against the Federation. I did not try to tear down the world that raised me. I simply survived what was in front of me and built what I could with my own hands. My path is not something they gave me. It is mine." He tilted his head slightly. "Just because you failed to reach freedom does not mean I cannot. Just because you ended up here does not mean I will follow." The old man's expression twisted. "You really think you are above it all?" he hissed. "You think they will not come for you when you grow a little more, when your army fills the sky, when your name spreads beyond this little base?" Michael did not look away. "If they try to chain me, I will break the chains," he said. "If they try to kill me, I will survive. And if that is impossible, I will leave. This universe is wide. I am not the one stuck on the first floor of hell, calling it a prison." The words sank in. For a heartbeat, there was only the sound of the wind across the ice. Then the elder's face contorted. Rage and humiliation twisted his features. His chest heaved violently. "You arrogant!" He spat. His body trembled. A huge mouthful of black blood erupted from his throat, spraying across the ice in a jagged arc. The poison that had been barely contained surged through his weakened frame like a flood. His gaze, still filled with hate, met Michael's one last time. Michael felt the air tighten around him and immediately got in a stance. He was just about to stab the old man when he spoke again. "You will learn," he rasped. "One day, you will." The words dissolved into a harsh, ugly cough that continued for several seconds. The old man's eyes rolled back. He did not move again. For a moment, Michael simply stared. The old man had collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut. For a heartbeat, Michael believed he had died. Michael could not be blamed for that assumption. The system did not reward him for killing humans. No familiar panel floated into view to announce experience gained, no neat line of text to confirm a kill. Michael shook his head once, clearing the stray thought. He lowered his spear slightly and stepped closer. Black blood still steamed softly on the ice around the elder. The poison that Venom Fong had pushed into his body gnawed at every vein and meridian like acid. Up close, Michael could see how badly the man was ruined. His aura was in tatters, leaking from him in broken, ragged pulses that did not match the image of a rank 4 at all. Even so, when Michael sent his senses inward, he felt it. A faint, stubborn pulse. Life. His gaze narrowed in quiet surprise. "Still alive," he murmured. It was not admiration for the man himself that made him sigh, but for what that stubborn heartbeat represented. This was a rank 4 life form. Someone who did not even look like a physical specialist. Yet after suffering poison that would have melted ordinary bodies, after tearing himself open with a domain under suppression, after being crushed under his undead and battered from all sides, he still clung to existence. Michael let out a slow breath. The gap between ranks was terrifying. He suspected that even if he managed to stab the old man outside hell, in a good state the poison would probably just die by itself. Fortunately, Michael was the advantageous person here. He stood over the collapsed rank 4, silent for a long breath as the steam from the poisoned blood curled around his boots. Now that the immediate tension of the clash had faded, another question rose in his mind. What to do with him? The most straightforward option was death. End it cleanly, make sure the elder never woke up to cause trouble again, then preserve the body. The thought unfolded quickly. If he killed the old man here, he could seal the corpse, store it properly, and wait. When he advanced to rank 3 and his control over death and contracts deepened, he could attempt to raise the elder as undead. A rank 4 corpse turned into an undead under his command. Michael could not deny that the idea made something in his chest stir. His lips curved slightly despite himself. That sort of piece on the board was not something he could ignore. Just imagining the old man as a silent, obedient weapon in his legion was enough to make the option feel very tempting. The smile faded a moment later as another thought slipped in. If turning him into an undead later was possible, was that really the best he could do with a living rank 4 right now? Michael's gaze lowered to the elder's chest. The faint pulse of life was still there. Weak, but stubborn. A different possibility took shape. Instead of killing him and gambling on a future resurrection, why not try to make him a servant now? There were ways. He still had the master-servant-slave contract. One binding, and the old man would be forced to obey. In theory. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. The problem was not the method. It was the gap. The contract had limits. He had used it on people close to his level before, never on someone this far above him. A rank 4 whose foundations were built long before Michael even awakened. If the old man recovered enough, there was a real chance he could tear apart the binding through raw power or by exploiting flaws Michael could not see yet. A servant who could break free later was not a servant. It was a hidden blade aimed at his back. His thoughts shifted again. There was also the blood path. Michael's hand twitched slightly as he considered it, fingers flexing on the spear shaft. He could, in theory, merge his blood with the elder's and turn him into a blood servant. Someone who would carry his mark in their veins, bound through the most fundamental link he possessed. Loyalty enforced at the level of blood and origin. On paper, it was stronger than a simple contract. Harder to disobey, harder to sever. But the risks were worse. This man was a rank 4. Even half dead, his understanding of laws and control over his own body were terrifying. Michael could not say with certainty that the elder would not be able to resist the influence of his blood, or at least twist it, weaken it, or study it. That was the worst case. If the old man managed to push back against the authority hidden in Michael's blood, it would mean two things. First, that the control was not absolute. Second, that the existence of his bloodline and talent would be exposed to someone who had every reason to hate him. That was no longer just a disobedient servant. That was an enemy who had glimpsed one of his greatest secrets. Michael's expression cooled. He knew how rare his advantages were. To show them to a stranger, to a hostile rank 4, just for a chance at a servant was a gamble he could not take lightly. His gaze lingered on the old man's unmoving form. Another thought surfaced. A third option. Not resurrection later. Not a servant who might break free. Not a blood bond that carried unacceptable risks. He could remove the old man's consciousness entirely. Leave the body alive but empty. A breathing shell with no will, no resistance, nothing left but instinctive obedience to whatever command he imprinted afterward. A living puppet. This was simply the cleanest method. A rank 4 body under his control without the mind that made it dangerous. Jester could do it. The mind arts extracted from Li Yang plus its original abilities which did the actual work were terrifying in precision. If the old man's consciousness was ripped out at the roots, nothing of him would remain except flesh and power. Michael felt this option was good. In fact, the more he examined it, the more he realized it carried additional benefits. A living rank 4 was a treasure trove. The memories and knowledge buried in the man's mind, all of that was valuable to an absurd degree. And Jester could take it. Knowledge that Jester could integrate, that could be turned into new skills and methods. Knowledge that Michael himself could study. Compared to spending years or decades learning the complex principles of high-ranked superpowers, Michael had to admit he preferred this quicker method. Except that it was also cruel. He was not blind to that. Stripping someone's mind to feed his legion and strengthen himself was not something he would have even imagined doing months ago. The idea would have disgusted him. But people changed. At least to Michael he was still a good person. And the old man had tried to kill him. Michael crouched down beside the body, sensing the faint pulse of the old man. Now the only issue was how to seal the man. For one, he could not be allowed to regain too much strength. For two, he absolutely could not die. The contradiction sat heavily in Michael's mind. A rank 4 needed to be kept alive yet helpless, stable yet unable to recover. It was a paradox only possible because of his legion. The problem had only truly taken shape in his thoughts after Michael had already reached a solution. A faint rustle of energy brushed his palm. At some point the damaged coffin of the Forgotten had appeared. From within, he summoned the undead life worm. Despite its eerie appearance, the sensation that reached Michael was strangely familiar. This species really feels like a medic. Michael thought with faint amusement as he recalled some of its abilities. The life worm drifted toward the old man's head, its tiny feelers twitching as if tasting the air. Then it gently latched onto the elder's scalp. A pulse of soft light spread outward. Michael felt a stream of information brush against his mind through the worm's link. Internal organs severely damaged but reparable to some extent. Meridians corroded but not collapsed. Poison still active and slowly spreading. Life force unstable but preservable. Michael exhaled very quietly. Good. He will not die unless I want him to. But that also led to the next problem. He could not allow the old man to ever regain full strength. Not now. Not until he was completely under control. The life worm chirred softly and nudged another stream of information toward Michael. It could stabilize the body. It could use its abilities to suppress regeneration by keeping the old man's insides in a controlled mess. This could hold the elder's life in a half-mended state. But it could not seal intent or consciousness. That job required another. Jester, he said. However, since that fellow was not around, Michael would have to think of another method for now. Michael's fingers tightened slightly. The solution in front of him was crude, but it was enough for now. He looked at the worm still latched to the elder's skull. Forget everything else for now, Michael said quietly. Just make sure he does not die. The worm responded with action. Already, Michael could see the changes if he focused. The elder's breathing, which had been on the verge of stuttering out completely, settled into something shallow but consistent. The color of the poisoned blood around his wounds shifted by a fraction, no longer darkening as quickly. The violent internal collapse slowed. He was still ruined and helpless. He was simply no longer dying. For now, that was all Michael needed. He let his gaze drag once more over the old man's body as he placed the life worm back in the coffin space. Now the next step was simple. Prevent the man from ever regaining consciousness. Michael already knew what to do. He raised his hand. Cold gathered around his fingers. Ice spread from beneath the elder's body in a smooth, controlled wave. It climbed over his limbs, his chest, his neck. It flowed around him like a slow-moving tide, swallowing him piece by piece. Michael did not rush it. He guided the ice in thin layers. By the time it reached the man's head, the only part left exposed was his face. Michael paused. He extended his senses again, just enough to confirm what he needed. The old man's faint life energy was still there. Weak. Steady. The energy the worm left behind pulsed faintly, responding to the encroaching cold and adjusting the elder's internal state to prevent true stasis. Alive, but barely. Sleep, Michael murmured. The final layer of ice closed over the elder's face. For an instant, he felt the man's consciousness flicker, some instinctive, drowning awareness trying to surface as the cold swallowed everything. Then it went quiet. Michael let out a slow breath and studied his work. What lay in front of him was a solid, coffin-shaped block of thick, reinforced frost. A sealed container. Michael reached out and placed his hand on the surface. The damaged coffin of the Forgotten responded immediately. The icy block shrank as his mana wrapped around it, compressed by spatial force and the coffin's own strange rules. In the span of a breath, the human-sized slab of ice compressed down and folded inward, vanishing into the open darkness of the miniature coffin's interior as if it had been swallowed by a bottomless well. To anyone looking at his hand, it was just a small, old coffin again. Michael closed the lid with a soft click after taking back his other undead as well and returned the coffin back to his soul space. There would be time later to bring Jester, carve out the mind, and harvest everything worth keeping. For now, there were other things to do. Michael turned, spear resting lightly in his grip, and began making his way back toward the Federation station. Meanwhile, back in the Federation station, the battle with the demonic supernaturals had ended. High above in the sky, two figures hovered in silence. Varun and Rule watched from the air as the soldiers below moved through the frozen plain, dragging corpses, securing wounded allies, and extinguishing the last traces of demonic resistance. It was a grim cleanup, but an orderly one. Yet neither man looked at the soldiers for long. Their eyes kept drifting toward the cluster of beasts and monsters standing eerily still in the center of the field. Michael's undead. They did not wander. They did not even react to the movement around them. They simply stood in formation, watching and waiting. A sight that would have terrified most people. Rule swallowed quietly. "They are too strong," he muttered. "How can one boy control so many of such creatures? Just him alone is comparable to the Federation stations in the early floors of Earth." Varun's expression did not change, but the lines of tension around his eyes deepened. "That boy is abnormal." Rule let out a shaky breath. "Abnormal is an understatement, sir." Varun did not respond immediately. His gaze lingered on Michael's legion far below. It was a sight that made even someone like Varun feel a tightness in his chest. Rule glanced sideways at him, noticing the tension. "Sir, what will you report when the higher-ups arrive?" Varun's brow creased. That question had already been gnawing at him. What exactly would he say? Would he tell them that a boy barely in his 20s had solved a case that involved a rank 4 powerhouse? That this same boy had fought a living elder who had mastered a domain? Would he tell them that the boy had not simply survived? He had ended it. Varun's jaw tightened. "They will not believe me and think something is missing," he said at last, voice low. "They might think I exaggerated or misinterpreted events." Rule hesitated. "But you cannot lie either." "I know," Varun replied. He rubbed the bridge of his nose as if the weight of everything pressed there. In the past, he would not have worried about this. He would have filed his report with absolute honesty, confident that the Federation would act according to principle. That was how he had always lived. That was what he had always believed in. But now, the old man's words echoed in his mind. They do not nurture things they cannot control. They cage them. Or they break them. Varun closed his eyes briefly. He did not want to believe the ravings of a man who had fallen so far, who had killed innocents and chosen the path of corruption. Yet hearing those words directed at Michael, seeing the potential of that boy firsthand, had planted a faint shadow of doubt he was not used to feeling. Rule spoke quietly beside him. "You are worried about what they will do with him." It was not a question. Varun opened his eyes again and looked toward Michael's distant figure, which had now appeared walking across the frozen expanse, spear in hand, expression unreadable in the cold wind. Michael looked small from this height, like a lone warrior returning home. But Varun knew the truth. There was nothing small about that boy. He did not know how the boy was able to control close to 100 rank 3 creatures, but that alone was enough to mark him as a potential threat if nothing was done about those creatures and he maintained a formation like this at any level. At rank 3, racial limits became less important. With access to universal energy through law cultivation, evolution could be steadily advanced, though it would be slower for races with harsh racial limits. If Michael's undead did not stagnate in the future, it meant he could eventually have close to 100 rank 4 undead. That was insanely powerful. Worried? Varun murmured. I am thinking. Ruel's voice dropped further. About whether the old man was telling the truth. Varun did not answer immediately. He crossed his arms, staring at Michael with a complicated expression. That man was evil, Varun said slowly. But even evil men can speak truth sometimes. Ruel frowned. Sir, you do not truly think the Federation would target him, do you? Varun let out a slow breath. I do not want to think so. I want to believe in the Federation I have served my whole life. He paused. But when a genius like him appears, someone in the higher ranks will notice. And ask the same question the old man mentioned, Ruel whispered. Varun nodded faintly. How do we control him? And if we cannot, how do we make sure he does not become a threat? A chill that had nothing to do with the ice passed between them. Ruel swallowed again, more heavily this time. But sir, the boy saved us. All of us. If not for him, we would all be dead. The whole station. Varun's lips thinned. That is exactly why I feel uneasy, he said. Power that saves can also destroy. It is not the boy I fear. It is the fear others may have of him. For a moment, neither man spoke. Below them, Michael continued walking across the frozen expanse, completely unaware of the storm of thoughts swirling above him. Varun sighed quietly. I will report the truth, he said. But I will choose my words carefully. I will not paint him as a weapon or as a threat. I will describe what he did, nothing more. Ruel nodded slowly. That is all we can do. Perhaps, Varun said, eyes following Michael, the higher-ups will see what I see. And what is that? Ruel asked. Varun's gaze softened just a fraction. A boy who should be protected, not feared. They both fell silent again. Below, Michael's undead shifted for the first time, turning their heads toward their approaching master. Ruel shivered. Sir, what is this youth, really? Varun did not look away. Someone the world is not ready for, he said softly. Least of all the Federation. There was one thing Michael always wondered about ever since he started having a group of intelligent undead. Was he going crazy because he was starting to see them as something akin to family? This feeling only grew worse when he began incorporating his blood into their evolution process. Most necromancers did not feel the same way he did. For most of them, undead were numbers. At best, they were better tools. Michael had read many notes on black magic in the academy. One had stated that a good necromancer should be able to sacrifice half his legion without a flicker of emotion if it meant gaining a single strategic advantage. Michael understood that. He even agreed with part of it. A necromancer who could not make hard choices had no business commanding the dead. But somewhere along the way, his path had bent slightly from that cold standard. Maybe it was because his undead were never meant to be simple copies stamped from a single mold. Or maybe it was because, thanks to his blood, they truly felt like kin to him. So when he noticed their attention on him, Michael could not help but smile a little, his body and thoughts feeling lighter. Michael made his way to them. After asking the more intelligent ones about the general state of things, he summoned them all back into the damaged coffin of the forgotten. Just as he finished, he sensed two figures from above making their way toward him. Michael already knew who they were. He had sensed their gazes from the start. The two figures descended in a controlled glide and landed in front of him. Varun stepped forward first. Young man, he called out, voice steady but laced with concern, are you injured anywhere? Michael shook his head. No. I am fine. Rule exhaled in visible relief, his shoulders dropping. Varun did not relax as easily, but some of the tension in his posture softened. Rule hesitated before asking the question weighing on both their minds. What happened to the old demonic cultivator? Michael kept his expression calm and neutral. Unfortunately, he said, he escaped. Both men froze. The word carried enormous weight for the two men who had personally witnessed the destruction a rank 4 could cause. An enemy like that, alive and lurking in the shadows, was a nightmare. But then Michael continued, voice steady. But he escaped with far greater injuries than before. That single sentence hit them like a burst of warmth in a blizzard. Both men instantly relaxed, just a fraction, but noticeably so. They had seen the old man's state when Michael vanished with him, barely recognizable as a rank 4 powerhouse. Rule rubbed his arms, recalling the blood, the collapsed meridians, the trembling limbs. With those injuries, even if he is alive, he will not be able to move freely for some time, Rule muttered. Varun nodded slowly, though his eyes stayed sharp. And that buys us time. Time they desperately needed. Michael did not correct them. He did not tell them the truth, that the old man was not just crippled. He was sealed, frozen, locked away in a coffin. That was not information anybody needed. Varun inhaled deeply, steadying his thoughts, then placed a hand on Michael's shoulder. You did well, he said. Too well. If this had gone any other way, we would have lost everyone here. Michael accepted the words quietly. Come, Varun continued. The higher-ups will want a report when they arrive. But for now, you should rest. We will handle the rest. Michael nodded and followed them back to the second floor of Hell. They returned to the Federation station in tense silence. Varun did not stop to speak with anyone. He gave short orders as he walked, his authority steady enough to keep the chaos from spilling over. Rule stayed half a step behind him. Michael followed him. They reached the corridor that led to Varun's office, but what the three of them had not expected when they opened the door was that someone was already inside. There were two, actually. One starborn and one human. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. The starborn was the one Michael had rescued. As for why the starborn had not followed them to the first floor, the reason was simple. They had stated firmly that this was not a matter they should concern themselves with. However, everyone at that meeting could tell the starborn was just being a coward and looking for a reason to cover it up, but since this reason itself was not a lie, there was nothing the Aurora humans could do. To be honest, they would not have let the other party enter the first floor even if they had wanted to, as they were too weak to make any difference and their identity as a starborn was special. Then there was the older man. This one looked much older. The older man stood near Varun's desk as if it belonged to him. He was not tall, yet he filled the room. His back was straight, shoulders squared, and his hands rested behind him in a calm clasp that looked practiced. His clothes were plain and dark, but they sat on him with an odd sharpness, as if even fabric was forced into discipline around his frame. His hair was cut short and neat, flecked with gray, and his face carried the kind of severity that did not come from age alone. It came from a life of being used to authority. Michael felt at the moment he stepped in. It was not an aura in the normal sense. There was no raging pressure, no obvious killing intent, no wild energy flaring out to intimidate. In fact, the man looked almost ordinary at first glance. Almost. Then Michael's eyes narrowed. The space around the older man bent slightly. Not enough to warp the room in any visible way, but enough that the air felt subtly wrong, like heat haze without heat. The corner of the desk near him looked a fraction closer than it should have been. The lamp beside Varun's papers seemed to tilt in perspective when Michael focused on it. Even sound felt different, as if the room swallowed noise more quickly near the man's position. Varun stiffened. Rule's hand twitched near his waist before he forced it to stop. They had all felt this recently. That phenomenon. Suppression. A supernatural above rank 3. Michael's fingers tightened slightly, and he was about to summon his spear before calming down. The older man's gaze slid toward them. It was not hostile, but it was not warm either. It was the look of someone measuring a situation in a single breath. Then his eyes paused on Michael. For a brief moment, the air in the room seemed to thicken. Varun stepped forward first, as if instinct demanded he place himself between the stranger and the younger man behind him. "Sir," Varun said, voice controlled, "we did not expect visitors in my office." Though Varun did not know the man, based on the current situation, he could tell that this must be reinforcement from the Federation. The older man gave a faint nod to Varun, acknowledging the boundary without apologizing for crossing it. "I did not come for your comfort, Overseer Varun," he said. His voice was low and even. "No wasted words. I came because this station sent an emergency signal, and from this young starborn here, the situation seems to be more serious than I was briefed on." Everyone's eyes shifted to the starborn. "What do they want from me?" The starborn complained inwardly, keeping his expression steady. "Did they expect me to go against a rank 4? The starborn race held status in countless regions. Even on Aurora, people knew enough to treat them carefully. In some places, a starborn could walk into a hall and have nobles rise without being asked. But status did not turn into immortality. A rank 4 was a rank 4. Even in civilizations that looked down on Aurora as young or rough, a powerhouse like that was given respect by default. The only difference was how much respect. And he was not royalty. He was not some famous envoy with a fleet behind his name. He was just a starborn who had been unlucky enough to be trapped in hell. Unfortunately, Michael, Varun, and Ruel could not hear any of that. To them, all they saw was the same thing. Ruel's eyes narrowed slightly. Varun's expression turned colder by a fraction. Even Michael's calm gaze gained a thin edge. Troublesome, all three of them thought at the same time. The starborn caught the change in their faces and kept smiling helplessly. The older man continued without giving the starborn time to explain himself. "According to the information I received," he said calmly, "the first floor was overrun entirely. Demonic supernaturals in numbers large enough to overwhelm standard defensive formations. The situation of the stationed officers was tagged as critically unstable and possibly nearly wiped out." Varun's jaw tightened. "That assessment is correct. The volume of hostile entities exceeded what a second-floor station is expected to handle," the old man went on. "Under normal circumstances, your personnel would have been forced to retreat." The old man's gaze shifted, briefly settling on the starborn again. "This one reported that you people later went to the first floor again after receiving assistance from an external force," he said. "A necromancer. One capable of commanding multiple rank 3 undead simultaneously." His eyes flicked toward Michael for a fraction of a second before returning to Varun. "I find that claim difficult to accept at face value." But he did not elaborate further yet, and instead, his tone hardened. "Regardless, there is another issue that must be addressed." Varun straightened instinctively. "You abandoned standing orders," the old man said. "You moved between floors and engaged without authorization from higher command." Varun met his gaze evenly. "If we had waited, the situation could have been worse." The older man studied him for a moment. The space around him bent just a little more, as if pressure were being applied from all directions at once. "That does not change protocol," he said. "Deviation, even when successful, still carries consequences." Ruel clenched his teeth but said nothing. The starborn's smile stiffened. "So," the older man continued, voice even, "once this situation is fully resolved, disciplinary action will be discussed. That includes failure to follow direct command structures before taking independent action." From the words the old man said, it seemed he believed the second-floor soldiers had succeeded but at a great cost, but instead of talking, Varun and Ruel seemed to hesitate a bit. Michael observed while deep in thought. Though the old man's words were harsh, if he really thought as they suspected he was thinking, the punishment was normal, but the situation was not even like that. Taking a deep breath and uncomfortable with the atmosphere, Michael spoke. Michael broke the silence. Though they did not ask for orders before moving, he said calmly, "I think they deserve a little praise as well, sir." The words landed in the room like a stone dropped into still water. Varun turned his head slightly, eyes widening a fraction. Ruel stiffened. The older man's gaze snapped to Michael. "Praise," he repeated, the word sharp. The air around him tightened, the subtle bend in space growing more pronounced. "You speak of praise when soldiers disobey orders and rush into a battlefield?" His voice rose. "Do the lives of the soldiers who were lost not matter to you?" The pressure surged. It was not directed, but everyone in the room felt it. Michael did not move. He looked at the old man, eyes steady. "No," Michael said. For a split second, the old man's expression flared with anger. Then Michael continued, tone unchanged. "No soldiers died." Absolute silence. The bending space snapped back to normal as if whatever force sustained it had faltered. The old man froze. "What?" he said. Varun straightened sharply. "He is telling the truth." Ruel swallowed, then nodded. "There were injuries, yes. Severe ones. But no fatalities among our personnel." The older man stared at them, eyes narrowing, searching for deception. "How many?" he asked. "Zero," Varun replied. For the first time since they had entered the room, the old man's composure cracked. His brows drew together in disbelief. "That is impossible," he said slowly. The old man's eyes shifted again, this time openly, and settled on Michael. He looked at him properly. The room felt different under that scrutiny. This time, there was something new in it. Caution. When the Federation received the emergency notice from the stations in Hell, they moved immediately. No matter how urgent the situation was, mobilizing rank 3 supernaturals was never easy. To stabilize the situation before it escalated further, they sent one of the few available rank 4 supernaturals they could spare. The man in the suit standing in Varun's office was that individual. When he arrived, he was shocked to find the second-floor station almost empty. It was fortunate, though strange, that he encountered a Starborn there. At the very least, it gave him someone who knew more about what had happened. Most of the information matched the initial report, but new details soon surfaced. Among them was the mention of a young awakener capable of controlling multiple rank 3 creatures despite supposedly being only a rank 2 awakener. That detail left a deep impression. Still, the old soldier found it difficult to believe. Perhaps the so-called youth was actually an older man using rejuvenation arts. Or maybe he was already rank 3 and simply wielded an abnormal and dangerous technique. None of his assumptions were pleasant. His concern deepened when he learned that the majority of the second-floor station soldiers had followed that boy's lead. That fact alone made him deeply uneasy. Just as he was preparing to move to the second floor himself, he sensed activity surging from the gate that connected the second floor to the first. He chose to wait. As expected, based on the stable life signs he sensed from the soldiers guarding the gate, the second floor station had one. It was likely due to that so-called young expert. However, when he finally met the mysterious individual in person, he was confused by the youthful vitality radiating from him. If rank 3 marked a supernatural's first step into touching universal secrets, then rank 4 was an entirely different threshold. It was a step closer to the universe itself. Suppressed or not, there were very few things one could hide from someone at that level, especially when the other party was weaker. Yet Michael was difficult to read. Compared to the man, Michael was fast, but because of everything tied to him, the old man could not perceive him clearly the way he could other rank 3 supernaturals. Michael did not know it yet, but due to his nature, there was nothing he could do to ever appear normal in the eyes of rank 4 beings. Still, while the man could tell Michael was far from ordinary, the fact that he had not yet truly ascended with a law raised many questions. The biggest of them was the soldiers. How did they survive with 0 casualties? Even he could not replicate such a result under the same conditions. No matter how strong he was still suppressed, and he would have been forced to fight alongside other experienced rank 3 supernaturals. That outcome should not have been possible. The old man's gaze lingered on Michael for several breaths longer than was comfortable. Then he spoke again. "Did you receive any external assistance?" he asked evenly. "That must be it." There was no other explanation that fit cleanly. If another rank 4 had intervened, even briefly, then everything made sense. 0 casualties. Complete suppression. A clean reversal on the first floor. The old man felt some of the tension drain from his shoulders. But as that thought settled, another rose to replace it. If external help truly existed, then did that mean the early floors of hell now housed more than one rank 4 supernatural? That was not a small matter. Rank 4 beings were not common assets. The man wondered if this had something to do with the second issue the Starborn had told him. Just as he was about to pursue the thought further, a calm voice cut in and stopped him cold. "No," Michael said. "There was no external help." The old man blinked. For the first time since entering the room, he hesitated to continue. "What did you say?" he asked. Michael met his gaze without flinching. "The operation was carried out by the second-floor station and my undead alone." Silence fell again. The old man stared at Michael, searching for the slightest trace of exaggeration or deception. He found none. "Impossible," the old man said slowly. Without waiting for Michael to speak, he gestured for Varun to give a full recount of what had happened on the first floor. The more Varun spoke, the more surprised the old man became. It was not only him. The Starborn was equally shaken as he wondered who in the world had saved him. He had seen Michael summon his undead and lead them into the portal, yet the weight of the situation still pressed heavily on his chest. Soon, the room fell into silence as the rank 4 supernatural continued staring at Michael. The silence stretched. The old man's stern posture eased and became gentler. Almost familial. He turned fully toward Michael, studying him with an expression that was no longer judgmental, but curious. "You," he said slowly, "what is your name, young man?" Michael straightened slightly. "Michael Norman, sir." The old man nodded once, committing it to memory. "And your age?" 18. The old man's brows rose before he could stop them. For a moment, the calm mask slipped, revealing genuine surprise. 18. He repeated quietly. He had sensed the youthfulness in Michael's aura, but he had assumed the boy was in his early 20s at the youngest. That would already have been shocking enough. 18 was different. Even among awakeners, who were known to progress faster than ordinary supernaturals, this was absurd. The old man exhaled slowly, recalibrating his thoughts. "And when did you awaken?" he asked. In his mind, the answer could only fall within 2 unreasonable possibilities. 16 years old. 2 years ago. Or 17. 1 year ago. Either would already defy common sense. Michael answered calmly. "This year." In his mind, the answer could only fall within 2 unreasonable possibilities. 16 years old. 2 years ago. Or 17. 1 year ago. Either would already defy common sense. Michael answered calmly. "This year." The words hung in the air. For a heartbeat, no one reacted. Then the Starborn's eyes widened. Thanks to his presence, everyone had been using the universal language almost instinctively from the start, and this was one of those moments. "This year?" he asked shakily, disbelief slipping into his voice. "Are you saying you have only been a supernatural for a year?" Michael nodded. "Half a year." Varun felt his throat go dry. Ruel's mind went blank. The old man stared at Michael as if he were looking at something that should not exist. Half a year. Half a year, and he was commanding multiple rank 3 undead, and had even come close to killing a rank 4 powerhouse. When that thought crossed the old man's mind, awe turned into something closer to fear. If that was the case, did this not mean Michael could also kill him? The old man did not speak immediately. The faint warmth that had entered his expression cooled into something heavier and more deliberate. "Do you have a family?" he asked. The room seemed to tighten again, though the pressure was subtler this time. Michael felt it clearly. Still, he answered honestly. "I live with my aunt," Michael said. "I do not have parents." The old man blinked once. At first, confusion crossed his face. Then realization followed. This youth did not seem to belong to any clan. Even so, the old man could not understand why he had never heard of someone like Michael. With his current prowess, this was the kind of individual 1 out of every 7 supernaturals would at least know by name. And yet. "Your aunt," the old man said carefully. "She is not affiliated with any supernatural organization." "No, sir," Michael replied. Silence returned. The old man leaned back slightly, hands clasped behind him again. An ordinary background. No clan support. And he would not have spent more than a few months in any Awakener academy. 3 months at most. Hardly enough time for structured training to explain what he had witnessed. This was Michael alone. The old man's interest deepened, no longer concealed. This boy had a secret, he thought. Just as he was about to continue speaking, there was a knock at the door. Varun turned sharply. "Enter." The door opened, and a uniformed soldier stepped inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, his eyes swept the room and widened. He stiffened visibly when he noticed who was present. His gaze lingered on the man in the suit for half a second, then slid to Michael. He swallowed. Almost unconsciously, he took a step back. Specifically, away from Michael. The movement did not go unnoticed. Varun's brows drew together. "What is it?" he demanded. "Why are you acting like that?" The soldier flinched at the irritation in Varun's voice. He straightened, snapped a salute, then hesitated again before speaking. "Sir," he said, voice tight, "we just received an urgent report." "From where?" Varun asked. "The lower floors," the soldier replied. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. The soldier continued, forcing the words out. "On the 15th floor, an almost Emperor-class demon has been detected." The Starborn went pale. Varun's hand clenched into a fist. "Repeat that." "An almost Emperor-class demon," the soldier said again. "Confirmed by multiple informants and survivor reports. It is moving upward." "How fast?" the old man asked calmly. The soldier hesitated, then answered. "Rapidly, sir." Far below, deep within hell, a chamber of shattered stone trembled as a fist slammed into the ground. Cracks spread outward like spiderwebs. Jagged debris lifted, then collapsed in a violent cascade. Brian stood at the center of it, chest heaving, eyes burning with barely restrained rage. "Damn it," he roared, striking the wall again. "That worm. That nobody." The echoes had barely faded when a slow clap sounded from the shadows. Clap. 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 Brian froze. A gray-robed figure leaned casually against a broken pillar, half his face hidden in darkness. "Impressive," the figure said lightly. "Still throwing tantrums like a child." Brian's eyes snapped toward him. "Say that again." "Oh," the man tilted his head. "Did I hit a nerve?" He took a step forward, hands clasped behind his back. "You have more than one class, resources poured into you since birth, and yet you still could not deal with a single classmate." Brian's aura flared violently. "Shut up," he growled. The gray figure chuckled. "Touched a nerve after all." His eyes gleamed. "Tell me, Brian, how does it feel to lose to someone with nothing?" No backing. No lineage. Just raw growth. Brian lunged. He did not even see the movement. The air vanished from his lungs as invisible pressure slammed into his chest. His feet left the ground and he crashed into the wall, coughing violently. The gray figure was suddenly in front of him, fingers pressed lightly against Brian's throat. "Careful," the man said softly. "Though you are the precious son of the Vice Hall Master, that does not mean you can speak to me however you wish." Brian's eyes burned with fury, but he did not move. The man leaned closer, his voice dropping into a whisper filled with mockery. "You are the one with everything, yet you still fall short. Do you know how pathetic that looks? Perhaps if you had managed to send him to a cultivation academy, this entire plan might have been a success. But because of your incompetence in something so minor, he is causing us trouble now." "It's not my fault," Brian muttered. "Still making excuses," the man replied calmly. Brian clenched his fists, nails biting into his palms. The pressure vanished, and he collapsed to one knee, gasping. The gray-robed man straightened and turned away, his tone suddenly bored. "Enough. Your rage is loud, but useless. If there was one thing demonic supernaturals did above all else, it was disloyalty and lack of unity. They could stand on the same side, but that alone never guaranteed the qualities one would expect from a proper team." Brian looked at the gray figure with rage burning in his eyes, but he soon calmed down, listening absent-mindedly to what the man was saying. A few seconds later, Brian's breath came in ragged pulls as he forced himself to steady his emotions. The gray-robed figure glanced back at him, finally satisfied that the boy was listening. "After years of planning," he said casually, as if recounting a boring story, "we finally succeeded in doing what no single race in hell could accomplish alone. As you know," the man continued, "the Aurora group was never alone in its dissatisfaction. Other races felt it too. Minor races, major ones, small and large alike. Many despised the way the realms were being governed." He stepped forward, boots crunching over shattered stone. For the first time in a very long while, they came together as a movement. "There were 3 pillars to the plan," the gray figure said, raising a finger. "First, we kept the strongest existences in hell occupied." A second finger rose. "Second, we stalled long enough for the demon lord of the 30th floor to revive. That alone pushed several of our plans forward. There were many things the demonic supernaturals within Aurora wanted to achieve, but due to their status as Aurora humans, they could not act openly. The reason was simple. Many races would turn against Aurora solely because it was humans taking action. The goal of the demonic faction was never to destroy the realm. It was to control it. That was where the demon lord of the 30th floor came in. If anything went wrong, the blame could easily be placed on the demon lord instead. There were many more layers to it. Then the gray figure raised a third finger. "And third, we moved to seize control of the realm gates leading into hell." The gray figure's smile faded slightly. "That part, like the second one," he said quietly, "was never meant for everyone. It was meant for Aurora and for a handful of other races who chose to follow our lead. Mostly minor races who saw the Aurora group as their banner." He scoffed. "And out of all 3 plans," he said, his voice turning sharp, "that was the one that failed." Brian's nails dug into his palms again. All that preparation was made useless by a youth who was still wet behind the ears. Michael. The name surfaced like poison in Brian's mind. No matter how many times Brian tried to bury it, it always rose again, uninvited and unwanted, sitting at the center of his thoughts like a thorn that had grown roots. Since the day he was born, Brian had never truly taken anyone as a rival. Not the so-called geniuses. Not the instructors who praised him with complex smiles. Not the peers who tried to measure themselves against him, only to crumble after a single exchange. He had grown up believing the world was arranged in layers, and that he was born above most of them. Then Michael arrived. A boy with nothing. A boy who should have been crushed early and forgotten. Instead, he rose. Fast. Too fast. Why? The word screamed inside Brian's skull, so loud it nearly drowned out the gray figure's voice. Why did it have to be him? He was handsome. Even that annoyed Brian, because it was effortless. Michael did not try, and people still looked twice. Girls smiled. Men respected him. Then there was a loving family, or at least something close enough that it still counted in Brian's eyes. Then there was power. Real power. Brian did not understand why all of it was happening to one man, as if Michael were the main character of the world itself. Why did he have all of this? What was the secret? Inside his head, Brian screamed the question again and again until it felt like his skull itself was shaking. Why? 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 Then the truth rose up, simple and ugly, and Brian could no longer avoid it. Jealousy. Yes. Brian admitted it silently, and the admission tasted like ash. He was jealous of Michael. That was why he hated him. Not because Michael had wronged him. But because Michael existed, and shone brighter than him every single time by an unbearable margin. And that was also why, deep down, a part of Brian felt a dark, shameful satisfaction at the gray-robed figure's words. The demonic faction had taken notice of Michael. Good. He wondered how long Michael had left to live. Still, despite those thoughts, there were more pressing matters at hand. What do we do now? Brian asked. If the first floor plan failed, then what is left? The gray-robed figure did not answer immediately. He turned his head slowly, as if Brian had just asked something childish, and his eyes gleamed with cold amusement. You are the Vice Hall Master's son, he said, yet you speak as though you understand nothing. Brian's fingers curled. To be honest, the man continued, his tone lazy but sharp, you are not even worthy to hear the full structure of what the hall prepared. But, he added, as if granting mercy, I will enlighten you. He began walking in slow circles. The movement was never of one mind, he said. Most races only shared one thing. Resentment. Hatred for how the realms are run. Hatred for the chains around their throats. So when we moved together only for the parts that benefited everyone. After that, each group chose its own method to bring chaos to its realm. Brian frowned. Meaning? Meaning, the gray-robed figure replied, the races that did not follow Aurora's banner scattered and pursued their own paths. A faint smile touched his lips. And we, he said, had our own path as well. Brian's eyes narrowed. Through the first floor. Yes, the figure replied. Through the first floor and through the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord? Brian repeated, confused. Wasn't he revived just to cause more chaos? The gray-robed figure looked at him as if he were slow. Of course he causes chaos, he said. That is what he is. His eyes sharpened. But do you really think we would release something we cannot control? The gray-robed figure looked at him like he was slow. Of course he causes chaos, he said. That is what he is. His eyes sharpened. But do you really think we would release something we cannot control? This was something Brian had been concerned about before. Why would the demonic faction let such a monster loose? He understood part of the reasoning, but it still seemed insane. For a moment, he wondered if the rumors outside were true, if this group was nothing more than a nest of schemes and internal politics. Yet hearing the gray-robed figure speak now, a thought he had never dared to entertain before crept into his mind. Brian's eyes narrowed. You are saying, you can control him? The gray-robed figure laughed softly, the sound dry and amused. In a way, he said. Yes. In a way. Brian pressed. An almost emperor-class demon is not something you have control. The man turned his head slightly, glancing back at Brian as if indulging a slow student. The demonic faction was not reckless. They were the type of group that always chose the least dangerous path when one existed. If someone else could bleed first, they would gladly let it happen. If a disaster could be guided instead of confronted, they would guide it. Especially in a place like hell. The suppression on the early floors was not simple. Many believed that a rank 4 existence, even when suppressed, would still be untouchable, invisible to anything below. That belief was wrong. That was why, instead of using brute force to suppress the demon lord after it had served its purpose, it was far better to control it and use it even more effectively. The grey-robed figure turned fully now, facing Brian at last. During the demon lord's revival, he said, we did not simply stand aside and watch. Brian's heart thudded. You interfered. We adjusted a few things here and there, the man replied lightly. Brian swallowed. If you are that interested, the man added, turning away again, you should come with me when the time comes. He glanced back over his shoulder, eyes cold and sharp. You might even get to see it. Brian stiffened. See what? The smile returned, slow and cruel. The moment the demon lord's role ends, the grey-robed figure said. And the moment the thing that ruined our plans meets its own. His gaze lingered on Brian for a heartbeat longer. Consider it motivation. Meanwhile, inside the Federation station on the second floor, the atmosphere tightened. The report still hung in the air like smoke. An almost Emperor-class demon. Only the man in the suit and Michael remained calm. He stood near the window, hands behind his back, gaze lowered in thought. The Starborn cleared his throat. Then, with cautious politeness that still carried an edge of urgency, he spoke. Sir, he said, addressing the old man directly, this should not be an issue with you here, right? The old man turned his head slightly. Why would you assume that? He asked. The Starborn hesitated, then pushed forward anyway. Because it is not truly rank 4 yet, he said. It is only close. And you are a true rank 4. He took a breath, then added, even suppressed, you should still be able to do something. Right? Silence followed. Varun's eyes flicked to the man in the suit, waiting. Michael stayed quiet, but he agreed with the Starborn. After defeating a suppressed rank 4 supernatural, he felt confident. On paper, the difference between the two threats seemed clear. The old man did not answer immediately. He watched the Starborn for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he spoke, his voice steady. Let me ask you something, he said calmly. If 2 blades are placed before you, and one is said to be superior while the other is not, does that automatically mean the second blade is useless? The Starborn frowned slightly. No, sir. Good, the old man said. Now tell me this. If the so-called inferior blade is forged differently, balanced differently, and used in a situation the superior one was not designed for, which blade becomes better? The Starborn hesitated. The second one, in that situation. The old man nodded. Exactly. He turned his gaze back toward the window. People like to categorize strength too cleanly, he continued. Rank this. Rank that. Stronger. Weaker. Better. Worse. His eyes narrowed slightly. But reality does not work that way. He lifted a finger. Before ascending to rank 3, a supernatural can already possess a law seed. That seed may even be well developed. He glanced briefly at Michael. Does that make them rank 3? No, he answered himself. Does it mean they are weaker than a rank 3? He shook his head. Not necessarily. The Starborn listened closely now. Rank is a threshold, the old man went on. A definition. Not an absolute measure of combat effectiveness in every environment. He paused. Now let us talk about suppression. Most people assume suppression is simple, he said. That a higher rank, even when suppressed, will always dominate a lower one. He looked directly at the Starborn. That assumption is wrong. The room remained silent. When hell suppresses, the old man said, it does not care how strong you are in theory. It only cares about what level of power is permitted to exist on that floor. He raised another finger. So when suppression comes, in combat, it is often the rank 3 who suffers more, even if they touch the same ceiling as a rank 4. Someone finally voiced the thought hanging in the air. So, does that mean that in actual reality, in hell, that demon is probably stronger than you? The old man shook his head. No, he said simply. I am still rank 4. Suppressed or not, my foundation is not something a half-step can surpass. Then his gaze sharpened, and a faint edge entered his voice. But I do believe it will not be an easy fight. He then turned to Michael. But perhaps with some possible help, this case might actually be very simple to solve. I wonder what the other races think about this. If I'm not mistaken, some major races like the elves are on the 15th floor, right? Varun spoke immediately after. Then what should we do now, sir? He asked directly. If it is not going to be easy, what is our next move? The old man turned away from the window and faced them fully. There is no need for us to act alone, he said. Varun frowned slightly. Permit me to request enlightenment, sir. The old man nodded, expression emotionless, and spoke. Hell does not belong to Aurora, he continued. There is no reason the responsibility of defending it should fall on one group's shoulders. Varun's eyes narrowed as understanding dawned on him. You want to hear the other races' positions on the matter? Yes, the old man said. What they know. What they intend to do. And whether this demon's appearance is truly an accident. I do not want to believe it has something to do with the demonic supernaturals, because that would mean their power has reached another level. That would be bad news for everyone, and they would need to be treated with far more caution. Michael remained silent, but his gaze sharpened. He did not have a particularly hostile relationship with the demonic supernatural faction. In fact, he could understand some of their grievances, at least in principle. What he disliked was how they carried out their plans. From Michael's perspective, a war against oppression should be directed at those in control, the masterminds, and their enforcers. Collateral damage should be the exception, not the rule. Yet from everything he had seen so far, the demonic supernaturals did not seem to understand that distinction. Instead, those who suffered most were often people who had nothing to do with the conflict at all. Perhaps among the demonic supernaturals there were some who truly fought for a greater cause, justly and sincerely. But the majority did not give off the impression of victims or righteous rebels. They looked more like a group suffering the consequences of their own actions. Even though Michael did not agree with everything they did or believed, he could still understand why, from a broader perspective, the general public viewed any increase in their power as bad news. Varun did not hesitate. Sir, he said politely, though the tension in his voice betrayed him, when can we move? He clearly did not want to sound as if he were rushing his superior, but the urgency slipped through regardless. The old man did not seem bothered in the slightest. There is no reason to delay, he replied. We move now. Relief flashed across Varun's face. The old man turned his head toward the Starborn. You will come with us, he said calmly. The Starborn stiffened, then swallowed. Me, sir? Yes, the old man replied, as if it were obvious. If I remember correctly, your race maintains a station on the 6th floor of Hell. The Starborn nodded slowly. That is correct. Good, the old man said. That is where I intend to go. Understanding dawned on the Starborn's face. The Starborn race might not excel in direct combat, but they were far from weak. Their value lay elsewhere, in information, support, and preparation. In a situation like this, those things mattered. I understand, the Starborn said after a brief pause. I believe we will be able to provide whatever support we can. The old man gave a short nod. Michael was taken aback by how quickly the Starborn agreed. There was no hesitation. No attempt to deflect responsibility. No cautious suggestion to remain behind. That alone felt wrong. From everything Michael had seen so far, the Starborn were not reckless. If anything, they were careful to the point of timidity. Always calculating. Always weighing risk. So why agree so readily? Michael's gaze shifted to the Starborn. For a moment, he wondered if the Starborn had simply been intimidated by the old man's presence and felt unable to refuse. But the more he thought about it, the less that explanation fit. The Starborn had grown more timid over time, yes, but his response had not been panicked. Was it because traveling to the 6th floor was not an inconvenience, or because he had something there he wanted to handle? Michael narrowed his eyes slightly. Varun straightened. I will make the arrangements immediately. There is no need, the old man said. I will handle the movement. Then his gaze shifted, landing briefly on Michael. You are coming as well, he added. Michael met his eyes and nodded. Understood. To be honest, although Michael understood the old man's caution, his recent experiences had left him feeling energized. Part of him believed that with just the two of them, they might be able to resolve the demon issue directly. Still, he was not reckless. One victory was not enough to erase his sense of caution, and he was comfortable with the plan. The old man did not waste time once the decision was made. He adjusted the cuff of his sleeve as if they were about to attend a formal meeting, not walk into hell. Overseer, he said, from the 2nd to the 6th floor, are there any notable races stationed there? Varun blinked, then quickly understood what he meant. The old soldier was not asking about minor clans weaker than Aurora. He was referring to races with strength comparable to Aurora's factions, races with enough influence to know what was moving beneath them. Varun straightened at once. Yes, sir, he replied. There are. On the 2nd floor, the Amazari, he said. Michael recognized the name immediately. The Amazari were another humanoid race, a variant of humanity as classified by the wider universe. They were often referred to as the Amazon women due to their culture. It was a matriarch-led warrior society. Their original realm was extremely small, perhaps less than a tenth the size of Aurora. Even so, their strength was widely acknowledged and respected. Also on the 2nd floor, Varun continued. This was another race Michael recognized, which made him realize that perhaps he had spent too much time buried in academy libraries. He might need to spend more time outside, even if that meant doing so alongside his undead. The Stonekin, Varun said. The Stonekin were a short race with broad, dense bodies. They were often compared to dwarves, though the similarities were mostly superficial. They were classified as a major race, largely due to their age and accumulated influence rather than sheer numbers. Michael continued listening as Varun named the next race, and this time, it was one he did not recognize at all. 3rd floor has the Velari. 4th floor, the Nightshell race. 5th floor, the Iron Humans. And on the 6th floor, aside from the Starborn station, there is the Drakeblood race. Michael's attention sharpened at the last name. This one, he recognized. Thousands of years ago, a true dragon had descended upon a human variant world. Not to conquer it. Not to rule it. But to indulge. The dragon slaughtered every adult male it encountered and took every viable female for itself. What followed was a catastrophe that should have ended in extinction. It did not. Some of the offspring survived. Against all expectations, those children endured the incompatible blood within them. When they matured, they were able to reproduce among themselves. That was how the Drakeblood race was born. Their strength was undeniable. Each Drakeblood carried diluted dragon blood, granting them terrifying physiques, abnormal vitality, and many other benefits. Unfortunately, as generations passed, that blood grew thinner. To preserve their power, they became one of the many races that practiced internal breeding between related bloodlines. In the wider universe, this was not generally frowned upon. Dragons, after all, were creatures that did not recognize bloodlines or kinship when it came to reproduction. The old man's gaze lingered on Varun for a moment. "Then we start with the Amazari," he said. Varun straightened immediately. "Understood, sir. I will lead the way." "There is no need," the old man replied. He lifted a hand and made a small beckoning motion. "Get closer." Varun stepped forward at once. "You as well," the old man added, glancing at Michael. Michael moved without complaint. The Starborn hesitated for half a heartbeat, then followed, stopping just close enough that Michael could feel the faint, nervous heat radiating from him. The old man's expression did not change. "Point," he said to Varun. Varun blinked. "Sir." Toward the direction of their station, the old man clarified, his voice calm and impatient at the same time. Varun swallowed, then raised his arm and pointed toward the far end of the corridor, through layers of reinforced walls, as if his finger could pierce them. The old man nodded once. Then the air around them tightened. Michael felt it like pressure settling over his skin, as if the world itself had decided to squeeze them out. For a split second, the office, the walls, and the window behind them warped, as though seen through water. Then everything went black. No sound. No wind. And then they were gone. If there was one thing Michael envied about Rank 3 creatures, it was their spatial abilities. The rest were simply things he naturally desired. Tasks that would have taken him a long time to accomplish by running were completed in a matter of seconds by others. Michael also noticed that this old soldier possessed a far superior spatial ability and range compared to those who had previously transported him using spatial teleportation. He suspected this had something to do with the level of understanding a Rank 4 creature possessed compared to a Rank 3. After all, these were beings who had already begun forming the prototype of an actual world. Each of them was vastly different from the general supernatural populace. The pressure vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. "We have arrived," the old man said calmly. Michael's senses snapped outward. They were floating in midair. Below them stretched a vast forest settlement that stood in stark contrast to the barren desert of the second floor. Towering trees with thick, twisting trunks formed a natural canopy, their leaves woven together with platforms, bridges, and elevated halls. Wooden structures spiraled upward along living trunks, reinforced with stone and metal, blending nature and fortification into a single whole. Beyond the forest's edge, the sand resumed its dominance, an endless sea of pale red gold pressing against the greenery like a hostile tide. "This is the Amazari domain," Varun said quietly. Michael could already feel it. Eyes. Not just one or two, but many. The old man glanced downward, then spoke in a low, even tone. "Let us descend," he said. "Hovering above their settlement is an excellent way to be mistaken for intruders." He paused briefly. "And that would make conversation difficult." Varun nodded at once. "Understood." With a subtle shift of intent, the pressure beneath Michael's feet softened. The invisible force holding them aloft guided them downward in a smooth, controlled descent. They did not land on the ground completely, instead floating steadily toward the Amazari settlement. As they drifted closer, Michael's thoughts turned to what he knew of the Amazari. In this race, women were the unquestioned dominant gender. It was not a matter of tradition or belief. It was biology. From the outside, some races mistakenly assumed this structure was cultural favoritism. It was not. A female Amazari was simply stronger. Even when both genders awakened as supernaturals, unless the male held a clear advantage, the female was almost always superior in direct combat. A male Amazari was not useless, but compared to their women, he was frail. As a result, their society had adapted accordingly. The Amazari were a neutral race within the universe. They neither sought conquest nor submitted easily. While they could not match the technological dominance of Aurora or the combined might of the Starborn realms and demonic supernaturals, nor rival the ancient supremacy of the elven civilizations, they were far from weak. They were considered an upper-tier race. One that stood above many others and had several races beneath them. That was why they mattered now. Among the races stationed on the second floor of Hell, they were the most likely to provide meaningful support. In a situation like this, another rank 4 or at least a capable high-tier ally would be required. They were barely a few hundred meters from the forest's outer canopy when space rippled. Four presences forced their way into existence ahead of them through spatial means. The four figures stood between them and the forest. Michael's perception swept over them automatically. Rank 3. All four of them. His senses confirmed it a heartbeat later. They were all women. Their appearances were striking even before one considered their presence. Each of the four stood well over 2 meters tall. Their builds were broad and powerful, shoulders wide, waists narrow, and limbs thick with compact muscle, built in a way that made even trained human soldiers appear narrow by comparison. Their skin tones varied slightly, ranging from deep bronze to warm earthen brown. Their hair was worn practically. One had her hair cut short and close to the scalp, coarse and dark like blackened iron. Another wore thick braids bound tightly behind her head, each braid reinforced with thin metal rings etched with simple symbols. The third kept her hair tied into a high knot, strands of dark green-black falling loosely around her temples. The last wore hers long but pulled back into a tight tail, the length reaching past her shoulders without interfering with her movements. Their faces were angular and sharp, cheekbones pronounced, jaws strong. None of them could be called soft or delicate by conventional standards, yet there was a harsh, commanding beauty to them. Their eyes were especially notable, with irises that ranged from dark amber to muted gold, reflecting the forest light like a predator's gaze. Their armor caught Michael's attention immediately. At first glance, it looked almost medieval. But the moment Michael's senses brushed against it, he knew it was far stronger than it appeared. Among the four women, the one standing at the front stepped half a pace forward. Her hair was bound tightly behind her head, her eyes sharp and assessing as they swept across the group before lingering on the old man. Then she bowed her head slightly. "I send my greetings. Who may we host, you strangers?" she said. The old man returned the gesture with a shallow nod. "We seek an audience." Her gaze flickered to Michael next. It was hard to read before shifting to the Starborn. Her brow creased briefly, then she looked back at Varun, recognizing the uniform and insignia. "State your purpose," she said. "We come with a matter concerning Hell," Varun replied calmly. "One that may concern all races stationed within it." The Amazari warrior did not answer immediately. Her gaze sharpened, then shifted past Varun, fixing fully on the old man. For a brief moment, the forest seemed to still, as if waiting for her next words. "Does this," she asked slowly, "have anything to do with the loose demon lord of the 13th floor?" The question landed like a hammer. Several of Aurora's people and one of the Starborn inhaled sharply. For an instant, everything clicked into place. It was not that powerful demons did not exist. They did. If they did not, Hell itself would have long since collapsed. But seeing one manifest in the early floors was abnormal. Unless it was the 13th. The 13th floor occupied a strange position within Hell's hierarchy. It lay well below the truly shallow layers, yet far above the deep dominions where demon lords ruled entire floors as absolute sovereigns. Everything above the 30th floor was classified as the early floors. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. The 13th floor's lord had been killed countless times throughout history. Whenever it resurrected, guardians from multiple races stationed on that floor would descend upon it almost immediately and erase it again. The balance had held for centuries. So what was different now? They had all assumed something had gone wrong with the guardians below when news of a powerful demon appearing in the early floors spread. But now it seemed the problem originated directly from the 13th floor itself, not from the 20th where the Starborn had first encountered it. Varun's expression tightened. Even the old man's eyes darkened slightly. "You are aware of this?" the old man asked. The Amazari warrior nodded once. We received news recently. After confirming a few records, it was not difficult to connect the dots. Her expression hardened slightly, her gaze shifting from the old man to the forest behind her, as though weighing how much to reveal. There is more, she said. Before news of the demon lord reached us, we uncovered unrest within our own lands. A faction, she continued, her voice steady but cold. One of our more stubborn groups was planning something coordinated that involved forces beyond the second floor. Her eyes narrowed. Fortunately, an elder of our people was able to put a stop to the plan before it could begin. Michael's gaze sharpened. Plans with other groups. Other realms. Something about the timing felt wrong. They were not acting alone, the Amazari warrior said calmly. That much is certain, as other races aside from your people and my people have experienced some sort of rebellion in a short time. No one spoke. But the glance the old man gave Varun was sharp enough to draw blood. Sweat beaded at Varun's temple as the realization set in that Aurora's intelligence had been severely misinformed. The fact that they didn't even know what was happening to their neighbors was enough proof. The Amazari warrior exhaled slowly. Given what you have brought to us, she said, and what we have uncovered ourselves, this matter is not something I can handle alone. She straightened. It would be best for you to speak with someone higher. The old man did not hesitate. Then lead the way, he said. Without another word, she turned toward the forest. The other 3 Amazari warriors moved in a loose escort rather than a guard formation. Michael followed in silence, but the further he went, the more he could feel it. The stairs. They were strange. The Amazari women they passed paused in their work to look in their direction. It was the kind of attention that made Michael feel like he was walking without clothes. He kept his expression neutral, but the urge to adjust his collar or pull his cloak tighter rose anyway. He resisted it. The escorting 4 did not help. They kept glancing at him too, their eyes shifting to his face, his shoulders, the way he moved, then returning forward as if nothing had happened. Then, after a few more moments of silence, one of the escorting women spoke again. Her tone this time was polite, almost curious. Do you have elven lineage? The question caught Michael off guard. No, he answered honestly. Then, after a brief pause, he added, why do you ask? The Amazari woman glanced at him again, her eyes tracing his features with open assessment. You resemble them, she said. If one ignores the lack of very long years. Though your mana feels weird. As an Amazon that has an affinity with nature, the only ones who can most times be on par with us are elves. Then Michael noticed it. The old man looked at him. Varun followed suit. Even the Starborn turned his head, studying Michael with renewed attention. After a moment, all 3 of them gave subtle nods. I'll take that as a compliment, he said, feeling a bit odd but more curious about elves again. He had seen an elf subject back in the land of origin, but that was the only one he had seen and he didn't think they looked alike at all. Maybe she meant in terms of appearance level, Michael reasoned. The Amazari woman gave a faint smile. It was meant as one. Also, she continued, her tone direct. Do you already have a wife? Michael nearly stumbled. His face remained still, but his cheeks clenched hard enough to make his spine stiffen. He forced himself to answer normally. No. The Amazari woman hummed. You look old enough to start looking after a family, she said. Michael's throat went dry. He glanced sideways. The Amazari woman did not seem to be teasing him. She seemed serious. As handsome as you are, she continued, still walking, it would be a waste to let you wander around unattached. If you want, there are many suitable women in our clan who could take care of you. Though the Amazari race was largely a neutral civilization, they were one of the many who had internal universal relations due to the number of women in their race. It couldn't be helped. The number of men was few, and even with that, there was no shortage of their women who took in more than one male Amazari into their homes. Michael's jaw tightened. For a heartbeat, he wondered if he had misheard. Unfortunately, he had not. The words were clear. Behind him, the Starborn's steps faltered for a fraction of a second. Varun coughed once. The old man did nothing at all, not even a change in breathing. They all continued forward as if the question had never been asked. As if the entire conversation was not happening directly beside them. Michael kept his gaze forward and made himself speak again, slow and measured. "I appreciate the offer," he said, choosing his words carefully, "but I am currently occupied with responsibilities." The Amazari woman glanced at him, then gave a short nod. "Responsibilities can be shared," she said. "A good woman takes responsibility for you and makes burdens lighter." The words were not bad to say per se, but they were odd to hear, especially when one knew the meaning behind the words. Based on the common sense of the Amazari race, it would differ significantly from Aurora cultural norms. Michael did not reply. He simply continued walking. And beside him, Varun, the Starborn, and the old man maintained their flawless performance. There was not a single sign that they had heard anything at all. Soon, their path widened, giving way to a broad platform grown directly from the trunk of an ancient tree that dwarfed everything around it. At its center stood a massive wooden structure with vines wrapped around the structure in deliberate spirals. Michael could feel several powerful gazes flash past him the moment they drew closer. "This is where our elders convene," the Amazari woman at the front said, slowing to a stop. "Those present here are the ones authorized to discuss matters of significance." She turned slightly, her gaze sweeping over the group. "I will inform them of your arrival and brief them on what you have told us." The old man inclined his head. "That would be appreciated." The Amazari woman nodded once, then stepped forward alone. The wooden doors parted silently at her approach. She passed inside, and the doors closed behind her without a sound. The four men waited patiently as several thoughts flashed through their minds. Michael stood still, hands relaxed at his sides, senses quietly extended to areas a bit away from within the building. He did not know exactly how strong the people in the building were, but he knew what he could and could not do. They were here for something important, so there was no need to do anything that could make the other party uncomfortable or dislike them. After a short while, the doors opened again. The same Amazari woman stepped back out, her expression unchanged but her posture slightly straighter. "They are aware of the situation," she said. "You may enter." She stepped aside and gestured inward. "Please follow me." They stepped inside. The interior of the building was far larger than it appeared from the outside. The walls curved naturally, and the ceiling rose high above them, supported by thick wooden arches that looked more like living ribs than pillars. Light filtered in from above through narrow openings in the bark, casting a warm amber glow across the hall. There were quite a few people already seated in the building. They were seated in a wide circular arrangement, each Amazari woman occupying a raised platform that seemed to have grown seamlessly from the floor. None of them wore armor. Instead, they were dressed in layered fabrics and hardened leather. Michael's perception swept over them carefully. Rank 3. All of them. And not the shallow kind. These were seasoned rank 3s, their foundations deep and stable, their auras dense and refined. Each one radiated strength earned through long years. However, among all of them, none of them were comparable to the old man beside him. There was no pressure that bent space or any other phenomena. Their power was formidable, but it remained contained within the limits of rank 3. The old man stood apart even here. At the far end of the hall sat one figure slightly elevated above the others. Her presence was heavier than the rest, though still unmistakably rank 3. The Amazari woman who had escorted them stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Honored elders," she said, her voice clear. "These are the representatives from Aurora and allied realms. They bring urgent information regarding Hell." A brief silence followed. Then the silver-haired elder spoke. "You may speak, sir," she said as she sat straight and said it with a bow as a sign of respect to the old man's power while gesturing for them to give him a chair. The old man nodded his head slightly and sat down as the other rank 3s in the space straightened too. Michael remained silent, standing half a step behind. This matter concerns more than one race, the old man said evenly. His eyes shifted briefly to his side. For clarity, I will allow the young Starborn to speak first. He is the one who directly witnessed the initial incident. He turned his head slightly. Young Starborn. The Starborn stiffened at being addressed, then stepped forward without hesitation. He straightened his posture and bowed respectfully toward the elders. My name is Caliph, he said. I serve at our station on the 20th floor of Hell. The elders' attention sharpened as they listened to the Starborn's account. When he finished, the old man spoke again. If I am not mistaken, he said, the Demon Lord is not the only abnormality. His eyes swept across the circle of Amazari elders, and without blinking, he continued. According to my sources, multiple races have experienced internal discord within a short span of time. Given the timing of the Demon Lord's appearance, this feels less like coincidence and more like a coordinated set of actions. He paused briefly. However, uncovering the instigators behind that unrest is not our immediate priority, the old man said calmly. What matters now is addressing the Demon Lord that is advancing toward the higher floors of Hell. His gaze settled on the elders. That is why I have come here, to hear your assessment and to ask what assistance the Amazari can provide. Your Excellency, the silver-haired elder said. The title was deliberate. It acknowledged not only his status as a representative of a realm capable of producing someone of his level, but also his standing as a rank 4 existence. Around the hall, several of the other elders mirrored the gesture in silence. You speak the truth. Her gaze swept across the circle before returning to him. We have reached the same conclusion, she continued. This is not a matter that concerns a single race unless that race is prepared to bear a potentially crippling loss. This was the truth. In the early levels of Hell, there were multiple races that could afford to send a rank 4 or several peak rank 3s to confront the Demon Lord. However, as long as the battle did not take place in the deeper floors, any fight to the death would result in severe losses. The higher one stood at rank 4, the more suppression they faced. This fact was often misunderstood. Suppression did not mean weakness. It meant compression. If rank 3 spanned levels 1 through 5, and rank 4 spanned 6 through 10, then any rank 4 entering the early floors would be forcibly pressed down to the upper limit of rank 3. Even so, their foundation would still make them stronger than a true peak rank 3. They would effectively operate at a strength between 5.1 and 5.5. Then there were half-step rank 4s, beings who stood between 5.7 and 5.9. As long as the universe had not acknowledged their breakthrough, even if they could display abilities resembling rank 4 capabilities, they would not be suppressed. Reaching such a state was rare. Most rank 3s progressed cleanly from 5 to 6 if their growth was stable. Half-step beings were often geniuses with extreme compression of the higher realm who, for various reasons, could not ascend yet. In other cases, their prior foundation was so strong that they could exert greater power while remaining at a lower rank. This was why none of the knowledgeable elders found it strange that a rank 4 had come to them seeking assistance. The Demon Lord of the 13th floor is no longer what it was in its previous incarnations, the elder said. It has crossed a threshold. At that level, she continued calmly, even a peak rank 3 is insufficient. She glanced briefly toward the old man. Only those who stand at rank 4, or those directly supported by such beings, can confront it without courting annihilation. I assume that is why you came here. You intend to participate, correct? Yes, the old man said simply. I will be joining. Then we will join as well, the silver-haired elder replied without hesitation. Her words were immediately echoed. If your excellency is willing to step onto the field, the Amazari will not remain observers. Her expression softened slightly. Unfortunately, she continued, there is a limit to what we can provide. Her gaze sharpened. We have no immediate means of contacting a rank 4 from our side. Varun's brow creased faintly. The elder noticed at once. Such beings are rarely idle, she explained. And even if one were present within hell, the chances of them being close enough to contact in time are slim. She exhaled slowly. With your excellency participating, and with our combined support, we believe the demon lord can be halted before it reaches the higher floors. She paused. But we must act quickly. Her eyes swept the room. If it ascends further, we may be forced to temporarily withdraw from hell and abandon our foundations. The old man listened in silence. Outwardly, his expression remained calm. Inwardly, he rolled his eyes. He saw through it immediately. None of what was said was false, but it was polished. Everyone here wanted the demon lord gone, but no one wanted to be the one paying the full price. He could not blame them. Still, he had no intention of fighting a risky, thankless battle on behalf of multiple races while they watched from a safe distance and later praised his sacrifice, assuming they even praised it at all. There was also the risk that an enemy of the Federation would take advantage of the situation to strike him down. He was not afraid of the demon lord. That had never been the issue. What he wanted was assurance. The old man leaned back slightly in his chair and spoke again. Very well, he said evenly. Then tell me this. His gaze settled on the silver-haired elder. What exactly will the Amazari contribute? The elder met his eyes without hesitation. Myself, she said. For a brief moment, even the other elders turned to look at her. The old man blinked once. Alone, he asked. The elder laughed. She rose slowly from her seat. Up close, the years showed in her silver hair and the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Yet the moment she stood, her presence changed. Her aura did not expand explosively. Instead, it grew dense, grounded, and heavy, like an ancient tree driving its roots deeper into the earth. She flexed one hand casually. I may be an old woman, she said with a smile, but I can still punch like a young girl. A few of the Amazari elders allowed themselves faint smiles. Michael felt it then. This old woman was at the absolute peak of rank 3. The old man studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded. That is acceptable, he said. The silver-haired elder inclined her head in return. Good. Then we are agreed. Then one of the other Amazari elders spoke, her voice firm but respectful. Elder, take care of yourself. Another added quietly, return safely. The silver-haired elder smiled faintly. I have survived worse places than hell, she said. And worse enemies. Her gaze shifted to the old man. Thank you, Your Excellency, she said sincerely. Several of the elders inclined their heads in agreement. The old man rose from his seat, brushing imaginary dust from his sleeve. There is no need for thanks, he said calmly. We are all trying to avoid a disaster. He turned slightly, already preparing to leave. We should move now, he continued. There are other races to speak with, and time is not on our side. At that, the silver-haired elder's smile deepened, a sharp glint flashing briefly in her eyes. Lead the way, Your Excellency, she said.